Welcome to Akulmach, and today in the show Leaders Voice, we are discussing a very prominent and very interesting subject, and the subject is about care and kindness, which we are actually accustomed and we had been doing from this feeling we nurture from antiquity. But what view and what type of discussion Mr. Sitesh Srivastav is bringing today. Let's find out. So don't go anywhere and let's welcome Sitesh Srivastav and discuss this interesting topic today. So, welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
I'm in a very, very pre-meditative mood, Kanchan, and it's end of the year, lots of reflections and then lot of projections. How is it at your end?
Yes, actually, we are actually gearing up for the New Year celebration here because in friends and family they are asking what to do, what not to do, and how we are planning. All that is happening here. So, but yes, this celebration, this happy time aside, so let's come back to our discussion for today. So, what the subject we are discussing today?
We are discussing a very, very interesting subject called paropkarita or pro-social behavior.
Okay.
Or in more marketable terms, it is called effective altruism.
Lovely, lovely. And I think this is definitely a kind of trait which is, I feel, is inbuilt in human beings. But there is, of course, there's a lot of change uh, in the modern times. So just explain this and how you want to address to our viewers regarding this topic.
So, Kanchan, effective altruism is about doing good and not just doing good better. So, it's better in a way that it's a research field and a practical community that aims to find the best ways to help others and put them into practice. So, it is about the big challenges that we see all around us. So, for example, hunger of kids around the world, the HIV problem, and not so happy thing, but a pandemic which is still around us and is still making some more news. It could be something like a feeling that when somebody is, getting drowning in a ice rink or sliding down an ice mountain, somebody trying to jump and stake his or her life to save the person. So, yeah, definition wise, it is a very interesting thing, but you must ask and we must discuss why now? Why it is becoming such a big news all over the world, effective altruism?
Well, definitely, because as I just keep on noticing that people are after pandemic, people have started living inside their house, and there's no instances, or maybe earlier there were some random instances which were given to human beings, to people, and they would help others. But now people are more concerned about themselves, and I guess due to all challenges in life, people are more interested in looking after their interests rather than taking care of the viewpoint or the concern regarding the other people. That is what, as a lay observer, I can see. Please explain in case if there are any technical aspect to this.
Well, Kanchan, to tell this to our listeners, this word is suddenly in focus all over the media because of a big crypto exchange failure called FTX. And with that FTX failure, there is a discussion about effective altruism, what people can do to achieve those things where they want to help. So it is like saying me and you give money to a charity, which charity goes to 100 children or 100 destitute women, and they do something good for them. Then sometimes we grow up and we give it to some bigger charities, some bigger amount, for example, the PM's National Relief Fund, and it goes to probably millions of people, right? But someday we start thinking that we can do anything to help alleviate the challenges or the poverty of this planet, and then we do go overboard actually to start helping people. It goes counter to the whole notion of effective altruism. So it is basically an unselfish behavior. When we look at a poor guy or a beggar on the road, from there to think about people who are sitting in United Nations, who are able to see the real poverty, the disease, and all the kinds of human issues. For them, it is important to mobilize not just the funds but also the people's time, and therefore that is what is effective altruism. But it is there all around the media, Kanchan, for wrong reasons right now, with the failure of that crypto exchange, and where lots of money was put into lots of challenges the world is facing, right? So it is something what we must understand, that too much of a good thing is also not so good. What do you say?
I think that a lot of onus lies on the people who, especially when we are want to help masses at stretch, and there's a lot of responsibilities which lies upon the policy makers. That is one. And because in these scenarios there are some instances where the application has to come from above to below. And I think that is one concern I can see. Otherwise, जैसे कि आपने बोला परोपकार, so परोपकार I think is one of the trait of human beings, and lately we are really scared of actually helping people, and we have several questions regarding, shall I do it or shall I just ignore it? And we keep that kind of feeling. I mean, earlier it was initially it is positive, and then we become helpless in our heart because we want to help, but then we are suspicious about our own action, which is based on goodness. So that is what I really see, and this is a change I have been observing. What do you say?
Yes, Kanchan, you are absolutely right. So psychologists have said that there are different kind of altruistic behavior. These could be genetic for close family members. For example, parents and other family members often engage in acts of sacrifice in order to provide for the needs of family member. We all know that. Reciprocal altruism is based on mutual give and take. Okay, it involves helping other person now because that person may help me or in return the favor. Then there is a group kind of a behavior, okay, a group selected altruism. So lots of engaging of altruistic acts for people. Then there is a pure altruism. I don't want any reward. So as a human nature, we get this. While we see things around us, we try to help. But sometimes we also need to just take a step back, Kanchan, and say how much help is needed, because there is an English phrase, God helps those who help themselves. So that is where, in the recent times, we are seeing the change, impacts of altruism, Kanchan, better health, better mental well-being, better romantic relationships. These are some of the impacts that the world is seeing. But it is important for all of us that we must foster the altruistic behavior, altruistic movement. We must do that by doing finding inspiration, practice empathy, set a goal, make it a habit. But there are pitfalls like every good thing in this world, Kanchan. And these pitfalls are also very, very glaring. It can actually sometimes create risk. People may engage in altruistic acts. It may sometimes lead people to neglect their own health. Why in India we say that घर बेचकर परोपकारिता नहीं की जा सकती, right? So that is where we have to create a line, we have to create a boundary for the altruistic behavior. Otherwise, the impact that we wish, it could actually backtrack, it could actually backfire, and it could leave the world with sometimes more problems than it was there earlier, right?
Yes, actually, at this point, I would like to ask you that a message you want to give to people who are thinking about helping others but scared, and do you feel that it can be changed, this attitude or this scenario which we are actually into at the moment? Can it change, or what are those parameters which are required to do that?
Well, Kanchan, there are people we have seen, we have grown with, who say that I would rather help my gardener, my driver, my maid, and my security guard rather than going and helping the world poverty. I should be able to help the person who is next to me, who supports me every day. So there are different thoughts on this. By nature, human beings are helping in nature. That's the premise that we believe. I think one has to take a very, very balanced approach. And that balanced approach is many times, it puts up blinkers in front of our eyes. We are unable to see. So somebody can say that I go and pay for the yearly upkeep of a student every month. And in some communities, we have seen that they take out some 10% of their income for these kind of charities. But again, one has to keep on reassessing them. And that reassessment has to also come from whether I am doing too much, whether I am putting a stake of my own health, my own mental wealth to go out and support someone. Because at the end of the day, we learned this in this pandemic, that if we are alive, then only we are able to help others. So I think altruism is really good. What is an effective altruism? We all must try to learn, but to practice it is one thing, to force is completely another.
Yes, definitely. I also look forward towards my audience to put across their views and their point. In fact, they can also share any incident which they have, incident where they have done kindness and it was returned by kindness only, or maybe vice versa. So I look forward regarding these comments from our audience. But in the last, I just want to put one thing across, because you have to, in case if you are so inclined to do a charity, you should do it and then forget it. Because if you are into that mode and then you analyze it too much, then things become a little confusing, and maybe it can lead to heartbreak. But at the same time, I also feel that be cautious and think before you really doing an act of kindness. That is what is the need of the time. And any last comments, Siddesh?
I started my life, active adult life, by hearing "Neki kar darya mein dal." But now, living in this world, we really don't know the neki is going where. And ultimately, it is important for all of us to do the neki, the kindness. लेकिन वो कहाँ जा रही है? Who is accountable for it? We should also be able to ask the questions to ourselves, answer, and also to the receivers where it is going, and that is very, very important. And at the also, I will end up by in India, I have always heard that it is better to give time to such kind acts rather than just posting some money.
Right. Yes, Sitesh, and it was quite a interesting subject, and it's very near to most of the people. They think about it. They, in fact, they on daily basis they conduct these kind of kindness and they help others. So, with that same spirit, I would like to end this show today, and definitely we'll be meeting again next Saturday with a more thought-provoking subject. Until then, take care. We had a great discussion with Master Sitesh Srivastava. We had handled this topic in a different aspect, but I look forward for your comments, and in fact you can share your incidents which you have done or any incident regarding kindness and care. And I'll be meeting again next Saturday with a new topic. Till then, be happy and take care. Welcome to Akulmach, and today in the show Leader's Voice, we will be discussing about a very interesting topic, and the topic is gobbling mode. To discuss this topic, we have Mr. Sitesh Srivastava, who is a quite prominent industry leader. So without wasting any further moment, let's welcome him and listen to his viewpoint on this topic, gobbling mode. Welcome to the show, Sitesh. It is always so wonderful to talk to you. So how you are today?
Hey, Kanchan. Nice always to talk to you. You see, life is so tough. This is what I just thought, let me do something that defines our topic today. So what do you see?
So I think there is something which you are doing, and this has not been allowed, especially on a show. And I think this is the topic, goblin effect, which we will be discussing. Yeah, it is quite a wonderful topic. So you just tell me how you seen professional or maybe a non-professional people who are not working, but they are indulged, or maybe they are affected by goblin way of working.
Well, Kanchan, Oxford Dictionary thought of defining this whole 2022 with just one word. I mean, it is so tough job, and they figured out they actually did 3 words, and they sent it out. And the first time in their history, they wanted people to poll about those which of the words they can define this whole 2022. And interestingly, the words were meta words, and the other was I stand with, and the third one was goblin mode. And then this, staggering 93% vote came for the goblin mode, and that's what I wanted to discuss. In our Hindi, we say, "Usko aaj bhoot chad gaya hai." आज उसके दिमाग पे ना कोई भूत चढ़ा है, या आज उसके सर पे माता आई हुई है. This is the term that we have used in our language, and now today the world says, the Oxford University press says that a goblin mode. So kind of a out of the blue behavior, laziness, eating the dinner at 3 a.m. in the morning. Something like that. So out of the place, we all feel sometimes to do some weird things in our daily life, and that is what has been defined as goblin mode but the way it has defined for the whole 2022 is something that I really thought that I must discuss with you. What do you think?
Yes, actually, all the contents or all whatever you are talking about, it is already there. But I think maybe this gobbling effect has come under focus, under lens, maybe after COVID, when people were inside their home and they were not, if you talk about professionalism, so it is less of professionalism, and that is being carried forward. This is what I feel.
Yes. So, with this pandemic, this corona, and people are still coming out of it. Some people have still not come out of it. Companies are trying to bring people to offices. People have got into the habit of, living half dressed, whichever half you can consider at that particular moment. And therefore, the anxiety around this, is still, while I was, in Delhi and I was coming back, and when I went from Bangalore, some people are having masks, some people are still very finicky about coming closer, and some people are just over as being so close and talking and shaking hands. Still, people suddenly realize that, oh, I have to do sanitization, and some people are just free. So you see lots of people into their own thinking, and they don't mind showcasing it at any place, in a public place or their personal space. So basically, the goblin mode is a state of mind where you feel try to do something which is out of convention. So if you Google it out, Kanchan, it will show you in Hindi, bhoot mode. It is the bhoot mode. So when हमारे सर पे जब भूत सवार होता है, it comes from there. And and since it is a two-word, basically, goblin mode. So basically, it is a phrase that defines these last 12 months. And this is something interesting for not just for our personal space understanding, also for the corporate world. How does it impact? Can it only have a negative impact, or does it push creativity? Because when we have known, Kanchan, that artists go into different kind of time zones, different kind of setups to create some wonderful ideas, right? And therefore, we cannot discard a goblin mode only as a negative behavior. Sometimes, can it be harnessed to achieve something into the productivity, into creativity? And if that we can do, I think we have achieved at least the first step of our discussion today.
Well, I think this gobbling mode, which is quite a new term, but it was already existed, and I think it is a kind of a way of thinking, and in the mind, it is always there with the humankind, and often, time to time, it was being depicted, demonstrated by people, for good or for bad. So we have to really analyze that how positively we can use this mode and believe in that, and it can give a better output. Actually, that's what I'm understanding. What do you say?
Kanchan, I am observing this is the students around. This is the board exams are around the corner. Some final exams are there for college people and the schools. And you see, every student is trying to learn in their own specific way. Now, there are standard patterns of learning, but some students would learn late in the night. Some way they will make their notes. Some will put it somewhere in their, in front of them as a blackboard. There's no standard way of learning because each student is different. But some students will go out of the way, unconventional. Suddenly, I remember a student whom I know closely say, at 2:30 a.m., can you make coffee for me? I just want to finish up my course. Now, this would not look very normal. But this can be termed into this category called goblin mode, right? In the corporate world, sometimes we are stuck with certain decisions for days and days and weeks and weeks, and then suddenly we realize that someday while strolling or talking to some or going into an event, and suddenly that strikes, oh, it can happen in this way. So there are many such examples where the word goblin mode can definitely be used in a very, very positive way. But of course, it will always have its fun part of it also, weirdness part as well. But fun part is also always there. And generally we see this while we are traveling abroad, in different cultures, the same thing can be done in a different way and it would look really funny, right? What do you think?
Well, I was just thinking, I just want to ask you, out of curiosity, have you ever witnessed goblin mode for yourself? Have you really done anything so vague, and maybe as normal days you don't follow that regime?
Well, Kanchan, yes, I would like to, be 100% prepared for any meeting or any radio recording or video recording. I want to come prepared, but we live in a distracted world. Time goes from here to there. So sometimes, I can tell you in some of those recordings that I have done, I have done those recordings at very, very unusual places, while traveling, while going up and down in the elevator. Okay. While sometimes I have done a recording in a parking lot, because that is the best place to find peace in the office times. Okay. Sometimes it has been, you need to find your groove, and to whatever takes you to find that groove is something that can be termed into this. And recently I have always running from one meeting to another meeting, you have to sound authentic in all the meetings, right? So you have to think somewhere, a place where you think you can consolidate those things. It could be in any way. It could be anyway. Somebody says that I want to have Maggie at 12 a.m. in the night to consolidate all my thoughts.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. So actually, I would invite my viewers to really put forward their views and their comments and what they think about this term and behavior, because we cannot categorize this into bad or good behavior. This is behavior which is there. Somehow everybody is being affected by it and how they react. So this is what I look forward from the viewers. And as usual, Siddesh, it is a lovely subject to pick up and to talk about, and I look forward for a very interesting topic maybe next Saturday.
Oh, no, I will not leave you. You have to tell one of your examples of this goblin mode.
Well, I have kids actually, so when I'm normal, that means normal. When I'm dealing with my kids, I am always in a goblin mode, because I'm a very entirely different personality when I'm dealing with my small kids. So this is what I can tell you.
Right. So it was nice speaking to you always, and it's very interesting. I think our listeners would also appreciate that we bring some of the very sensitive as well as fun and behavioral subjects to them. And I think once they respond, it should be always good to talk to them.
Yes, and we are ready to.
We had a quite interesting discussion with Mr. Siddesh Srivastav, and as usual, I would look forward regarding your viewpoint on this topic, which is goblin mode. And we'll be meeting again next Saturday. Till then, be happy and keep doing good work. Bye-bye. show Leader's Voice, and today we have industry leader Mr. Sitesh Srivastav. And today we are discussing a very important and crucial topic about population explosion. So without wasting any time, I would like to invite Mr. Sitesh Srivastav and listen to his viewpoint.
Welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
Feels very heavy, Kanchan, because of the topic that we have in our hands. How are you?
Yes, I'm fine, very well. And yes, this is a topic which we have selected for the discussion. Is a crucial topic since in 12 years, now we were 7 million. Now today we are touching 8 million. This is what UN has declared today. So what you actually have in mind when we are thinking about increasing our population every day?
Kanchan, we both grew up in a country where children were always welcome. Bhagwan ki deen hai. That's how we grew up while listening to our elders. But when we grew up and today where we are, in the last 200 years or last maybe 3 centuries, the exponential growth that we have had is something that either can be presented as a problem or can be presented as a mix of problem and progress. While industrial revolution of 1600s in the British territories, industrial revolution, that actually was a first step towards better life, better food, better accessibility, urbanization, connects. But it was bound to happen that the people will live longer. So one is the people live longer. Another is the procreation is happening. So it's a very interesting subject to discuss. But I want to first hear your views.
When we are talking about the population, and you have rightly said, especially in India, we welcome children, we want more and more children, and that is how things work. But when we are talking in the context of India, I think there are currently we have more working hands and mind because we have a young population which is below 21, and this will help. But otherwise, if we really go into this population explosion, that is lot of burden on Mother Earth, because then there are many countries where we will not be able to really focus on the demand and supply, and the earth agriculture cannot sustain all this population. And this is what I feel, and I also want to know what is your reaction in this?
Well, Kanchan, when we hit this 8 billion as per United Nations, all over the world, somebody is presenting statistics, someone is presenting the insights, someone is presenting analytics, but no one said what is the optimum population of this planet. No one says 200 million is okay, we can sustain. No one says, 2 billion is okay or 4 billion was okay. So when we do not have a benchmark, I think it is to say that 8 billion is a danger. I remember even 4 billion was danger around 25 years back. We never had, the climate activists were shouting from the roof, even at 4 billion. And I'm sure when it was 2 billion, people started noticing it. So having said that, I think the benchmark has to be established from any data point today or any insight or analytics. Only you have to measure through a benchmark. Now in India's case, which is the number 2 populated country, I realized that 1.4 billion or 1.4.5 billion something, 1.45 billion people just next to China. Now the resources, the land mass that we have, and if you see where this land mass is distributed, I saw some data. Urban population is skewed against the tier 3 or villages. But in 50s and 60s, Kanchan, people were living in villages kind of places, right? So the population was kind of balancedly distributed across. But today, given the job, education, healthcare, and everything else, everyone moves to still the same 4 cities, and now some more satellite cities. So I think the government has to do one thing. People have to be made aware. Now that experiment also has mixed reactions. What Sanjay Gandhi did in 70s, in the last 15-20 years, is something like a leaf can be taken out. Same time, the contrasting thing is that there are no children being born, or very less children being born in Japan and some Scandinavian country, and governments are promoting to have children from the citizens. So who is going to take the lead here in terms of the availability, accessibility, healthcare, vaccination, education, and all of that? I would say that, like United Nations, we should have something like United Nations on population control, something like that. What do you say?
Well, you have raised a quite interesting point when you said that there should be a benchmark, and then people should realize that this is a benchmark and we should not go above this. And you know that by 2050, we will be around 9.7 million. So then again, we are on actually increasing, and you also mentioned that there's a life expectancy which was lower in earlier years. Now it is more, though it is a good kind of situation, but at the same time I feel that it will not come from the government or from any organization. The idea of to control the population should be a kind of individualistic initiated effort, and I think that really needs a kind of guidance. There are so many options which are available for couples, for humans to look into and find out the solution. But on a lighter side, though we are also searching new planets to really colonize, and I think that will also maybe some effect on population.
Correct. You are right. You're right when you say that we are, finding outer space, and that's probably that is the basis of that statement that people are putting today. I love you from the moon and back. Okay, I love you from the Mars and back. So I think that is what humans are thinking, and people like Elon Musk, and they want, and Bezos, they want people to go to the outer space and stay there. But I'm saying that if we take it seriously as well, I think the proper distribution of population is something that needs to be taken care. Now, no government can force a population control in today's democratic world, but people can be taught about it. But we have seen from various examples, the teachings don't go anywhere because it somewhere infringes on personal, life. China tried to do it, but then China is seeing the challenges of it. Japan, where the kids, children are not being born, we must see what incentives they give, because it's an aging population. But on the other hand, India, China, if you see developed countries, Germany stands at number 19. So there are so many insights that we have to take. But I think what is best for a country like ours, earlier we used to have census every 10 years. I don't know when last did we have census in this country. The kind of data that we have to pull out of the census is something very important. The national plans and policies have to be made like that, so that the population growth that has happened in last 15 years should actually slow down a little bit in the next 10 years. But again, from a personal point, from an individual, it is very, very hard to see. Even if you see Indian states, some states have very, very few population, whereas the other states have too many of it. So I think distribution is one. People's education is one. And at the same time, there are the new youth, Kanchan, who love to have dogs more than kids. People have pets, and I know at least few people in my, they have had pets for so long, and there were no children at home, and it really leads to another kind of discussions altogether. Okay, and so I think it has to be seen in its totality. We have to, nobody can enforce anything on the population control. People have to be told. Governments have bigger challenge to provide welfare to their passport holders, Kanchan.
Yes, definitely. And as you mentioned, there are some government initiation which is done, for example, in China. And they were forced to have only one child, and the second child was used to be taken away from the family. So that is also, I think, in a way, it's wrong. And now the situation has come that Chinese parents don't want their sons or daughters to join army because they don't want to lose any of their kids. And now this is a problem which now China has kind of eased it, and now China is provided to have 2 kids also. This kind of ruling has been done. So again, I think this is quite a tricky situation and thought process for humans, because it is actually very difficult to really initiate this idea not to have children or to have only one. So I think we and the policymaker has to really sit together and plan it out, something which is more viable and can go for a longer years.
Yeah. And I think, the latest map also shows, population-wise map that China is actually shrinking and India might take over as number 1. But do we really want to be number 1 in population? I'm not sure whether that should be okay for the way we use resources, or let me say, the way we waste our resources. Do we really need to be number 1 in that population meter? Okay. If you see, there are world population meters are there. You can actually see how many people are taking birth, how many people are dying, and how many people are historically at one place. I realized while looking at that meter, Kanchan, that the birth meter is running faster than the death meter. And the death meter is still, you can blink your eye twice that the meter moves. But the birth meter is just like electricity meter, which is continuously running around. So which shows that there is a lot of positivity in this world. There was a statement I also heard that 8 billion people who says that people are not interested in sex. So this shows that there was another survey, when 9/11 happened, Kanchan. People in USA, they went into the depression that happened. Today's kids who were born after those years, they will not know. But since we saw the Twin Towers falling, 3,000 people dying on that particular day, 1 year later, the survey actually came out that the people who were impacted in that day, after 1 year, 1.5 years, there were more number of babies in those population itself. So somewhere it is a very, comforting factor. Even in the pandemic, we have seen this.
Right.
So it is a very, very complex situation, and statistics alone cannot, define it. Data and analytics is good for the policy, but people and their personal lives are so much intertwined that I think in this situation, if the planet, getting exploded with the population, I think the policymakers, the spiritual leaders, the psychologists, the psychiatrists, social inventors, all have to come together and work on some smaller, areas. And then from there, they have to devise what is a model way of doing this. Otherwise, Kanchan, by the time me and you become little more older, we will discuss population problem in Moon and Mars also.
Okay, and I think one point we are missing out. I think all the situations are conducive for the population growth. That is also one thing which is
Correct.
initiating. So I think today's discussion we can actually easily summarize it. Though today we don't have any solution for this population explosion, but at the same time, Ms. Hitesh, I look forward from our viewers what they think, what is their vision, and I look forward for their comments and really find out if anybody can actually present any solution or any guidelines on this population explosion. So Sitesh, as usual, this is quite a crucial topic which we have discussed, and look forward for our viewers to.
We had a profound discussion with Mr. Sitesh Srivastav on the population explosion. I look forward for your viewpoints, your comments in this show and regarding this topic. And I will be meeting again on next Saturday. Till then, you take care and be happy. Bye-bye. Welcome to Leaders Voice show, and today we are discussing about a very interesting topic and which deals with digital technologies and how the wearable we are using and what are the effect of these wearable. To discuss this topic, we have Mr. Sitesh Srivastav. So let's find out what is his opinion and what he advise everybody regarding this digital wearable. So let's welcome him.
Today, welcome to the show.
Hey Kanchan, it is good to talk to you. How are you doing?
I'm great, and I know that today we are discussing a very interesting topic because, as I know you, you are kind of gadget freak. And so let's discuss how really you react to those digital gadgets which are wearable.
Kanchan, I am gadget freak, and therefore I am always alert about the freakiness of the gadgets.
Okay.
And I don't want to, put any glossy words around it. All around myself, wearables, a new tech has come in. Everybody is having Fitbits or the Apple watches or other smart watches, Samsung watches, and everybody is trying to do like this. Everybody is trying to make those new use cases. And I realized that it's a human penchant to adopt any new technology with open arms. But here, it is not open arms, it is actually getting inside the skin now, as the future seems to be. So where Google Glass failed, their Fitbit and Apple Watch and the Samsung watches have succeeded. So, but this is not a new concept, Kanchan. What are your initial feelings, people with wearable technology?
Well, when it came in the market, I was kind of super excited because I wanted all, and I in fact purchased all, like Fitbit or maybe new watch. So that is something which I really enjoy, because a part of this being a convenience, it also ensures kind of that you are walking ahead and along with the technology.
Correct, Kanchan. While it is very, very interesting that as Indians, we adopt any new technology, I'm not sure how many people have ever read a manual or pros and cons of using a technology. The way the technology is being used in India, it's more and more evident that probably we are or the technology companies are using a lot of discreteness or non-discreteness or security concerns, and I think it is important to understand in the wearables category, Kanchan, what is the need. I was actually reading that these wearable devices have actually added to our anxiety and depression rather than relieving it. मैंने आज 10,000 steps नहीं किए. My sleep pattern yesterday night, I was awake 4 times. So my sleep pattern, something called REM sleep, this sleep, that sleep. There is some problem in my sleep cycle. Other things that I hear is that today the vitamin D is not very great as per the app on my phone or on my mobile phone, because the sun is behind the clouds, and therefore the vitamin D at this particular time is not around my area. What should I do? So while the wearable tech has added a lot of advantages, I think we have now one more gadget to worry about. Like you have seen, Kanchan, all around, people who are very, very conscious about their weight, they try to keep a good distance from the weighing machine, isn't it?
Yes, actually, you have pointed out quite a real aspect of this wearable digital technology. But I think when there is a technology, and how to use that technology also matters. So suppose if you're talking about the steps, so definitely that has added one more strand in our daily life, because we have to really look into how many steps, and we feel good or bad. Depends on the circumstances. But at the same time, I think there are many aspects like high blood pressure when you are checking, or like if you are running for athletes, they should know what are the parameters of the body. So in that way, it is quite helpful. But again, I would put forward that technology is here to help us, that not making us kind of we say a slave of that technology. And that I think depends on the individual. It all depends on individual base. What do you think about it?
Well, Kanchan, this wearable technology is again a modern construct, but it was always there, as early as 1505, as early as 1644, where Chinese developed something like an abacus ring. 1505, there was a clockmaker in Germany who created one pomander, which is currently known as the oldest smart watch. But in the modern world, where the challenge that I see with wearable technology is that it is too much, too around, too close, too into the face. Okay. And what do you do in the corporate sector when people today, our IT, administrators in the corporate life are fighting, where they don't give a USB access to a laptop? How tough life it is to give us access to a smartphone, which can easily connect to the systems. And now you have something like a smartwatch or any a Fitbit, and even if you think a Google Glass kind of. And now we are also, getting into metaverse kind of, So you see, one is the health, one is the corporate security, third is our anxiety around these systems, real productivity, which keeps fooling our brain, or the brain keeps fooling us. So, Kanchan, you have to take all of these things with a pinch of salt.
Yes, definitely. Because as you're also telling, because there are some anxiety hazards which is being created by, because as you say, too much of knowledge is also sometimes is not very good once you are having a peaceful life, and then you are adding kind of a gadget which gives you minute to minute update. And sometimes, Sitesh, what happened, even the beep of any digital instrument also bothers when you are in that, not in that kind of mood. So I think, yes, it's two-way actually. And I really feel with the technology and with the way the world is moving. So this is which is required, but again, as you said, with the pinch of salt. So that means that is that where you decide exactly what you really require. Each and every variable is not for everybody. What is your requirement and how you would handle this? That is what I feel, and this is I propagate also.
Well, Kanchan, the market for these are touching around $25 billion. That's what the market report says in coming, next year or 2025. And there are stories which are very, very nicely planted. I would use the word planted in the media. How a Fitbit saved somebody's lives, or an Apple Watch actually sent an SOS signal, and the cops rescued somebody who fell down somewhere while cycling. Then there is another incident where the Apple Watch actually figured out some pattern of the heartbeat or the beats that are there on the wrist, and it figured out that was some kind of a cancer. So it's all very nice. It's all very nice, but it's a very market which is very new. People need to understand these things from a very close perspective of health effects. The other day I was at the airport, Kanchan, and I found that in every that lock store where you get lock and the luggage at an airport, I saw something called Enviro chip. Now that Enviro chips are basically to be used behind your laptop and behind your mobile phone, so that it can take care of the radiation that is thrown out of these devices. So that also rang a bell. How can you do an Enviro chip on your smartwatch? How can you do it for your any Fitbit or any other kind of a device? We have been using Bluetooth headset, and in the recent decade or so, Kanchan, it all started with a pager. We all used to carry pagers. From there, we have Bluetooth headset, and nowadays we are actually putting those pods inside the ears, Kanchan. And those boxes, which are so cool and fashionable today, few years back, it all seemed that kind of boxes with those earbuds used to come with the people who had hearing problems. Today it is all cool, and those are always charging when you keep them inside. People are not aware. They don't read about that stuff. You go to a marketplace, Amazon and others, you can buy same these kind of devices for 400 rupees, and already goes up to 5,000 rupees. You tell me, we all go for the cheapest and the best kind of. So are we not compromising our health and also our security?
Yes, it is there, because yes, in some aspect I will say that we are compromising on our health, and people who are in fact using mobile also, so they are also at risk, because I've seen people keeping their mobile in front of your left side pocket, and it's very near to your heart, and that really makes a kind of hazards for beating of the heart. So because that is kind of creating a disturbance. So I think again I would put, since technology is coming forward, and so I think that depends how you use the technology. That is and for that you need a guidance, and that you should actually read manuals, or you should find out more about the product which you want to use, especially in wearable.
Yes,
So,
Kanchan, connected smartwatches, connected Bluetooth. Then we have something SOHO, smart office, home office, IoT devices. And then you have those sci-fi movies which show all kinds of bad things happening, and then a superhero coming and saving us from the tech, because of the interconnectedness. So that interconnectedness is something that today I am sitting, this is a Saturday sitting, and if I am putting a smartwatch here which is connected to my laptop or any other ecosystem in the house, that means somewhere some hardware, software, or the company still knows at which angle I am sitting and what is my heartbeat. and I don't want to get there.
Right. Yes, so I also look forward from comments and viewpoints from our viewers, and I look forward what exactly they think about these wearable gadgets which everybody is using. And as usual, Sitesh, it is so wonderful to talk to you, and you have raised a really very important topic and concern, and it is worth discussing. I look forward for more interesting topics.
We had a wonderful discussion with Mr. Sitesh Srivastav, and we have actually analyzed and discussed what are the caution to be taken when we are wearing digital wearables in our daily life. So I look forward for your comments and your opinion about this subject, and we'll be meeting again with next important and interesting subject. Till then, bye bye, and you take care. Show Leaders Voice, and today in this program we are discussing a very important subject, and that is about body neutrality. And the body neutrality has emerged as a subject, as an opinion in around 2015, but it is quite a strong, quite a subject which we should think about. And to discuss this topic, we have Mr. Sitesh Srivastav. So let's welcome him.
Morning, how are you doing today?
Very well. Morning, Kanchan, to you. Nice to see you with a new topic, stirring our minds together. Yes, I'm well. How are you?
I'm fine, Sitesh, and yes, as you mentioned, we are discussing a very new topic, and we are talking about body neutrality. But before we really go further, I would like to ask, what does it mean? Because this is a very new term which started in 2015, I suppose, and what our audience can think about this term.
Well, Kanchan, yes, you're right. 2015, body neutrality. The West has a fascination of coming up with new fads, new trends, which is then adopted in the psychiatrist circles, psychology circles, cosmetic circles, and ultimately comes into the marketing circles and plays with our minds. So body neutrality is something that talks in terms of whatever is the body, the engine that we live in. We must like it. I'm not using the word love it, because for me, I understand that respect and love are generally at the same levels, generally speaking. So there has been a talk about body positive image, which says that whatever we have, we must love our body. But I started thinking that if somebody is kind of disabled or especially abled, it's not easy for somebody to think body positive, right? Me and you, we have everything goes appearance wise nice, so we can think in that way. But somebody who doesn't have a complete eyesight, or a nice skin texture, and so how come body positive is actually not helping? It didn't help much. Then this new term comes up with body neutrality, which says that wherever skin that we reside in this structure, we must feel good about it. We must feel content about it. And more than that, whether we love it or not, we should respect it, because through that temple which is called body, we enjoy the pleasures and the pain of this world. What do you say?
Yes, definitely. It's quite a good way of thinking, and it's a good point to for the discussion, because definitely we are living in this body, and we have to really be maybe respect, as you said, we have to respect the body. But at the same time, I also want to ask you, Satish, uh, that when we do body neutrality, so neutral is a term which says either you are happy or just ignore it, or maybe don't bother it, just let it be like this. So are we propagating this idea that you just don't care, but be happy? That's what you are discussing?
Certainly not, Kanchan. We grew up in India, we both, and we have heard different terms while we were growing up: baby elephant, sukhi lakdi, chashmish, bhenga, mota, moti, and we grew up thinking really didn't good about it. It started as a fun. It ended in becoming a scar in our minds and hearts. And in the growing age, boys, when they hit the puberty, they get pimples, and I realized that it is actually, they start becoming conscious about it. So think about our childhood friends. When we used to make friends in the school, we didn't look at all those things, right? None of the geometrical aspects were our considerations in a childhood.
Right.
So actually speaking, I think it starts from a very young age. Sometimes, even somebody saying something in a fun, just for a fun, becomes something, it goes down very deep. But what we have seen, what I have noticed, there is movies, there are media, there is a whole industry selling products around it. It starts from foods, it starts from cosmetics, it goes all the way down to the dress, the wear that we, our wardrobe, and everything. It appears that it impacts women more, Kanchan, but I am sure it impacts men also, right? And that is, and in India, primarily the Gora, Kala, Gori Bahu, Kala Pati, all of those things, Dahej, related to the skin, this all gets mixed up. So I think it is time, Kanchan, to talk in terms of body neutrality and think better, at least respect, if not love, at least respect this temple, the engineering wonder that we call our bodies.
Yes, definitely. And you have mentioned that there are some disparities. There is some kind of sometimes a mental block, and not only in India, as you mentioned, that Gori Bahu and Kala husband, but it also implies to other countries like US. You must have seen there's a black population which suffered due to this kind of mentality. But at the same time, I really feel that I think it's also a part of human nature to really comment on many things, right? So how really we can escape from this and follow a body neutrality? I think this is not in our nature. Do you have any opinion on this?
Well, I don't say that we can do away with this. Okay. It starts in the school, it starts in our housing societies, it starts in our friendship circles, because people are different, their upbringings are different, and the talk of the town is always different from what we talk in some small cities versus what we talk in some big cities. Going to the west, going to the east, culturally there are things that we keep hearing. The important part is to be sensitive about it. That's it. For children, to start with, we can tell our children to be sensitive about it. So obesity has been a problem, a medical problem. But mota patla is not a medical problem, that I would say. So the way that we use the words, the choice of words, whether it in our native language or in English, I think it is very, very important. The way it is talked about, the way it is said, right? It, tall, dark, and handsome, it doesn't apply to, many millions of the men, right? And how would you define if we say tall, dark, and handsome? Can we then define a Sachin Tendulkar? Can we define a Sunil Gavaskar for that, or even Rajpal Yadav for that? So I think it leads to self-rejection. It also leads to low self-esteem, Kanchan. Okay, for women, thin and beautiful, thin and fair. Please don't post my pictures until unless I have put some filters around it. I have edited it. So ultimately, it is important to understand the differences, and it is important to level them, like we iron our clothes, Kanchan, like that.
Yes, definitely. And I just record that when I was young, and there are kind of comments which I sometimes by default, or maybe I may have said somebody that you are fat. So it is immediately stopped by my elders. Don't say like this, because this is a part of, it's not good. The other person will feel bad about it. So Sitesh, definitely, it's a very good discussion. It's a point we should think about. And at the same time, it is a very essential aspect of image building. And maybe we can also discuss a little portion also goes with the body language, which is very much required in not only in day-to-day life, but also in your profession. Right. So how to really overcome, Sitesh, and what are those points?
Well, Kanchan, I think there are lots of trainings in the corporate sector. Okay, now with the diversity becoming such an important word in the corporate world, that HR professionals are coming with many kinds of orientation courses which are available. But when it happens in a corporate world, I think it becomes a little late in life. We reach corporate world at probably 20 years of age. Sometimes we keep changing jobs from one country to another country, and then it is actually late. So I think it is important to do these things starting from the home, starting from the school, starting from our societies, starting from our congregations, whether it is a church or a temple or a mosque. It has to come. We have to understand the other person and the person's appearance. Okay. By looking at a beggar on the road, suddenly we make a face, our children make a face. And then we start, doing something what is, trying to be kind, forcefully kind. They probably don't need our pity. So now pittiness is again, is something which has actually spoiled a lot of personalities. So I think there are a few things that we can start with, and as a takeaway from this discussion, Kanchan, drop body talk from every conversation. I think that is the first thing that we must, even if it is for the fun, let that be remaining in the stand-up comedy. Okay, let that be there. It's a form of entertainment. Okay. Second thing is that redirect the conversations the moment we feel that it is going to turn something else. But in the heat of the moment, we flow with the subject and the conversations, and we all become Wikipedias ourselves, right? And then it comes to the food. We must be able to eat the food that we want. Everybody should be made aware of the health benefits. But I think we make a fun of what people eat, how people eat. In India itself, one is the spoon eating, one is the hand eating people, right? We make a fun of that as well. Listen to the body. It's very, very important to listen to the body, each organ, not just the outer bodies, internal body. In our yoga also, Kanchan, they say sometimes just think about that your inner body organs are talking to you. Have you heard what your liver says to you, what your tongue says to you? So I think that is a very important part. And reframe the body hating thoughts. It is very important. Reframe, saying that मैं मोटा लग रहा हूँ, I don't look good. It can be reframed. That reframing is very important to look at. But we all get into this what is called body shaming. This is another word we are hearing every other day. Especially children say this. As a parents, when we talk to children, they say, "Don't body shame. You cannot body shame." If you remember our parents' time, we never knew this word Kanchan, body shaming, right? So these are some of those things.
Yes, actually, this is something good. And when you said that you should start from your school or house, so that makes the difference, Sitesh. And I really feel that people should come to the term that body shaming or body neutrality is not good, and the people or the children should be taught, should be trained for this. So as usual, it is so good to talk to you, Sitesh, and to discuss such a unique or such a modern.
We had a profound discussion regarding body neutrality with industry leader Mr. Sitesh Srivastav. I look forward for your comments on this subject and what really you think about your viewpoints. So I'll be meeting again next Saturday. Till then, you take care and keep smiling. Bye-bye. And today in this series, we are discussing about a very important natural product, which is water. So 70% of the earth is filled with water, but we really value water, because if we value water, that means we are also valuing the future. So let's find out the views of our guest, Mr. Sitesh Srivastav, and let's welcome him.
So welcome to the show, Sitesh. Kaise Mijaz, how are you today?
Hi, Kanchan. Wait for a second.
Okay, when I'm watching you drinking water, I also feel like drinking water, because I think this is the connection of water we have all the time.
Correct.
So
this is the Amrit. And good morning to you. And this is the subject that I want to discuss. And this is what I want to drive the point, that the things that are free in this world are misused. And how can we understand the worth and the value? हिंदी में कहें तो कीमत और मूल्य पानी की. तो शुरुआत करते हैं.
Yeah, definitely. Pani and water, as you said, is very valuable, because the 80% of human body itself is made of water. And if we really take out the economics of water, so it is it's said that it is the water of the world is worth more than $60 billion, and so that is the water worth. And when we talk about water, we just don't give that weightage to that subject, to that product, which is so valuable for the life. So what do you understand about the value of water?
You must come to Bangalore in recent times, Kanchan, and see the housing societies do not have drinking water, and it is the water tankers who are running throughout the day. And for a size of 200 housing homes in a society, and the water bill can run up to almost 2 lakh rupees or 200,000 rupees a month, because there is no drinking water around us available in this city. It's very, very hard to find. But I think we always discuss and understand the water importance. We talk about it, but we don't really do something serious about it. So I was listening to some very interesting discussion on this water conservation, and it was said that if instead of water, if the clouds would have given us petroleum, would we have wasted even a single drop of it? And that was a very powerful statement for me, which led me to thinking about yes. So I think the essentials of this life, water is one, but we always think as humans that essentials are limitless, and that is not the case. Kanchan, do you say?
Yes, definitely, because we ignore the value of water sometimes, and we waste water. Even the drinking water, we don't close the tap, the water keep running, and people are really fail sometimes to understand that water we require, the pure water which you are talking about, we don't only require for drinking, we require in industry, we require in agriculture, and it is so valuable. And when we talk about water conservation, people really talk about water conservation, but I really feel that they don't really believe in that sometimes. That is what is my feeling. So what is your experience in that?
Well, I see from a larger perspective, Kanchan, talking about India. One is the home consumption, a very emotional, sticky, and many times political matter. The other side is the agricultural water consumption, which is also very sticky and also a bigger political challenge. And we can see that during any election times. So as a human beings, we have realized that only when the drought hits us, we start realizing the importance of water. But if the drought is not there, or we don't feel the feeling of the drought, I think the whole challenge of water conservation is just thrown out of the window. And we don't realize that, like petroleum, I think the water should also be said to be a limited resource. And I think it is important that I want to talk about our couple of keywords because we have a very less time. So I think that we should, do something like water market. We must do something. We must create a market for the water. One another argument that I realize is that something like a futures contract in the stock market, we have something like a futures contract. So a farmer should say that I will go for this cash crop in the month of December, and I would need a huge quantity of water, and I am ready to buy it today. Today, the farmers don't buy water. They think it is unlimited. And when they do not have water, example, Rajasthan kind of places, arid places, they will go for long-term crops. The pulses and the grains and the cereals. But the moment there is availability of good amount of water, they will move towards a valuable crop like tomatoes, which gives more money. So there are challenges, and I want to focus on the home consumption and agricultural consumption, plus what we are trying to achieve through governments.
Yes, it's quite a valid point, but at the same time, I think the knowledge and the concern towards water is also very important. Like we are so concerned about our family members, even if we have a pet, we are so concerned about it. But when we really don't think about the water, it is so valuable, we just take it easily. So that concern has to be taught, or maybe government or any organization or communities should make people understand the actual value of water, and how it is important to conserve it, to do not waste it, to actually use it very in a planned way. So this is what is being required. That is what is, I think, more important. Let it be a farmer or maybe home consumption, this feeling this feeling of love actually towards water is very important.
Exactly. And there are many examples around the world, Kanchan, for water conservation. In a very recent time, there has been a very big case study from Australia, where between, I think, 2001 and 2009, there was a drought, which was caused by the river combination of Darling and Murray River. And because of that, a whole a decade of Australian economy suffered, and as we know, Australia is not very rich or very abundant in the water resources, so it actually impacted the whole country, the continent, and we have some very interesting lessons out of it. So water metering, one interesting thing happens that every household, up to the household level, there is a water metering in other parts of the world as well. In India, we have water metering only at the municipality level. Then there are guidelines on the government level. And I'm surprised to learn that as per Indian government guidelines, 70 liters of water in the urban areas is supposed to be a good capacity. But if you really start putting meters in homes, 70 liters looks like a luxury for 1.35 billion people. So why are we not doing this water metering in our homes? And how do we, the rainwater harvesting? It is just, I know in Bangalore, many housing societies, they just do the lip service by having a rainwater harvesting system for, having the permissions to go ahead. And recently we know what happened in Bangalore floods. Okay. And at the same time, in the North India, I'm hearing in some of the, Nepal border areas are reeling under the drought. So I think water is something that we must understand. We must create the marketplace for it. But then, the detractors will come and say, hey, no, water is a natural resource. You can't politicize it. It is given by the nature. But then nobody is saying that you can't have it unlimited in your homes. Only thing is being said to meter it, to consume it as much as you need it. Think of one farmer who has a water resource and the another farmer in another part of the country who does not have it or less. So both farmers can actually exchange those contracts together, saying that you take the excess water from me, I'm giving it like it's like a marketplace, and I will need it in the month of March, 6 months down the line, then you give it to me. Or at the end of the year, it can be cashed out. So I think the consumption of water, again, I think from a technical point of view, I was also thinking about something called water wallet. We all can have our water wallets. And if we can do this, Kanchan, in the energy sector, solar panels, energy consumption, switch off the light, we give incentives to our family members and children to do that. We really don't do those things for water, isn't it?
Yes, very well. You have mentioned a few points, and you are also talking about the water meter. And if I'm not mistaken, companies, big companies like Reliance, they are working on this. And in a couple of cities, say for example, Hyderabad, there are apartments and there are some societies where they are opting for this, because if you really see in future, water is, I think, will be more valuable and costlier than even the petroleum which you are talking about. And yes, water wallet is a very good point which you have mentioned. And at the same time, I really feel that the domestic consumption, if we start the domestic consumption metering, that will actually eventually lead to industrial consumption and guidelines, because everything starts from the home. And when people are concerned about the water preservation, and this is starting from the home, so that will affect the overall psyche of the people. And then again, you actually mentioned about water harvesting. So all these things, I think, should be in the school curriculum, because people and the children should know what is the value of water, and at this same time they will become more responsible about this natural resource. And at the same time, they should also have the kind of knowledge of pure water, gray water, black water kind of thing, which how they can use. So this all knowledge will help in water consumption, and that is what I say. And metering, which you have mentioned, I think Indian government is also waking up towards this. Now, going forward, what is your a suggestion to people and to maybe policymakers about this water and how they can really take it seriously?
Kanchan, we all understand the value of water, but we don't understand the worth of it, or other way around. You know, in Hindi we say कि हम मूल्य समझते हैं मगर कीमत नहीं समझते. So for home consumption, it is important in every home. As you said, parents, elders should basically show the path to the youngsters about water conservation as much as possible. Another thing is that we buy very expensive RO filters, but we don't really realize that how much water is being wasted in an RO filter. Similarly, dishwasher. So we buy with so much expensive dishwasher, but we don't want to pay for water. In Bangalore, there is a movement going on for Kaveri water all over the city. And it is becoming almost like a political issue about when the administrators talk about charging for it. Okay. So one another thing is that to understand that we are buying bottled water a lot, and that bottled water feels great, and it sometimes become a status symbol. Many times it is a need, and many times it becomes like a single-use plastic. Can we not bring that bottled water as a single-use plastic and try to avoid it? We must think it in that way, like a recent government directive. The another thing is in the agricultural sector. I think it is important for the farmers of today to be educated about the water use and how to generously use it, and not always use it for water-rich crops all the time. And interestingly, most of the water-rich crops are also sold very expensive in the market. So if everybody will start growing vegetables, who will grow cereals and the grains? Okay. And at my last argument, Milord, would be the song that I always respect and listen to by the great singer Mukesh and Lata ji is Pani re pani tera rang kaisa, jisme mila do lage us jaisa. So if this natural resource, if we don't take care of it, the next revolutions are around the corner, and it is not petroleum, Kanchan. I believe it is water. We must see some images from Africa. We must see some images from where villagers have to go kilometers in India and other parts of the world. Africa comes very clear to my mind very soon to understand the gravity of this.
Yes, actually, you are very right, and I actually look forward from our viewers their comments, their thought process, and I would like them to really send us their viewpoint through comments, and let's find out how really they think about it. So, as usual, Sitesh, it was wonderful to talk to you, and you raised a very interesting topic which everybody should look forward, everybody should work towards this, and show the concern in the water conservation. So once again, thanks.
So we had a quite interesting discussion with Mr. Sitesh Srivastav, and time has come that we should value the water conservation. And I look forward for your comments on this very important subject. We'll be meeting again in next episode. Till then, you take care and bye bye. Welcome to Akulmach Business Channel. And as you all know, that laughter is a very essential aspect of human emotions. And we look forward for this humorous incident so that we feel happy. So everybody says that laughter is the best medicine because it has the healing power. So let's find out what today our guest, Mr. Sitesh Srivastav, has to say about this topic and this feeling. So let's welcome him.
How are you doing today? And as you know that we are discussing a very interesting topic today. So first, let's find out how you are feeling today.
Well, it is Kanchan. It's very nice to talk to you week after week, and this week is no different. Except for this week, we will talk about something which brings us natural health to all of us. The more we do, the more we are healthier, and that's the laughter. And we talk about comedy. And let's begin.
Yes, and you have rightly mentioned that laughter makes us happy. It is has the healing power, and we look forward for having a lighter moment most of the time in our lives. And I also want to ask you that since we are into the phase of overwork, we don't have time for ourselves. So how you as a person manage this part of your emotion, as well as how you will guide other people to maintain that healing secret which is being given to us by Almighty, and that is laughter.
Well, Kanchan, this specific episode was to discuss about the life and the times of recently passed great humorist and comedian Raju Srivastav, and about the healthy comedy, the healthy humor in our life. But I think for me, it started in my childhood when I got hooked onto the slapstick comedy of Charlie Chaplin and grew up on his movies. And I was always amazed, and I'm still amazed. I'm a fanboy for Charlie Chaplin, and I was always amazed at how during the Great Depression of Second World War, he was able to create those unsaid, unspoken comedies which brought smiles and clean laughter, healthy humor into the houses of millions of people across the world without speaking a word. And that's what hooked me onto this path until today, Kanchan. Whenever I feel that it has become sometimes too much for me to handle, or too many complexities, the mind is not responding, and so many layers and layers of confusion, I still watch Charlie Chaplin movies, and I watch some great cartoon content with my children. and they have taught me how to feel better while watching a cartoon. It suddenly takes away a lot of stress. But the more important part of the discussion, Kanchan, is when I read about Raju Srivastava in a financial magazine, a financial newspaper, and it was quoted widely in one of the great economic and financial newsletter of India, how his life can be a lesson for the entrepreneurs, for entrepreneurial bent of people, for the leadership capabilities, to understand the customer experience from the originality of the observation. And it was talked about two new words that I learned during these analysis, was something which is called Anubhutya Satyam Mev. Anubhutya Satya. That is the felt reality. We grew up on Raju Srivastava's comedy, where he became part of the reality, whether it was, Gabbar Singh or Gajodhar Bhaiya. That was a strength he was able to get to the masses. The another word that I picked up during this analysis, and which I'm going to use for the corporate success in my corporate journey, is which he was a master of. We have heard about this concept called Parkaya Pravesh, which is a rare thing where we can consciously get into another being and behave like one. And that is what was always seen in Raju's characters that he built. Of course, he was a great mimic as well. But I think all the great comedians that we know, whether it is Mr. Bean or Charlie Chaplin or many others, in our parlance in India and outside India as well, there is something, that authenticity of the observation, the creativity, and to think about the original layers is going to bring a lot of success. And this all can be done by smiling, Kanchan, without having the serious lines on the face. This can be achieved. What do you say?
Yes, definitely, because yes, I agree that Raju Srivastava is a great loss, because he was so original, and the power of observation which he used in his presentations were awesome. Actually, I have not seen anybody else who can do as better as Raju Srivastava. But at the same time, I also feel that to get laughed by somebody, it's a skill, and not many people can do. So this is something as we will miss for a longer time. But I also want to ask you that being so much in work in corporate sector, we do get time to switch on the TV and see some lighter programs. And I also want to ask you that whatever we are getting on television in terms of laughter, humor, all this is enough for a healing touch of any person, or we have to do a little more or come out of the shell? How we can do that?
Kanchan, I will take you back to your Doordarshan days, from Jaspal Bhatti's show till Kapil Sharma's show today. We have seen a generation of humorists, comedians, lighter vein. What has eroded over these decades is the family values. Today's stand-up comedy is crass, crude, in the name of expression, uncensored. You can't watch it with your family, with your kids. You can watch it only alone. Today, if I have to go to a stand-up comedy, I really have to think whether I should be taking along with my children, with my friends or corporate people. I have been to a couple of stand-up comedies recently, and Kanchan, I will tell you, each of these comedians who are today producing these crass, crude contents where they garner thousands of views on YouTube. They, before starting the act in any corporate scenario or setup, or they just apologize before. This should not be the case. There is enough creativity available without these mudslinging, pinpointing, hurting religious sentiments. Comedy has always been part of our life. It has to be enjoyed like that. If there is something to learn, we should learn about it. And I think today it is becoming harder to choose what is a great comedy. But we all get reminded of a lot of Amitabh Bachchan and scenes from various movies, Mahmood Sahab's scenes from various movies, recent years Rajpal Yadav, or Paresh Rawal, or even Kader Khan for that matter. So there has to be an understanding of the whether I should open a TV and whether I'm going to get relaxed or I'm going to put some more mud into my head. It has become like that. So there's no wonder that we still go back to the old classics of Chupke Chupke or Angur to or even Charlie Chaplin kind of movies. But there is an important lesson for here to all of us. While we try to relax after a very, very hard day, are we really relaxing ourselves, or we are trying to become more choosy or more acerbic, the right word, or acidic towards the system, the society, and the situations and the political setup? I hope you echo it.
Yes, actually, I also feel, because there are a lot of stress, at the same time, there's a lot of content which is being generated on the name of laughter. There are some memes, there are so many reels, shorts which are there on the social media. And at times, they are quite offending. That is, I agree with your point of view. So, I think that will only be corrected when people think, or maybe whatever we are getting, I think look forward, most of the people, and that's why we are getting, or we don't boycott these kind of content. And that is also one of the issue which I feel. So lastly, I would like to ask you any message for the laughter, humorous content creators. And if the audience is being offended, so what you suggest for to them?
So my two paisa, I try to avoid 2 cents. My 2 paisa on the advice is that, like in music, we say that there are unlimited tunes that can be created out of those 7, sare ga ma pa, right? Similarly, in the world of humor, one does not need to scratch some levels of crass, crudeness, cruelty, and at the expense of somebody else, which hurts personally. Today, people are sensitive all over the world, and the more we have freedom with the internet in our hands, now that we have 5G also, it is more easy to pass comments. So what is the passing comment? What is a humor? What is a serious thought? There has to be a social message that I always believe in the medium that we choose. Okay. Anything else can be part of a personal gathering. Okay. In a personal gathering, the comedians can do whatever they want to do. Everybody tries to do that. But can you bring the same to a wider audience and then seek acceptance in the name of the larger public, and then say it is cool to say that, it's swag to say that? I think that the grace is cooler than swag, Kanchan, and talent is more potent than privilege, and that is something which we all must understand. And I think there are great lessons to be taken from those great classic cult institutions of comedians and the humorists all across the world for the corporate world, because they talk about creativity, they talk about originality, they talk about original observation, and they still can have fun out of it. So I think today's, the stand-up comedians who have made their name, money, fame in the name of and interestingly, they all know what they are going to do and how the reaction is going to come. But still, some people have gone ahead and made those kind of comments in the name of freedom of expression. So there is a digital divide. There is a divide and at the end of the day, it is about the acceptability. And nothing can take away the originality, the observation, and the mass appeal. So I think if the current stand-up comedians all across, not just in India, even outside, they can really take care before the show, before they actually produce a show, they put a thought about the mass appeal. I think we will see some lesser acidic comments passed. I think some of those acidic comments and should be left for the parliaments to talk and discuss and throw around, not the comedians on the mass media.
Yes, definitely. And I also look forward for the comments of the audience who are watching this video. I really want to know what their opinion is and how they are settling and tackling this issue, because this is an issue which is can be discussed, and we can take action as an audience also for this kind of content which is being generated. So as usual, it is interesting to talk to you, and in the last, I just say that laughter and humor is a healing aspect of human emotion. So let it be more creative, as you have mentioned, more authentic, and it should not hurt anybody, rather than let it be pure and simple humor.
Correct. And shouldn't we end this with a very pure joke?
Sure, why not? Please go ahead. Yes.
Correct. So I have listened. I just got to see this recent joke, which I will just read it out. A scientist is saying, "Can you show me God?" And Guruji is asking, "Can you show me oxygen?" And the scientist says, "Hold breath for a while to know the oxygen." And Guruji says, "Continue for 5 more minutes to see the God." I am.
Okay. Okay, as usual, it is quite interesting, satirical joke which you have mentioned. I'll be meeting again, Sitesh, with more interesting topic next week. Till then, be happy and keep smiling all the time. Bye-bye.
So we had a wonderful discussion with Mr. Sitesh Srivastav, and I look forward for your comments on this topic, how you really feel about being humorous or give laughter to yourself and to other family members. So look forward for your comments. I'll be meeting again in our next episode. Till then, you take care and bye-bye. Hello, welcome to Akulmach Live, and today's show, Leader's Voice, we have Mr. Sitesh Srivastav. Today we are discussing on the topic monarchy and its role in modern times. So let's welcome him and find out his viewpoints.
How are you doing today?
Very well, Kanchan. Nice to speak to you after a couple of weeks. What are we going to talk today?
Yes, actually, we are talking about a very interesting topic, and as you know, that kings and queens and monarchs had been so important aspect of our growing up here. But the question is monarchy is still relevant in modern era? So, what is your opinion on that?
एक शहंशाह ने बनवा के हसी ताज महल हम गरीबों की मोहब्बत का उड़ाया है मजाक. That sums it all, Kanchan. Monarchy, what is called as Rajtantra, which is still being practiced in 43 sovereign states in the world with a monarch or a head of a state. Isn't it surprising that 13 of them are in Asia, 12 of them are in Europe, 9 of them are in Americas, 6 of them are in Oceania, and just 3 are there in Africa. And this subject has gained a momentum once again. Why has this kings, princes, monarchs, constitutional monarchs, commonwealth have remained in the modern world? What good do they do? Is it an institution in itself, or it's a means to bring the collective momentum of the people of that region? And that is what is the subject that I want to discuss with you and take your opinion and then throw it to our larger public.
Well, you have mentioned very nicely that is it an institution, and you know that around 6th century, the modern monarchy system, as we say, but though kings and queens they were there, but as it is said, it started in Norway. Now, the thing is, why in modern era, this monarchy is relevant? People actually believe in that, the thought process. They cry with them, they laugh with them, and they are some of these monarchs are very eternal part of the people. So I feel that wherever this monarchy is there, and as you mentioned, it is an institution and it is there due to people's perception, or they want the monarch should be there in their life. What do you say?
Kanchan, from the times immemorial, we have known through our globe history, there have been kings, there have been rulers, there have been conquests, there have been invaders, and then there have been governance by these kings and queens and kingdoms and empires. Some have lasted centuries, some have been only in a blip of time. And I think the trust in them, it's not, we should not call it institution first of all, because it did not start as an institution. An institution is a collective approach. And therefore, calling a monarchy as an institution is actually defeating the definition itself of the institution. So democracy can be called as an institution. All of the modern world politics or the governance can be called as an institution. But I think monarchies or the emperors. But one thing is interesting. The institution comes with its inherent problems like any other system. And therefore, it is very important to see why the monarchies have survived. In 2022, today, so many monarchies, and that too, 13 of them in Asia itself. And what we saw from London recently, from Balmoral Castle to London Westminster Abbey, 1,600 soldiers following the coffin of the Queen, and then hundreds of flights were diverted or stopped at Heathrow on that day, so that the procession, the noise is lesser. And then the whole world watched the perfectly orchestrated, coordinated, beautiful images from London. Somehow there is acceptance to this, and all the monarchs is still in today's world, today's digital super internet world. Someone still buys that as a concept, despite so much of protests. You should look at it our Indian subcontinent as well, Kanchan. What do you think? What you felt when you saw the images coming out from the Britain in last 2 weeks?
I actually feel that from antiquity, this monarchy as a system is prevalent in England and anywhere where monarchy is prevalent. As you mentioned, there are almost 23 monarchs is still existing, and they are in that process of like being declared or maybe called as the sovereignty head of that particular country. So it is there, and I really feel that depends on the people. It's all people's perception. And before actually give you more elaborate and clear viewpoint, my viewpoint, I would also want to ask you that we do not believe in monarchy because we are practicing or we are believing in democracy and we cast our vote. But somewhere, if you go back, you will find even monarchs in our country. So before going forward, I would like to know which king or queen you really appreciate from our Indian culture or Indian continent.
Well, I was knowing that you will ask me this question, Kanchan. I know you so well. So there are two very interesting recent questions that came to my mind by watching what was happening, half the way the world. One is then when our first Indian uprising happened, 1857. If you remember, the large parts of North India and the Central India rose up against the British East India Company, and there was a huge mutiny. Somebody called First War of Independence. Somebody says Sepoy Mutiny. Somebody said Sipahi Vidroh, and all of that. And India was still ruled by, British East India Company, and then most of the princely states of those times, Bengal, Awadh, Bihar, Madras Presidency, Baghelkhand, and others. Some supported, some did not support. But when this mutiny took shape and it actually shook the conscience of the land, let's not call it India by that time. When they reached Delhi after Meerut and Kanpur and other places, these rebels, why did they choose an 81-year-old monarch, Bahadur Shah Zafar, as the representative of Hindustan? Did they not understand that the time of monarchy is over? What was their thought of making a failing Mughal emperor who was probably 9th after the great Aurangzeb, who passed away in 1707. And then we see 150 years later, around 1857, some of the rebels of this mutiny, they reached Delhi and they proclaimed Bahadur Shah Zafar as the Sadr-e Riyasat. The second example comes to my mind, Kanchan. In 1947, when we took the freedom, I would rather say took the freedom rather than saying got the freedom. When we took the freedom in 1947, for next 2 years, we had a Governor General in India, Chakravarti Rajgopalachari, Rajaji, as popularly known. I am sure our politicians of those days would have thought to carry on or probably think whether having a British crown 1947 onwards would be helpful in the new nation. The structure was already there. Many countries in those days had already accepted a British crown. But somehow we didn't accept that. So my second question is that in 1947, if we would have taken one Indian monarch and made him or her or that family as the emblem or constitutional head, constitutional monarchy of India, whether the fate and the destiny of India would have changed what we see after 75 years. Now, as you asked me the question, I have to give you an answer. Who would that be? So in the modern parlance, I can think of maybe Maratha kingdoms, the Peshwas, probably in Kashmir, Hari Singh, or probably a couple of others who were most prominent, popular, who had a national presence, or at least in the conscience of the people. If our politicians would have chosen an Indian monarch, would our life would have been different as a monarchy? I mean, a constitutional monarchy. So all over the world, the monarchies, whichever kind of monarchies we have, except for absolute monarchies, it is the democracy which rules. But why do people need a titular head? And I think that question is beyond institution, beyond constitution, and it is a matter of belief. What do you say?
Well, actually, you have quoted two examples. I really feel little away from that concept because, as you said, Bahadur Shah Zafar, I think that was an arrangement of comfort. They couldn't find anybody and they needed somebody who's already an authority. So that is my viewpoint altogether. And then you also mentioned if we have selected monarch as the state head in 1947. So I feel that that will not would have no change, because if you really see in the context of India, we are the mother of democracy, and this democracy would have prevailed in spite of being selecting a monarch as the state head, especially in India. Now, when you say institution, or you give a difference between institution and the democracy and the monarchy as an institution, you said you don't agree. But I really feel it's a concept which is inbuilt in our psyche as human beings, because we had been ruled by kings. And when we say, suppose if we take up any good king like Raja Chola, who has ruled, so not only in India but outside of India also, and the establishment, because people are same, Sitesh. People don't want to compromise on freedom. They don't want to compromise on your whatever values you are having. And if you go really little beyond Raj Chola, we have Raja Bhoj, and you say you must have heard that nobody slept hungry in the empire of Raja Bhoj. If you go a little beyond in antiquity, we have a king like Vikrama, the great Vikramaditya, who was so popular, and there are so many stories like Battisi Murtiyan. They used to provide the wishes not only of a king but of the common people. So what I as a person feel, that monarchy has prevailed because somewhere in our psyche we don't want to abolish that concept. Somebody, a king and queen, a prince and princess, we want to have. But at the same time, we also want to don't want to compromise on your freedom. We want to do what we would like to do, and we will like to be free person, and at the same time we'd like to have a representative in the form of monarch. Like if you see the context of England, so you don't have any kind of the monarch is not having a sound what we say control on the country. There's a democracy, there's a prime minister, but still people want to have to be represented by this monarch. That is my feel. What is your idea on that?
Well, Kanchan, I can think of last 300 years. I can imagine 300 to 500 years where I can clearly visualize and actually do a time travel in my mind to go 300 to 400 years back, and could make an assessment. How would it have been? What was it? Would it have been better in modern context? But the ones that you made an example, Bhoj or Vikramaditya or Raj Chola, Ashoka, or even Chanakya's time, those are mostly written in the story forms, narrative forms. How easy or good it was to translate, if we have to translate that today in today's governance structure. So I don't know whether we can resurrect a Chanakya or a Bhoj or Rajaraj Chola in this time. What I feel it definitely is that while I also agree that there is something belief, there is something a glue, there is something a collective, and I think that's why the monarchies have remained. But what people are questioning, if you saw the protests in Sydney and Melbourne last week, and in another Commonwealth places where the discussions happened. So King Charles inherits vast wealth of English royal family, and Prince William now takes over father's $1 billion estate. The exchequers, the taxpayers' money is going to the monarchs for their upkeep. In turn, whether they are paying taxes or not, we really don't know. The ceremonial role that they play all over the world, is it important? I think it is important. But I think there has to be some kind of a jurisprudence in terms of austerity, in terms of the money that they spend when the world is having so much of hunger, climate crisis, and other things around. So there is a role to be played by these ceremonial heads. Even democracy also has a ceremonial head, Kanchan. So I would think that in today's definition, it is okay to be called ceremonial head. But when we say monarch, whether it is Japan, whether it is the European countries, or even some smaller parts in Africa, it has to be taken with a pinch of salt. And anything has to be part of a scrutiny. But there has been a phrase, there cannot be a question on the queen, or God save the king. Okay, but God has to save everyone. Right? So I think it is important for whether it is absolute monarchy or semi-constitutional monarchy or Commonwealth realm or a sub-national monarchies. It is important to understand that these are basically a structure of governance that have survived over centuries, and probably they also have a place today. And in the times going to come, we are not going to see them completely going away, because it is the belief. And I was also thinking, Kanchan, especially in the monarchies, absolute kind of monarchies or constitutional monarchies, people need to have something which is between them and God. And that is somebody who is above the daily life, above the operational daily life. But at the cost of what? I read somewhere that the shoelaces of King Charles are being ironed. Okay. And and other smaller quirks that I learned. But having said that, we also know that some of the tyrants in this modern world also used to have these kind of fantasies. So I think everyone has to coexist, like always, Kanchan. What do you say?
Yes, I feel this is a belief system which has prevailed for so long, and to just uproot it out is not be possible. But yes, I think all belief system and the freedom, the constitutional aspects of the governance, they goes hand in hand in many countries. And we, as you mentioned, we already have a state head in terms of president. So I think that is how currently world is moving. And I am, as a person, not against the monarchy, but yes, I love my freedom, I love my constitution, and I believe in democracy. So I think this is the way. And when you mentioned, I've also read this news regarding ironing the laces of the shoes. But I think that is makes the difference from a common person to and between these are the differences of common person and the monarch. And monarch has to really come out with these small aspects of the personality to people to really read out and believe or maybe enjoy that moment of that particular monarch. So that is how things are working, Siddesh, and I feel that this concept or this belief system is not moving out of our life for long time. So, but yes, let us coexist with that concept of monarchy and of course the freedom and the democracy.
Sure. And then now let's start visiting some of the palaces in India. And then we both should go to Buckingham Palace to pay the respects.
Sure, any day, because at least one day we can feel like a king and queens or princesses while visiting these palaces.
Yeah.
So it was lovely to talk to you today, and it was such interesting and thought-provoking topic today. So we'll be meeting again in next thought-provoking and good topic. Till then, you take care and bye-bye.
Thank you.
It was quite an interesting discussion today, and I look forward for your comment on this topic. We'll be meeting again. Till then, you take care and bye-bye. Hello, welcome to Akulmach Business Channel. My name is Kanchan, and today in this episode, we are discussing a very thought-provoking topic, which is neuroergonomics. And to discuss this topic, we have senior industry leader, Mr. Siddesh Srivastava. So let's welcome him and find out what he has to say about this emerging science.
Siddesh, welcome to the show. How are you doing today?
Can't complain, Kanchan. This is a beautiful Saturday morning in Bangalore. How are you?
I am fine, Siddesh, and today we are discussing a very interesting topic, and the topic is neuroergonomics. I guess I have pronounced correctly. So actually, before we start on this topic, I would like to know what actually this whole concept is, because I have heard this is an emerging science which is coming up into corporate sector. So for our listeners, would you like to really explain this?
Yes, Kanchan. There is a shlok in Sanskrit which says that Bubhukshitam na pratibhati kinchita, which means भूखे भजन न होए गोपाला. So भूखे मनुष्य की अकल जरा सी भी काम नहीं करती. But this was probably several decades ago when internet was not in our life and Google was still in its previous birth in whichever form. But when we live in today's information overload of world, we are surrounded by notifications. Email notifications, SMS notifications. If you open up your phone, at least 50 notifications on your phone, 50 on your emails, 50 from your different devices, and then multiply with the number of people in the home. So what happens actually is that the ergonomics, जिसको हिंदी में श्रम दक्षता शास्त्र कहते हैं, उसकी वाट लग जाती है मुंबई की भाषा में कहें. और उसकी जब वाट लगती है, it actually affects our brain. How much to take the task and how to deal with the task. A task finishes, another task is there lined up, and there is some pop-up, and then there is nowadays a smart watch is there, so it pops up here as well. So what is happening is that there is a lot of cognitive burden on our lives, and this is the subject that I want to discuss: the cognitive burden that neuroergonomics, जिसको कि स्नायु श्रम दक्षता शास्त्र भी कह सकते हैं, because it comes from neurology, which is Snayu Vigyan. So I think cognitive burden, everybody is trying to do away with, finish it, but they are not able to actually get over it. So what are some of the techniques that people can use to do away with the cognitive burden?
Well, this is quite interesting and upcoming science, and I think this is what is requirement of the day also, because we are already not only in personal sector, but I think on a personal front, in your family also, you really require these kind of segregation of work, and I think you have to become your own gatekeeper, what to take it and what not to. So that is a very, very interesting subject. But I would also want to know that how the two combination, the mental function and the work which is in our hand, to be streamlined to get the better results.
Kanchan, one thing that cannot be backed up is our brain. We cannot do a backup of our brain. It comes, it goes, and it is a continuous flow of thoughts, or the dreams, or the statements, or the vision, observations. Everything is continuous to this brain. But when we stop by and look at the notifications, the tasks, can I deal with it? That is a problem that we are facing. So there are certain things, certain behavioral, certain aspirational, certain lifestyle changes that we need to bring in to avoid this challenge. And I'm focusing on this burden because we all are surrounded by to-do list. It starts with a simple to-do list. And believe me, since this morning, being a Saturday, the doorbell at the house and the schedule of the all family members, plus my own aspirations, my in Friday evening, what I wanted to do this weekend, plus what my friends want to do, this all is becoming too much of an overload, Kanchan. And therefore, this talk, we need to talk about how do we cut off from the information overload.
Fine. This is a quite interesting, I think, way of doing things, and many corporate, as I mentioned, they are working on it. But most of the people, they have the habit of really doing the work to do. They are happy with the to-do list, and they want to be in that frame of mind, and that as you told us, that there's a neuro implication on human beings. But the question is how we can really help us as a human race. Do we need technology to do this for us?
Kanchan, yes, technology is something which can definitely help us in this. And there is a research in neuroergonomics, as you said, it's an emerging science, and it is broken down into, traditional neuroimaging, wearable neuroimaging, mobile neuroimaging, ultra-mobile neuroimaging, future neuroimaging, which is continuous and ubiquitous in daily life. But the challenge that it throws up, the technology can only handle when we can define the challenges that human race is facing in this challenge, what is called the neuroergonomic cognitive burden. So what is happening with these so many of tasks and to-do lists in our life every minute? We are having abundance of decision making. We are having distractions, a lot of distractions. It is very, very hard to focus, and constant need to manage everything at that particular moment is causing lots of distress in individual life, the family life, the corporate life. And therefore, I believe today the scientists, the writers, the authors, I think they are still able to produce some great work because they are away from this cognitive burden of to-do list, Kanchan.
Well, this is quite a crucial subject, and I feel that beside managing the task which is in hand, but you should also maybe a little more precise that you should give weightage to the work which is in your hand. That is one thing which can make life easier. And as you said that everybody wants to do the work at the same point of time, and there's too much of work, they want to just complete it. So yes, you have to really give weightage to the work. But I think our age-old techniques of meditation, I think that can also help, isn't it?
Yes, it does. Meditation is a great tool. It declutters our minds, and that is the best thing it does. Whether it takes us to an enlightenment journey or a spiritual path, I don't care. As long as it first declutters my mind. There are certain other techniques also before going to the meditation path, Kanchan. One is, I remember something called time blocking. So we block that we will take certain calls only at this part of the day. Like a breakfast has to be done at 8 a.m. in the morning, so it has to be 8 a.m. Or if I have to get ready for office by 9, mentally I have to be ready 8:55. So that is time blocking. The another method, Kanchan, is interconnectedness. When we try to solve the problems of our daily life, whether it is work or personal, by being interconnected with people, by discussing in a group of people, I think we tend to deliver more than trying to achieve everything alone in single-handedly. Then there are certain cognitive gadgets also, Kanchan, and these help us basically in constructive thinking. So something like social learning, episodic memory, creating a mental model. So if I have to sit in front of a stock exchange platform, I cannot keep on thinking about entertainment at that point in time. So creating those kind of mental models is very, very important. And what technology can do, it basically tightens the loose ends. Not that we need technology to put some gear on my head to start reading my brain, though some companies are trying to do a wearable glass kind of a device. But there are softwares, there are certain technology which can basically help us do the loose ends. And basically another very important part, Kanchan, is the repetitive benefits. Okay, so that's, if we know that this particular, I have a lunch time at 1 o'clock, my mind should basically prompt me to get up at 1 for my lunch.
Yes, definitely. And I think the kind of points you have just counted, they are very beneficial, because at the end of the day, this will enhance the work, the productivity, and the social well-being, and of course the physical well-being of men. So I think if we are talking about this kind of science, that is neuroergonomics, so that means we should take it quite seriously, and we should count on the benefit of this science, not only for in companies or in corporates, but I think as you mentioned that if you have to take a breakfast at 8 a.m., that means it should be time bound. So that is a good beginning or good start to really follow that whole process, and that will lead to a better understanding of the life, better understanding of the work which is in hand. That is fine. So in the end, I just want to know that how we can really inculcate this into our day-to-day life.
So, Kanchan, something is create possibilities for better management of work. Now, if you look at a lot of self-help books, you throw a stone and you get millions of them. They all talk about better management of work. I am trying to push how to create a possibility for better management of work. That means if I have to work from home, I have to create an office-like corner in my home where it absolutely looks like an office rather than a home setup. If I want to achieve that kind of productivity that I achieve in office. So it is not just about a method, it is about creating a possibility for that method. So even if we, like you said, meditation, one has to first prepare the mind and the body for the meditation. You ask anyone to just close eyes for 2 minutes, people get irritated, anxiety fills their life. Now asking somebody to sit in meditation for 10 minutes, 15 minutes may look like a lifetime, Kanchan. So I think the challenge is to understand and identify the cognitive burden that we all have. Then try to start using the time blocking or cognitive gadgets or working in a group, trying to get advice. Today you see, Kanchan, people don't really ask for advice because Google is there. And if you go and give somebody advice, the usual suspect comes back, this is my personal matter. I know much better than you. And I have my communities, I don't need your advice. So the age-old hand-holding, talking, counseling, trying to understand, sometimes just quiet and listen and observe the other person, it is all adding up to our brain overworking. And at the end, Kanchan, I can only remember this very popular share which I heard in my probably college days. The mind has to be happy. The brain has to be relaxed to achieve the greater potential of the human existence. And that's what makes us different from the other species on this planet. So this share goes like, सैर कर दुनिया की गाफिल जिंदगानी फिर कहाँ, सैर कर दुनिया की गाफिल जिंदगानी फिर कहाँ, जिंदगानी गर रही तो नौजवानी फिर कहाँ.
Well, it is a quite interesting topic which we discussed, and I look forward from our audience for the comments, and I would like to know how and what they think about this emerging science, and this is something which is interesting. We can work, or maybe we can discuss this in further episodes also, because this will lead to a betterment of whole scenario when we're talking about the family, when we are talking. And you have mentioned very nice topic, or when you mentioned that this enhancement comes with the interrelationships or maybe a teamwork. So that is the aspect of doing a great job. So Siddesh, it was so wonderful to discuss this emerging topic today, and I hope this will benefit to all the listeners and they start working on these parameters which we have discussed today. So I'll be meeting again, Sitesh, in the next episode with again thought-provoking topic. Till then, bye-bye, and any last comments from you?
Sure, Kanchan. You know what? I met a very senior doctor recently, a very, very old doctor. And when I spoke to him, I realized that the doctors of the old days, they used to talk to the patients more, look at the reports less. But what the data has done today, that they look at the reports more and talk to the patients less. And therefore, the doctors are not able to, give the real advice to the patients. So that is something, again, it's a cognitive load on a doctor's brain. With this, let's try this in our lives, Kanchan.
Sure, and as usual, it was so wonderful to be in this discussion today. So bye-bye till we meet next time on next Saturday.
We had a quite interesting discussion with Mr. Sitesh Srivastava today, and I look forward for your comments and any information you want to add with whatever discussion we had today. So we'll be meeting again with the next thought-provoking topic. Till then, bye-bye and you take care.
Hello, welcome to Akulmach Business Channel, and today in this series we will be discussing a very interesting topic, and today's topic is dark side of technology. And today we have a very interesting guest, Mr. Sitesh Srivastava. Let's welcome him and find out his views on this topic. So stay tuned, I'll be meeting you in 1 minute. Hello, welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you today?
Kanchan, I am well. Nice to see you after a couple of weeks. How are you?
I'm fine, Sitesh, and you know that we are discussing a quite a profound topic today, and I am wondering that since you are from a technology background, and how you really feel when we talk about the bad sides of technology. So I would like to know your views about technology, and everybody says that we are so benefited by technologies, but today let's discuss what are the drawbacks and downside of technology.
Well, Kanchan, when I mean technology, I'm talking more about our surroundings today. And we talk about our gadgets, we talk about our screen time, we talk about internet, we talk about dark internet. But as the world is, we talk about conveniences first, automation first. We talk about interconnected work first. But when technology of today when it was coming into shape, we were saying that we are anek. But today, when we connected all of those anek on our technology platform, we have become anekantvadi. So we are anek, but we are still ekant. And we have become ekantvadi. We have become solitude. Every place, dining table, office cubicles, walking on the road, going for an interview, everywhere we are being aloof rather than being connected. And combined of all this is taking toll into interactiveness. Our face-to-face communication has gone down. much of it also has to be blamed to COVID-19, when we all went back to working remote or being remote, or even when we meet face to face now, there is a coldness of being remote. So I think some scholar had said, Kanchan, that having computers and now laptops, mobile phones, tablets, internet, and smart TVs, internet TVs, and then Alexas and Siris, it is second machine age. So what this technology is doing for mental capacity is what the steam engine did for our muscle power. What are your thoughts, Kanchan?
Well, I always see, even from the school age, I always admire technology, and I look forward for many of the new findings which is happening, new technological development which is happening. But then you have raised a very good point when you say solitary kind of thing. We are kind of living in a solitary state because every device of communication is with us. But at the same time, we also see that we are actually progressing, and with this help of technology, we have achieved so much in the terms of engineering or in medical science. So that is a kind of benefit. But today, since we are discussing a downside, I would want to raise or maybe alarm regarding the cyber security, which is very, very prominent, and even there are some shady organizations who are selling their our data, through which we are connected to other people. So what are your views on that, and is there any possibility we can curb this downside of technology?
Well, if there is a hero or a protagonist, there has to be a villain. There is dark energy, there is dark light, there is dark matter that scientists are trying to find out. So it's a balancing factor. It cannot be removed completely. In the technology world, GPS can be hacked, banking can be hacked, medical equipments can be hacked. Cyberbullying is something which is really taking a toll on personal and mental health. Few social media giant companies are trying to, form the opinions and push and entrust the opinions. Kanchan, internet pornography as the highest levels, potential loss of privacy, danger to civil liberties. And when you talk about cyberbullying, the digital trail that we leave with every communication can be picked up by a nosy neighbor or an intrusive government at the same time. So hackers can take a control of cars. They can shut down the electric grids. There are cyber thieves as well. But I'm saying that as we believe that at the end, Satya ki jeet hoti hai, the truth only prevails. We believe that there will be ethical hackers, there will be policy makers, but sadly, the policy makers are always one step behind the cyberbullying and the cyber thieves. So, and then we are waiting for Internet of Things, Kanchan. Where do we go from here, Kanchan?
I think that since you have mentioned quite a huge list, and everybody knows about it. It's not that this is a new thing which we are discussing. But at the same time, I would also want to put across my thought on in terms of building a more robust system which provides more of security and which can help in really curbing these unethical hackers to really get into. And that is what I look forward, because now when especially we are talking about Indian context, then you know that all finances are getting into digital payment place. So here also we need quite security. So now the question is, we are able to handle, and we are able to really do a security enhancement in a technology, may it be in finance, in medical, or engineering, whatever. What do you think about it?
Well, we are building digital walls. We are building digital houses. Internet of Things, as I mentioned, it is a new point of access where somebody does not need to hack into my phone, does not need to hack into my refrigerator. They can directly get into my printer. They don't need to get into the main door. They can get into my television. Alexas and Siris have been always being thought to be listening to us even when we have not asked them to, right? So it's a scary side. At the same, what I think is that what max we can do is that create a very, very close wall around each individual where we say, this is my boundary. Beyond this, I will not let cyber thieves come near me. For example, I know some people who do not use any app which asks for a camera permission or an SMS permission. And if you realize 40% of the apps on our mobile phones do not need our SMS, do not need our camera, do not need probably some of our chips which are there on the phones. But since we want to use them, those apps, and we never read those conditions, right, Kanchan?
Yes.
So who is here to blame? And then a cyber thief can be controlled by a cyber crime bureau in a police or a cyber cell department. What about cyberbullying? The mental aspect that it leaves on our heads. Plus, you see, Kanchan, wherever you go, whether in corporate offices or you go for family parties, everybody on the table has got a mobile phone, and everybody is looking at the mobile phone rather than each other.
Yeah, definitely. You have raised a crucial point. Now the question is, because now technology and internet and everything, it is become a very essential part of our life, because right from a very beginning, our children are also glued to a computer screen, and they are also getting their classes, and they are also studying language like HTML at a very young age. So now the question is, we understand that the technology, sometimes we get into a bad patch of technology and we suffer out of it. But the question is equally, as you said, that there's a good side and a bad side. Now, what is the next step ahead when we are talking about the technology which is bad actually?
Let me offer a solution. Since we are responsible digital soldiers, Kanchan, let me offer a solution. While these digital technologies, mobile phones, tablets, cameras, connected homes, connected devices, what we are actually trying to do is that we are trying to go more and more, do an outward journey, find out what is happening in others' lives. While we watch the reels or the shorts in 1 minute and 30 seconds, we are just satisfying by knowing what is happening outside. Let me offer a solution of having a meditation as a technology which can take us to the journey inside. And I would like to say that meditation is a technology, and it offers special comforts, and it takes us to the internal journey of ours. Let us remove the word meditation for some time from the religion aspect of it, and get inside our own conscious being and allow the distractions to stand probably 10,000 feet away. And I think the material world will take and wait till this meditative journey is over. It can start from 5 minutes. 5 minutes or 10 minutes a day when I am away from technology and I'm thinking about myself, thinking about my inward journey, thinking about our collective inward journey. So that is the solution that I can think right now, Kanchan. Maybe you can offer more, maybe our listeners and viewers can also offer more.
Well, you have raised a quite interesting point, because with whatever context we are talking, and I could feel and I can make out that we need technology, but the power to use the technology should remain. It should not be kind of given to us that you have to really deal with the technology, but then you have your own choice when to get the technology strings in your hand and when not to. So that you should realize as an individual. And you have also mentioned meditation, because that is an age-old technology. In between, I think we have forgotten that, and we are into a rat race of just be on the first front of the technology. But I feel competition and technology and taking care are already taking care. But the choice to really what kind of technology is useful for us and what should we, not all the time we should hold the phone, but take out some time for your loved one, for your family, and choice should be given to you, or you should take that choice for yourself. I think that is one thing which is requirement of the day, and if we keep on practicing, I think that will go a long way, and we will be able to establish humanity much better. What do you think?
Absolutely. And after this program, while I speak to you, I just am reminded that the fear of too much of technology usage was not just being felt today. Kanchan, in 1930s, my superhero Charlie Chaplin made a movie, The Modern Age. And that was the movie where automation was shown how it is impacting the millions of laborers around the world. And also, so I'm going to see that movie after this is over, Modern Age by Charlie Chaplin. Mahatma Gandhi also said that machines are merely the tools and they are not our masters. So we need to understand where to take a period and say that, hold on, I made you. And I always question everybody, who is the smartphone or the engineer who made it? That's it. I rest my case, my lord.
Sitesh, it is so thought-provoking topic, and I look forward for our viewers to send us comments and let us also think what they really think about it. And it is, as always, it is so wonderful to talk to you today. I'll be meeting again with next interesting topic. Till then, bye-bye, and you take care.
Take care. Bye-bye.
We had a great discussion with Mr. Sitesh Srivastava today, and he has already mentioned what we can do really come out from this dark side of technology. I look forward for your comments, your views on this topic, and I will be meeting you again in our next thought-provoking topic. Till then, bye-bye, and you take care.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmach Business Channel. My name is Chandrakant, and today in our business section we have a very important topic to discuss, which is how we are all becoming digital nomads, and how being digital nomads is actually helping us achieving our SDG goals. And to discuss this subject, I will be joined by a very eminent global speaker, Mr. Kevin Cottam, who's joining us from Portugal. So let's welcome him. Hello, Kevin. Welcome to Akulmach Business Channel. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, Chandra. Thank you very much. It's really wonderful to know that you've been out in the rain.
Of course, we are in the middle of monsoon season. But today, I think I would like to pick your mind on a very interesting subject, which is affecting all of us, and that is digital nomading. And, a lot of people are migrating from one country to other country while they are digitally active. And therefore, this new term called digital nomading has come in front of us. So first of all, I'd like to know your opinion about the digital nomading. What does it mean to you as a senior leader?
Okay, great. Thanks very much. I mean, I think this is a wonderful topic, the digital nomads, because it is a specific segment. Many people will ask me, because I say that I'm a global nomad, what does that mean? Are you a digital nomad? And I say, no, I'm not really a digital nomad, but I do use digital products whenever I go. And I particularly don't want to be associated with the swarm of digital nomad because I have a bit of a different philosophy to it. So I have been nomading since I think I was 19 years old. I've been living in different countries, and I have also been positioned for months at a time, weeks at a time, or years at a time in different places. And so it has a big variance. And also with digital nomads, that has a difference as well in the sense of how long do they go, periodization, or also, short-term, long-term, all sorts of things. What is the difference between that and an expat? There's so many different terminologies today. But the digital nomad is really a remote worker who has a computer and Wi-Fi, and that's all they look for. And they're looking, generally speaking, for a very reasonable or cheap place to hang out. Some of them for very short periods of time, and some for very longer periods of time. Now, there's this first rendition, I think, of digital nomads, which we're currently experiencing. Sometimes organizations have people that are working remotely, and so they allow them to be digital nomads as well. But how are they measuring them? How are they handling them? How are they dealing with all of this? But at the same time, there are others that are just gig workers, right? They get a gig, they're living in another place, they may be working in technology, they may be working like a VA somewhere. All sorts of different aspects of jobs have appeared, and we can all do them remotely a lot of the time. We don't need to be in an office. Just as today people are thinking about remote work, some sections of an organization, technology doesn't necessarily have to be in the organization. They can be remotely. Some people are just working on creativity. They don't need to be unless they have to come together. There's a variety of different aspects of an organization that we can look at. Who needs to be together in a solid place, or who can be working digitally outside and remotely. So this whole term has come not only through COVID, but it was way long before that. People have been doing. I have been working digitally with my coaching services for years. It was not very fun. We started with Skype, and that was one. Oh, actually, we started off with telephone, and then we started off with Zoom, with Skype, and then we went to Zoom or to Teams or wherever it went. And so it's the evolution of technology. And many people are not particularly fond of a lot of coaching, for example, which is digital. They prefer to be face-to-face. However, because of COVID, we all have become very conscious of we can still connect on a very big way. So the digital nomad is extremely interesting in that it's generally different age categories. Often you can separate them into age categories in many ways. A lot of the youth today, They would think, fantastic, I can be digital, I can go off and live in Bali, I can live in India, in Kanyakumari, I can live wherever there is really high-speed networks, Wi-Fi networks, or I can just use my computer. And then I can party. But a lot of them already come with money. And that money is then useful to themselves. But what about the local community? This is something that I think is important. We have to think about. And what is the impact on the local community? Sure, they're spending money. They're able to then do that. But they're also very much connected into Airbnb. So what this is doing is lifting prices very, very high and is forcing a lot of local communities unable to pay for their own living. So it's a very interesting way of doing it, but most of the time, the digital nomads that are very short-term, they don't really care about the community. They don't care about where they are necessarily. They're not concerned. They're interested in their short-term, just getting their work done, moving on. So it's the move on generation. And now, but then there are people that are longer term. And the longer term, they start to get into community. They start adding to community. They start becoming almost a little bit like expats in some ways, which is a different terminology again. And so this then shifts, and I believe that we are moving. So let me come back to, that was your first question. We talked about migration. You mentioned about migration. When I was working and doing my research for I built a nomadic mindset, never settle for too long, I asked nomads about migration. What is migration to them? Migration is a seasonal process. And it is a seasonal because you move on to a better life. It is always moving on to something better. So in other words, there's survival. And what are we doing today? If you look at climate change, if you look at biodiversity, if you look at everything that's impacting us today with inflation, all sorts of things, people are migrating. They're migrating for a better life. That is the majority. Some are migrating just to use a company, or I'm sorry, a country, and some are using to see how they can profit from a country. But others are looking for a better life, a better existence, a better, safer life, all sorts of things. And when I asked them about migration, they said that animals migrate for two reasons. One, as I said earlier, for a better life, for survival, for seasonal, because there's no food. The other is to give birth. Now, if we think about that, it's about giving birth. So a lot of people give birth, and then we think about it in ideas, or adding to another country, or finding new ways of doing things, or just thinking of how are the new friends and communities that you can. This is giving birth. And that's what a lot of my people are doing migration-wise. Migration is not a bad thing. But what's not so good is when they get to countries, the country does not have an integration system which helps them to integrate. It's about giving them a place to stay, some money, some social security, all sorts of things, and also lessons for language and stuff like this. But a lot of the time, it is not about the integration into society. It would be natural for us all, because we're individuals or families that are migrating, is because we want to be with people that speak the same language, eat the same food, have history of knowledge of the cultures. That would be natural. But how do we integrate? So with digital nomads, I believe in this segment, it's about migration, but they don't think of it as migration necessarily. They're just thinking of it as a good thing to do to travel. And really, they are travelers. And they're wanting to see a place, they're wanting to have fun in a place, and they just know, I can work from it. But it's not so easy. There's many different ways of doing this. So
let me ask you. Let me ask you.
Sure.
Right. So when you talk about digital nomading, I mean, the way I see this is earlier we used to, like you mentioned about when we were migrating to another place, another country, then it's in the search of better job, better living conditions, better friend circles. There could be thousand other requirements for people to migrate from one country or one city to other city, mostly for better opportunities. But today, because of the digital nomadic culture, you don't have to migrate anywhere. You can digitally migrate, and that too on your choice. And you have a choice. If you want to go to Italy today, you can do it. You can go to Italy digitally. For example, you and I are talking digitally. You are in Portugal and I'm in India. So, in my opinion, the digital nomading is putting a break to the actual nomading, and that may impact the population growth also, because when people travel, they build their families. I think some of the things that you mentioned is that you build a culture bond with other people, other cross culture marriages, etc. All that is going to stop. In fact, marriage itself will be a very difficult thing, because you will not be able to date other people. I mean, you can do a digital date, but then it's a digital date. It is not real date. So I think it is going to create a lot of these imbalances which humans are used to. So in my opinion, the digital nomading is putting a spanner in the way we live, in my opinion. And therefore, the United Nations SDGs, sustainable goals, which is basically built on the studies done years before. So my question that I want to ask you with this background, which I have in mind, is that the SDG is the ultimate goal for every organization, whether or for every human being on the earth, basically to become sustainable. And so I would like to ask you, with this digital endeavors which humans are embarking on, is the SDG goals relevant? Because I think those were done considering what was happening 20 years back. But right now, it is not the case. What do you feel?
I think the SDGs are extremely important, and of course, organizations have ESGs, right? And so consequently, this is the entrepreneurial aspect, and they need to be able to be aligned. And so therefore, the people that are digitally nomading really truly need to be aligned as well with the SDGs of the organization that they're working with, or if it's just a gig worker, who are they working with, and what's important to them. I think there's a bigger aspect here. It's not just renting somebody or just hiring somebody, just like you would on Fiverr or Elance or Upwork or whoever it is. No, there is a bigger piece of the pie, which is the SDGs, the climate, the universe, the planet, the integration of individuals, the migration of people. How do we save this? And if there is, there is this talk that digital nomads, the carbon footprint is so high because they're moving around, and there is, sort of predictions that about 1 billion people will be doing by 2035, I've seen, will be digital nomads. So, but that is a broad perspective. It's not everyone that's traveling. As you were saying, you could sit at home and be a digital nomad because you're not being, you're not going somewhere. I mean, you can be sitting at home. But the point here is what you're saying is that the SDGs are vital. That is digital nomad 2.0, because when you enter into a community, you need to go into the culture. It's not just placing yourself on top of the culture and being avoidance of it. Ultimately, locals don't like it. They feel shunned. They feel that they are being used. They feel sometimes all of the negative pieces. They are also reaping the financial reward, but sometimes they are not, because it raises prices so bad. But with the SDGs, are they being conscious of pollution? Are they being conscious of the carbon footprint? How are they offsetting their carbon footprint? Or do they even really care? This is the problem. And it's the education. It's all the different aspects of the SDGs I think are vital. And that is a moral issue. And it's also a personal driven. For myself, when I move from another country to another country, the most important thing for me are the people. The people and the culture is that I want to be able to be part of the people and the culture, because if I'm going to move to another country, they are the salt of the country. And if I'm distant from that, I will always be distant, you know, and I will not be integrated enough. For me, that's the exploration, that's the excitement, that is the growth, because that is what travel in itself is about growing, is about learning, it's about understanding other people, it's about looking at different cultures, it's not judging, it's about going in and taking yourself as an open individual into another person's society and understanding that we are guests. We are guests, we are guests. And when we are guests, we need to follow the guest's rules. And that's why it's important also to be sustainable, to focus on the SDGs, because that will keep us integrated into the society. That will also help us to help the society and serve the society as well as just being there. And that is a role of a digital nomad, the future digital nomads. Today it's just fun and pleasure for a lot of the people. But for many, it also is about culture. And that is the people that have taken it to the next level. And those are the ones that we want to create on an ongoing basis. So as you know, that they have now, and I think it's about 20 countries, they have digital nomad visas, and which makes it easier for people to come, because otherwise there is a tax thing, which it happens. And so because everything is digital, your clients are elsewhere, is that it's very hard for countries to be able to tax you or to be able to find you and all sorts of things, because people would come in on a tourist visa, which is illegal for them to work. So there is that is important to understand. But as you talk about the SDGs, it also has to come from the individual. The individual, what are the values? What are they thinking of countries? What is the thinking of the planet? It's not just that country they're going to, but it's the whole planet. Because as my nomadic people told me, is that if you have one problem on one side, it's going to affect its way over here. On another side, it could be another country, it could be elsewhere, but everything is interconnected. So we need to be able to understand that digital nomads in the next rendition 2.0, they need to have this focus of culture. They need to know the SDGs. They need to take care of the climate. They need to take care of, pollution is rampant. You go to Bali, for example, and it's not just, the pollution is horrible. It's refuse everywhere. But of course, on the beaches, it's even worse. It's like seas of a whole beach of plastics and all sorts of things that's come onto the beaches from a variety of other countries and whichever. But what about if you had this consciousness as a digital nomad that this is not right? How can I help the society along with it? And so that's how I live my life. But how can I do this? I have a variety of friends in Singapore, for example. They're not digital nomads, they're expats, but they go and spend time on the beaches collecting and the plastics and the old, strings and everything that is floating everywhere onto the beaches and where else. But this is important, I believe, even though you say that it was written a long time ago, but it was early thinking. Now it's even worse. We need to think about it in a much more accelerated rate. And that is what a digital nomad needs to do.
So let me give you another perspective. For instance, if you look at a country like India, which is much bigger than the Europe, and the Indian government is pretty much like the European Parliament. I mean, if you compare the two, so you can imagine the scale here. And within India subcontinent, we can go anywhere. I mean, if you are an Indian citizen, you can go from one state to other. There is no visa required. There's no permit, etc. You can freely travel. And because of that, there were a lot of migration. Physical migration happened for last 100 years within India itself. So the society has evolved over years in a very homogeneous manner, even though there are multi-language, multiple cultures, etc. But today they are highly mixed up. What has happened because of the pandemic? It gave us an opportunity to return back to our original state, because now we knew that we don't have to spend our time on the road, traveling, wasting 2 hours in traffic, or physically going to the office, and also paying rental for the office, etc. So most of us have decided to become a digital organization today. For instance, my companies are completely migrated to digital company. It's a completely digital platform. Similarly, I was talking to a friend of mine who was a very senior person in the financial industry, and he is now moved just hardly a few kilometers away from my house, and he is now also moving completely on the digital platform. So what is happening here is, I mean, if you look at the SDG, we are not traveling, so we are actually contributing by not polluting the environment. We are not taking the vehicles, and as far as possible using bicycles and walking around close by. So I think we are doing all that. At the same time, we are breaking the barriers of traveling to another state or another country, and that prevented people like me to hire people from any other physical location.
Right.
So because now we are digital, I can hire people in any state in India without any hassle of opening an office. I can hire people in Australia. I can hire people in Middle East. I can hire people from Vietnam. So don't you think becoming a digital nomad, that means the nomading culture is happening digitally instead of physical, is contributing to achieving SDG goals?
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right on that. I mean, as I was saying, that the technical term of it is a digital nomad moving to another country, but it can also be internally, but also it can be even internal, even more, as you talk about. It's the digital within your home, is the movement outside, the movement that you are doing with your business, which is digital. And that is also nomading as well, because it's a migration of information. It's a different way of communicating and sharing. And nomading is about migration. So we can look at it from so many different angles. And it also is a mindset. It is also a thinking pattern. And that takes us it takes us into that freedom of, well, I can live in one of the states, another state. I can go back to my home, but I have that freedom of feeling. And I think that is probably one of the most important things, is that feeling of freedom and the possibilities that can bring. And as long as you have that understanding of what am I doing to relate to the SDGs, most people don't even know what they are. But we are looking at it from different places, like the way you package your things, or the way that you are also disposing of your garbage and stuff like that, and separation of garbages. But you also have, so much of, you don't have to travel, as you say. But you also, the digital framework and the energy that it takes is also adding to the problem of climate change on many ways, right? So we have to measure what is best on all fronts. However, but I believe that you're absolutely right, is the digital nomad is not just moving from place to place. And also, today, most people think that, nomads, they don't have a home. That's not correct. Most of nomads in the society today have a home, because they are limited of their movement. In the traditional indigenous people, they're limited in their movement because of land mass and because of governments and policies and all sorts of things. And that is what is sometimes limiting the digital nomad space in some ways. But internally in a country, it doesn't limit you, as you say. And so you can go nomading anywhere. And that's what I say, is go nomading. This digital nomad title of who I am is not really truly who you are. You're just a traveler, most of them. And that's fine. It's all cool. And I love the fact myself that I'm able to work digitally from anywhere. And I enjoy that. But I'm different than a lot of people, is that I'm interested in the society. And that's one of the things because that becomes part of my life. I'm not just sitting in front of this computer all day and I don't exist outside. That, I believe, the same for yourself and anybody that is digitally moving within India and back to home or to another state, is that they're also interacting with society. They're adding to society. But when you are a foreigner and you just stay for a length of time, you're not adding to society very much. Maybe financially, you're paying for your internet, you're paying, and sometimes you're not paying for your internet because you're sitting in cafes and you just, you have a free Wi-Fi, so you're not paying for that. And so consequently, it's the mindset. It is, what are we doing to societies? How can we help everybody grow? And that is, I think, what is the most important aspect of a digital nomad is, how can we come together? And people talk about digital nomads. Oh, where's my tribe in this city? Where's my tribe in this country? I get a bit annoyed with the word tribe, but anyway, it's not necessarily technically anthropologically correct, but anyway, there we go. But the point here is that it's about gathering in an integrated group of people, not just people that speak the same language, people that come from different countries, different races. This is so important. And to be open and to be not judgmental or racist. And often that happens in these countries that people go to. They're not interested really in the country, they're interested in themselves. But the next rendition is what you talk about, is the integration into societies, is integration into the SDGs, is understanding the bigger picture. It just happens to be what we do, is on a digital platform.
Absolutely. In fact, a bit of information here for you and also for other viewers is that the Indian government has just finished tendering their airwaves for about 140 billion US dollars just last week. And this is about 5G. And 5G will be 1,000 times more better than 4G. And right now we are using 4G, which is good enough for us. But then 5G will be 1,000 times more powerful. It will create a much faster, better, lot of data network. And recently, another piece of information that I would like to share with you is India has crossed 6 billion digital transactions every month. These are the micropayment. So people are now very, very friendly with digital payments, digital services, and with 5G coming by October, I think it is going to change the scene, the way we actually do nomading. There will be less and less need for us to travel. I think the digital nomading, as you said, 1.0 is just beginning and it's going to explode. And it is already destroying the barriers of countries and visas and stuff like that. Because, we have the freedom to call anybody, learn from anybody. If I want to learn mathematics or English, for instance, I can find the fantastic English teacher in Singapore. I mean, it is not necessary that I have to learn English from an English teacher who's sitting in the heart of London. I can find a better teacher in Singapore. A Singaporean may be able to teach me, or maybe Indian can teach us better. So I think, all kinds of possibilities are going to open up because of this digital revolution which is going on. And I think that is my observation. But your last comment on this one.
Well, I think what you're saying is absolutely correct, that it's just going to expand more and more. And it allows even the freedom within your own country and your own living space if you don't want to go physically nomading. And that's what I say in my book is the nomad. My belief is the nomad, the meaning of nomad is the movement of the mind. And the movement of the mind, as in neuroscience, is it's the head, the heart, and the gut. And so it's this movement of you and your consciousness and your awareness. It is this bigger piece of nomading, which is this flow, it's this movement. And we are never not moving. So a digital nomad just happens to be an acronym, or it is a word, it's a title of certain people, but we can all be that if that's what we aspire to be. But it's the point. I think the last part is the nomad, and that is the spirit, and that's the soul of you, and it's always there. It's just that we have, through history, not been allowed to nomad as much as possible, but now we can do whatever, and that is the greatest thing. Go nomading, I say.
Absolutely, Kevin. It was a pleasure talking to you and learning so many profound ideas from you. I think it's opening up the mind of the viewers and ourselves also. So thank you so much for joining us, and we will catch you again in the next one.
Thank you so much, Andra. I love it. Take care.
Friends, we had an interesting discussion with Kevin. Kevin gave us a lot of ideas how we can become a better digital nomad and contribute to society. Nevertheless, I'd like to get your opinion on this subject. If you have any questions, or if you want to reach out to Kevin, the email is given in the description below. You can reach out to us and we will make the connection happen. And for today, I'd like to say goodbye. As always, thanks for watching, and I will catch you in the next one.
Hello, welcome to Akulmach Business Channel, and today you are welcome to our show where we will be discussing very thought-provoking topics with our leaders. And in today's shows, we are inviting the industry leader, Mr. Sitesh Srivastav, and the topic of discussion is social loafing. So let's find out what are the views of Mr. Sitesh Srivastav, and let's welcome him. Welcome to the show. How are you doing today?
I'm well, Kanchan. How is life at your end?
It is fine, and yes, we are working in our office as a team member. And then I thought maybe since you are also a very successful team player and you are managing a team, so I thought let me really discuss that what are the challenges of managing a team?
Well, Kanchan, managing a team goes by the law that has been oft quoted in the corporate circles, that 20% of the people work for the 80% of the team or a company. And more or less, that is true. But I think it is more important to understand that once we work in a large teams, even with our joined teams or disjoint teams, or we are in leadership roles, is everybody putting the 100% energy or effort rather than those 20%? Shall we increase that, and how can we increase that? And therefore, the topic that really caught my fancy is something which is known as social loafing, or in Hindi, it is called samajik avaragi.
Well, हिंदी का आपने काफी अच्छे से प्रयोग किया है words का, but I also want to ask you that why it is this concept or this kind of attitude is there in among employees when we discuss about the social loafing or lurking around. So we always stress on team building, team management, and how to really handle a team, what we should give more positive points so that team work positively and more profoundly. But still, this concept or this kind of attitude we generally see among the team members. So, what could be the cause of this? I'm talking about social loafing.
Well, though it is understood from a point of psychology, it is also being definitely seen in some of the games, some of the team games, some of the corporate circle behaviorals. And therefore, this means that when people work in groups for a larger outcome, then it is seen that many people are just thinking that since I am part of the group and my presence itself will lend itself to achieve the greater outcomes, and therefore I need not put the 110% effort that the other person is putting. So common examples could be the tug of war or a group homework project, or for an example, an entertainer is asking audience to scream, which is very popular in today's concerts that we see. So, and also in our school days, Kanchan, when it was the prayer time, we remember how many times did we say the prayer or the anthem? We just kept doing the lip syncing, whereas we thought the whole environment would be already hearing what is supposed to be heard. And I think that is what is social loafing is all about. Now, I don't think we can basically justify good or bad here, but how can we increase the participation of the group by everyone, and then probably bring out a metrics that when two people were not participating in a 10 people group, what was the outcome versus the outcome of all the 10 people participating, and how much percentage points the productivity has improved. If we can do this measurement, I think we will do a justice to this trait called samajik avaragi.
You have raised a quite interesting point, and I think we, as a company or an organization, or maybe heading a team, we have to really think about, and we have to work towards the extraction of positivity from a group. But what I feel is that this social loafing is not only is prevalent in any corporate or company, but I think it is also prevalent elsewhere in any social function. As you mentioned that the singers or the Bollywood, they want to scream and you don't get a full scream volume when it is done. But then I also feel that students and other aspect or other groups of any stream of the life, I think this is quite prevalent. And now I would like to ask you how really we can overcome this.
Well, Kanchan, I mean, not every psychological observation or behavioral part, we may outcome and in a positive way all the time with 100% of participation. But my thought process is more about why does it happen at the first place? So that is the crux. And you remember in our parlance in India, especially in the Hindi belt, we have heard Ajgar kare na chakri, panchi kare na kaam, or das maluka keh gaye, sabke data ram. Which means that we really don't need to work where the Almighty is all forgiving and all giving all the time whenever I need it. So why should I work? Why should I put the 100% effort? So I think it is important from a behavioral understanding as well as a psychological understanding to identify this as a symptom which is stopping a productivity. So, for example, there is an event happening somewhere in a sports event where
I'm a cultural committee member, but I know that there are 20 other people to take care of that work, and all the activities are happening at the right time. So I may take a little bit deviation over there. Now, this can be termed as a social loafing, but at the same time, I understand that probably I am needed at a one particular activity where the most critical attention is required. And if I am there at that point in time without any support of other members of my committee, then it should be fine. So I am saying that somebody who is delegating the work must keep this social loafing in the plan part of it. Now, in some examples, this is non-negotiable. Nobody can be allowed to do a social loafing. For example, a surgery happening on a hospital bed. Soldiers fighting on a border, right? Fighting a terrorism, where these are the group activities, right? Then we are seeing in the cricket matches, where every 10-member team has to participate with the fully. Only the 11th and the 12th and 13th player can say, okay, well, I'm sitting only at the outside, so let them play. Main kya kar sakta hoon? Okay. So again, I think this is nothing as an anomaly. I think we must look at it from a case-to-case basis, try to avoid it. And I think we are good to go because we are humans, right?
Well, I also want to add, I think we can overcome this kind of social loafing when we make small groups rather than making big groups, because then we are not able to measure the participation of team members in that certain activity. So a part of this, do you think that motivation of any kind can also help in eliminating social loafing?
See, motivation is something that, again, it is a group behavior. Okay. So, and when we talk about the group behavior, Kanchan, it is about what is in it for me, what is in it for you. So, for example, in a corporate parlance, a project team which is trying to achieve an outcome, everybody's role is defined, and therefore it is easy to check on everybody's role, and everybody can say, well, yes, I am the only person in this role, and therefore I have to do by 100%. But the person can say, my activity will come at the 10th step. So till the 10th step arrives, let me have a power nap. Okay. Now that's something it's very hard to say, no, you cannot. You have to keep on looking what is happening on step 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Similar is this, but if the setup is like a football match, all those players have to be all the time alert about what is happening on the ground, even if the ball is on the other side. So there are examples, there are methods by which there is some cultural aspect also. Okay.
So actually, it is quite an interesting discussion. But what I feel is that then social loafing in a certain percentage cannot be overcome because we really we are human and we need that kind of space sometimes. And sometimes, being a human, we are not able to really catch up with that movement, and that's why we are away from the responsibilities or playing an active role in any kind of social or any kind of team which we believe in, and we just stay little aloof, and that's how this social loafing is created. So I think, as Sitesh, you were telling that we are humans, and I think, do you feel that it is okay once a while to be a part or maybe indulge in social loafing?
Well, depends on the setup, and I think human beings are, people are good at different things. You can't expect an elephant to be a fish, and you can't expect a lion to behave like a turtle. Okay, and therefore it applies to humans. But the problem with our, our social scientists, that we try to bring in universal kind of changes, whether it is in behavioral or it is in psychological sciences, similar kind of expectations, especially in the organizations, corporations. But that's not going to happen until unless we turn towards the bots or robots who are free from all of these things. We spoke about the sentient AI a couple of weeks back, Kanchan. So I think social loafing has to be seen. It is to be identified. People have to be aware of this, and therefore I thought that we must discuss about this. And it's like, in a popular parlance in India, we think that there is one or two or few mercurial leaders. They will take ahead the country. We can just sit and relax, which is not the case. It is the whole nation who has to line behind the leadership, right? So there is also social loafing in our political spectrum as well, right? So I think it is a very interesting topic, and we should be aware of it, and we should try to improve on that. But I think that in certain circumstances, when dil dhoondta hai fursat ke wo raat din, we must allow some social laughing for our laughing purposes, Kanchan.
Well, you have brought in a very interesting topic today, and we discuss about the social loafing, which is there, but we sometimes really ignore. This kind of behavior of a team member or any team member for that sake. So what I would like to conclude that that social loafing is something which we can't avoid, but still we can control a little bit, and if we are able to control it, then we can enhance the productivity. So Sitesh, it was so wonderful to know your ideas about these type of topics, and it's always very interesting to talk to you on so much of thought-provoking topics every Saturday. So we'll meet you again, Sitesh.
Thank you.
See you. So we had a quite interesting discussion with Mr. Sitesh Srivastav regarding the social loafing, which is a trait which we really see in any of the team which we make, either in the corporate sector or in any companies or maybe in communities. So it is understood that we cannot really eliminate the social loafing, but yes, we can control it. So please put forward your comments, your views. I look forward and would like to share your comments in coming program. So we'll meet you again on coming Saturday. Till then, bye-bye. Take care.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmach Business Channel, and today we have a very important subject to discuss, that is value of your friend circle and also value of your connections. And to discuss this subject, I will be joined by a very eminent global speaker, Mr. Kevin Kotam, who is joining us from Portugal. So let's welcome him. Hello, Kevin. Welcome to the show. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great, Chandra. Thank you so much for asking. And it's a beautiful day in Portugal today, lovely and sunny, and there's a beautiful breeze.
Well, lucky you, because we are going through the monsoons here in India. But talking about the weather system, I think we should rather focus on the value of connections and value of our friendship. So, you have any thoughts on this subject? You know, how we can leverage our connections and friendship in today's context?
Sure. I would love to chat with you about this. I think that connections are one thing. I will talk about friendship, and that is a part of connections and the energetic flow that is important with this. So let us talk about friendships. Now, many of us have had long time friends with people. This last weekend, I had a reunion, and I think that was absolutely an amazing experience. One of the people was the person that I grew up next to. In fact, I was born 6 months after she was born, and we lived next door to each other. So we've known each other that length of time since birth. Now, it's not often that you find that in this world, that we find that we're still friends with somebody like that. But so interestingly enough, I'm a global nomad, love to travel. She's a travel agent, and she loves traveling. So how did that work? Who knows, that connection in that particular realm? And so maybe that is what also has pulled us together. But this last weekend, we had this reunion, and we've always wanted to travel together. At some point, we keep saying, oh, when are we going to go on a travel? Anyway, myself and her and she and her ex-boyfriend from 1977 or before 1977, we were all together in Porto. The first time the three of us have been together since then. Now, how wonderful is that? I mean, it's just a beautiful time and beautiful experience. I mean, we got together and it was like it was 1977. It was just the same energy, the same feeling, the same connections, the same everything. It was one of those. And I'm sure, Chandra, you have that as well, when you don't see someone for a long time and all of a sudden you just pick up like it was just yesterday. And these are the amazing connections of the soul. And this is what is so vital in our life. COVID has put a bit of a kibosh on some of that, and now we're able to see people and to be able to be close to them, and not just on Zoom and whichever, which is another way of us connecting. But let us go back to that whole feeling of what it feels like. I mean, for me, I'm not sure about you and everyone else that's watching, but it is that feeling of the touching of the soul, the touching of the heart. It's also the touching of the mind. It is this not only touch, physical touch, but the touch inside of us. It's a sensorial experience in many ways. It is that taste of feeling of love as well, because there is an inner love for that person. So are those people. And so we did a lot of things on the weekend. On one day, we did everything, it seemed, and talked in Porto. And then by the beach, we had lunch. And then in the evening, I went as well to watch sunset and have a picnic on the beach with one of them. And it was just marvelous. And then the next day, I spent it just with my other friend, who was my longtime friend, Jeanette. But we had wonderful conversations. Not like we had at home, but different conversations. And this was magic. It was just so magical. And I'm sure that everyone has had these experiences. But just think, I thought about it. And one of them said, you know, we may not have this experience again in life. And that became very, very sad in some ways. Because when you look at the period of life, and we had not met in those, 45 years, together, it may not happen again. As my friend said, the squares on the toilet roll become less and less as you get older. And so therefore there's less possibilities. But then you really have to make it happen. You have to make it happen somehow, if that's what you truly, really want. And so I think that there's a piece there of connection, but understanding that we need to do it at any time. We cannot put things in the way to stop us. Of course, the universe will enact and allow us to meet only when the right time is, like this was the right time. We're all in Porto at the same time. How is that a possibility? But the point here is about allowing it to happen and creating it to happen. That's just like we do, is making goals and trying to make that happen. But we get busy in our lives, our separate lives, and we forget about it. But this is the richness of our lives. It's not just the work, which is the richness. It is the friendships. And we talk about family. Family is one thing. Sometimes we forget about family and friendship. In the family as well. And that is important. And sometimes in some families, they don't have friends and they're not friends with each other, and they sometimes separate in families. I know from a very young age, for example, myself, is that my two sisters were much older than me. And they were out of the house by the time I was 6 years old. So I was basically brought up by my mother, and I was brought up alone. My father was working away and only would come home on weekends. So it was a separated family in many ways. But at some point I said, my family is going to be my friends. And that is what I've created all my life, all around the world. As a global nomad, I have people everywhere. And I feel so excited by that. But those people I can just pick up at any time with. And in fact, I'm doing another reunion in September, the beginning of September, with two ladies that I danced with at the Moulin Rouge. And it was going to be so much fun. One of them lives in Hawaii, one lives in Basel, and I'm here in Portugal. And we haven't been together for years. I can't remember the number of years. But this is one of those things that it's about, really important about friendships. It's that love, it's that connection. It's the energetic connection. It is about feeling on the same level. It is that, that touch. And I say that touch is, what is that? It's that je ne sais quoi, as they say in French. What is it? And this is the magic of life. And we must always cherish it and always think about it. So think about it for yourselves. Think about the friends that you haven't talked to. Think of the friends you haven't seen. Get out there, do something, meet up, COVID stopped us, as I said earlier. Don't let it stop you anymore, because, as I mentioned before, the toilet roll runs out at some point in the time, and we say, oh no, I should have. Oh, that person passed away. Oh, I should have. I even talked to a friend of mine the other day. He's an Indian fellow, and he's 82 years old. He's my mentor. He lives in Singapore and Malaysia. And he says, I'm meeting with a friend of mine I haven't seen since I was 13. The first time. He said, I looked for him on Facebook, and he's now going to be in Singapore, and we're going to meet up. And he said, I'm so excited by this. But just think, Facebook is another way of reconnecting. And it's about if you lose people and they come across your mind. Why do they come into your head? It's to be able to spend time with them, to look them up. Spend the time. Don't just say, oh, I'll do that some other time. Because another time may not come. We have to honor that within ourselves. Life is short. We think about it as we grow early in our lives. It's going to go on forever. No, it's not going to go on forever. We don't know what the universe has in store for us all. It's the same with friendship at work, right? It's friendship. Some people say, oh, I don't want to be friends at work. I want to just get on with things. I'm just there at some part. But you know what? You bring your world, yourself to work. And that work is that pleasure, hopefully, in what you're doing. And that also brings your friendship, because friendship lives inside of you. And that's what you're looking for, right?
Absolutely. I fully understand the feeling that you're describing. It's like getting to know your friend while you are young, and getting to know them as today, but the feelings that you had 30 years back. But as you know that and you also mentioned about the universe. Universe has a way to bring people together. Now I have to ask you one question, which is now bugging me for quite some time, which is about why not use the digital media to have a reunion, reconnect with friends. For example, you mentioned you have one friend living in Hawaii and other one in Basel in Switzerland. Why can't you use Zoom connection to have a reunion? Do you think that is a good idea or a bad idea? What do you think?
I think these are all wonderful ideas, but the most important one is actually physically being next to the person. There is this, Chandra, this is great, being with you this way, but I would love to be in India and sit down and chat with you and just be there with you, because there's a different connection, there's a different energy, and we get to sense each other in a different way, because there is this line between us, and it's this technology, which is as they say, you have to, in theater, you have to be past the proscenium. You need to go past the wall, and that wall is the proscenium into the crowd. And it's the same thing. It's very difficult on the digital media to get past that wall. However, you're right. This could be the interim, and this could be the setup to see someone. And you're right. I mean, that's why we have social media. That's why we have, Facebook, Instagram, we have TikTok, we have everything is really about connecting with friends as well. But sometimes we don't use that as friends. We use that as mass spread out of ourselves. And then, there's so many people interconnecting. But a lot of the time we may connect just briefly, but not so. So for example, I have friends on Facebook from Victoria, my old skating days, and they're getting less and less. But when I go back to Victoria, we always have a little reunion, because we know that it's so fun to get together and to see what everyone is doing. And we do. And that is, I believe, so touching in this world.
Well, definitely the physical touch cannot be substituted. Absolutely no second for that. In fact, I would like to pick your mind sometime in future, not today, about this simulation. Are we living in simulated world? So if we are, simulated beings, then the world is moving towards virtual reality and augmented reality. So do you feel that maintaining your connections virtually, will it be the norm in coming future, or it will be like the good old days where you have to travel, catch a bus, take a train, take a tube, and meet your friends? What do you think?
Well, Chandra, I think that if we become completely digitally connected, and then we have missed the whole concept of life and why we are in these human bodies, and our human bodies are to move, and our human bodies are not to just see things visually and to I see through artificial reality, or and it's that is a tool for seeing something. It is not the true reality. The reality is getting outside, and seeing nature and being with nature. This is the human experience, is about being human and using our physical being, our mental being, our hearts, and this is important. If we become so digitally crazed, I sense we'll be lost. There's no point in having these physical beings. We may as well just be pieces of ether in that sense, or just sort of cosmic beings, or maybe that we could beam ourselves up into some sort of, like Star Wars or Star Trek, and so that's a different thing. And I don't want to spend my time constantly in that realm. And I also think that what people are seeing, for example, about people spending time in front of the computer, and this is a physical aspect of your body, starts to malform. You're rounding the shoulders, you're doing all sorts of things. And this comes into it, is that the body wants to move. It doesn't want to sit all the time. And COVID showed us we were sitting a lot, right? And that also has an impression on not on our expression of ourselves, but also our breathing. It's our health at the same time. And that doesn't help us in when we talk about friendships. It really shifts everything. It is about the connection, heart connection, mind connection, physical connection. We have the great thing, what you're talking about, Chandra, is we have options. So we can play life in different options. And that, I think, is great. But it's like anything, getting seduced or certainly addicted to one type of technology or one type of event, or even a drug or alcohol is not particularly good for us either. But friendship
Welcome to Akulmach Business Channel, and my name is Kanchan, and this episode we are discussing a topic regarding Indian currency. You must have seen Mahatma Gandhi's picture on Indian currency. Now the question is, do we really need more heroes to be printed on Indian currency? To discuss this topic, we have a great industry leader, Mr. Sitesh Srivastava. So let's discuss and find out his views. To the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
Well, Kanchan, life is always good when we talk about money.
Definitely, and that's what I was thinking, that you are so passionate about this topic, and that's why we are discussing.
Yeah. With Akulmach Business Live channel, I believe that we all can become another Harvard Business Review one day.
Okay, well, there's a lot of controversy regarding the money, and there's a change of picture. But lately, I've heard that Reserve Bank of India has denied to replace any picture. Though on the other side of the note, they are already placing pictures of like Alora, if you find in rupee 20 rupee denomination, or the Humpy photo, which is again, I guess, in 50 rupees denomination. So why this topic actually has emerged?
Well, Kanchan, there was a very interesting song somewhere in 70s, Aina Wahi Rehta Hai, Chehre Badal Jate Hain. And this was sung by probably Lata ji. And I was just correlating it with our currency notes. Even from the 1950 onwards, when we had our currency notes in India, there was no face till almost like a 15-20 years. It was only the Ashoka pillar and rivers and the mountains of those days currency. Somewhere, I think, somewhere in 70s, it was Mahatma Gandhi's picture on the notes. And from 1996, actually, it was on all the denominations, all currencies. But there has been a request or petition, or civil society has been asking. People have been saying India should be represented by some more celebrities or leaders as such. And recently, there was, in 2016, if I remember correctly, there was a request for having Mr. Ravindranath Tagore or APJ Kalam's pictures. But this has only been like an ask and a request, but there has been no proposal as such. A month back, there was some news in certain newspapers about this, that RBI is thinking, and they have given some watermark pictures to Mr. Shahani, a professor emeritus of IIT Delhi. But those claims have been refuted. There is no consideration of it. But actually, that led me to thinking, is it really needed, first of all? Second thing is that I looked at the world currencies across, and there have been pictures of leaders, pictures of animals, which is kind of little surprising. But picture of leaders is something that has always put me into a thought that either a country is represented by the ethos of the person or the leadership or that particular leader, or there is something else. And where can it stop? Like in American currency, Kanchan, there are 16 presidents on the American dollars. What is your thought?
Well, this is quite a debatable subject, because when we talk about India, so India has a kind of ethos and the stories related to even money and the background, the culture.
And I think notes will not be able to really represent all of them, but at least we can try. Now, when we are talking about Mahatma Gandhi, he is father of nation, and I really feel personally that we cannot replace our father of nation. But at the same time, we would also put across some of the great leaders who were involved in freedom struggle, like Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose. I mean, that where we can put his picture maybe on the backside of the note. But then again, currently, if you see and if you carry any of the notes, there are some historical monuments which is being represented on the notes, and I think that is also a very good gesture of a thought process of Reserve Bank of India. But I will not deny that we have so many great leaders, and they should get a space in the currency. Why not? We should think on those lines.
Yes, Kanchan. So, yeah, the 16 American presidents are there on American dollars. Some are $1. We have George Washington, $5. We have Abraham Lincoln, and then there are other presidents. Here, near to our place, in Iran, Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini is there on the currency of Iran, or Mustafa Kemal Ataturk, who is the founder of the Republic of Turkey and considered as the modern Turkey's father. He is there on the currency. In Pakistan, Quaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah is there. And not long ago, few decades back, Nepal's currency had got the king's picture on that. And Elizabeth too, interestingly, not only is on the British pound and the currency note, and she is the longest serving monarch. She is also there on a British pound. She's there on Australian dollar. She's there on Canadian dollar. Japanese yen was very interesting. It used to have a picture of a novelist called Sosoki Natsume for 10 years. Then it changed to a famed bacteriologist, Noguchi Hideo, which still can be seen on Japanese yen. In Chinese renminbi, yuan, the General Mao Zedong's picture is there. Interestingly, Kanchan, in the Swiss franc, there is a picture of Helvetica, which is not an actual person, but it is the personification of the country. Now, that is very interesting concept. How do you think about a country as a person and draw a picture of that person and put it on the currency? In fact, the Swiss franc is also known as a CHF. It's some Confederito Helvetica, it is named. Helvetica is not a real person. If you see the Swedish krona, the King Carl Gustaf is there. New Zealand dollar, again, Queen Elizabeth is there. So more or less, what I feel is that in the current world, it is the America, USA, which has 16 leaders on currency. But in India, if we start thinking like that, probably Indian currency would become something like those commemorative stamps that were issued by the India Post on various leaders. Like in South Africa, it is Mandela, on all currency notes.
Well, actually, you have raised a quite interesting point. When we are talking about in Indian context, I feel not only the leaders or not only the freedom fighters, but the great kings should be getting a space in the currency. When we talk about Cholas and Chalukyas, I mean, Chola is a dynasty which ruled for the maximum years. When we talk about in the world, the dynastic rule, it was done by Cholas. A part of the area on which they ruled, it was also really very fascinating because no king has ruled to that kind of vast geographical land comprising from India and other Asian countries. So why not? I mean, this is quite a thought-provoking topic, and I think people should think about it, because currency does not only represent the money power, but it also represent the culture and heritage from where these people, I mean, especially India, they are coming from. So I think that representation should be there.
Yeah, I agree. But allow me to agree to disagree with you also a little bit, Kanchan, as we live in the technology world. You see, today in the plastic currency, there is no leader's picture. None of the credit cards, even the government kind of a credit cards, do not have pictures of any leaders. Well, we keep seeing a lot of advertisements on the credit cards itself. And whether it is a Master or a card or a Visa card or even a RuPay, the Indian card, right? So the plastic money does not have a picture. Now let's see the cryptocurrency. What is the image that we have seen? Only the currency symbols there, not even a picture. Then in the electronic payment, there is no way to represent anybody's picture over there, right? It is all a barcode that we just point to the phone, right? So I think it is important to have on the paper currency or on our metal currency some of those images which may be related to some certain leaders who are understood in the length and breadth of the nation. And therefore, as I said, the best solution could be to bring out a limited edition currency like India Post, a commemorative stamp on Mr. Ambedkar, a commemorative currency note on Mr. Vajpayee, right? And I think that could be a collector's items, and that way every leader could be accommodated. And but the only thing is that this should be discussed across the diversity of the continent, the nation, and seen in perspective.
Well, when we talk about the nation, we have a diverse culture and diverse ethnicity also. At the same time, there's some traditions. But I will definitely agree with your point that there's no picture of plastic currency, because I think people are not thinking about that. And there is a scope, because when we see any credit card or debit card, you always find an abstract picture on that, maybe pulse picture. So why not replace with the leaders' pictures? Why not replace with the great kings who has introduced Indianness to all around the world? So I think that is again a point which we can go a little further. And you also mentioned about the cryptocurrency. So when there can be a symbol of the money, crypto money, why can't we have a picture of our great leaders who have contributed so much, and due to their work we are free and we are living so heading our towards progress. So why not? What do you think?
Well, Kanchan, plastic money, I understand. Okay, I would like to see some pictures, and not just leaders. I keep thinking, since I have lived in Japan, I keep thinking it is the collective leadership of politicians, scientists, doctors, students, engineers, who all collectively make a nation. Okay, so for me, a leader is not just a political leader. So yes, on a plastic currency, I would like to see some of those leaders. At the same time, but the challenge with the crypto is that it is really cryptic, Kanchan. And I think none of the world leaders can claim to be cryptic about their people, because they were very, very open, very, very transparent. And there was nothing cryptic about those big leaders, okay, who are, celebrated and respected across the planet, okay? And I think that is where crypto may not get a great icon as a face of it. But plastic currency, yes, of course. And I think that space of a plastic currency is important, where we can find some of the faces. And it is equally important in the Indian scenario to bring about the people who were part of the collective leadership from all walks of life and not just the political spectrum. And that is what is my sincere wish. And another thing, Kanchan, since we have given this idea now to bring people's faces on plastic currency and other places, I'm sure banks are running towards this idea. Let's go and charge them a royalty, Kanchan.
Well, you have raised really a serious thing, because plastic currency, definitely we should have actually a picture of the contributors who has made our life easy, and that's why we are so proud of our culture and heritage. So this is quite a thought-provoking topic, and I would want our listeners and our viewers to really come with the comments and what really they think about this topic. And it is something which it should be debated and debatable. And in the last, I just want to ask you on a personal level, what kind of, a part of Mahatma Gandhi, which picture you want to see in coming future, at least for a new introduction of new notes, and what kind of denomination you are looking at for that particular person?
Well, Kanchan, I think in the modern India, there has to be a mix of leaders from every part of the society. And we have to have a good balance and mix of people who represent us on our currencies. I'm so proud that we have Draupadi Murmu as our president, the first tribal woman in this country. So Indian democracy throws up such surprises for the modern world. And therefore, if you are asking me few names, Kanchan, I would suggest Dr. Homi Jahangir Bhabha, of course, Rabindranath Tagore, Mr. Kalam, Mr. Vajpayee, and there are many other gentlemen who made this nation what it is. Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, of course, Swami Vivekanand. Why are we not thinking about him? Dr. Rajendra Prasad, for that matter, Sachin Tendulkar, right? So I think there are people who need to go as part of the living legacy of modern India. And of course, Raja Chola and Ashoka the Great. Ashoka's emblem is already there. I think there has to be a conscious and decision taken by the dignitaries of this country. And in the Amrit Mahotsav of 75 years of celebration from here till 2047, our 100 years, we should see commemorative currencies.
Well, I just want to add a few names more, because when we talk about India, and we have just forgotten our great rishis, because if we really look back, and we have rishis like Bhaskaracharya, who was a great mathematician, and do you know that his books were translated into Persian, and then later it was translated into English, and that became the key factor for the Renaissance in European countries. So these kind of people, or rishis we are ignoring like Aryabhatta, or rishis we are ignoring like Dhruv, who has given metallurgy. So many rishis had contributed so much. Rishi Kapil, who has discussed about the philosophy of Indian philosophy, and how the cosmology he has described. So that these kind of people should also get a space in our currency, because their contribution cannot be ignored.
Agreed. Like another famous song from Bollywood, Thoda hai, thode ki zarurat hai. And yes, let us make it a movement, Kanchan. Let's petition with RBI.
Yes, actually look forward. I look forward for our viewers to add on few comments, and we will be great to know their opinion and what they say about this topic. And it's quite an interesting topic, Sitesh, today, and it's quite thought-provoking also. So thanks for selecting this topic and letting other people to know about the need and how they can perceive and demand, or maybe create a stir and give us opinion. So definitely, it's quite interesting discussion today.
Sure, Kanchan. If a plastic currency or a currency has got our former PM Lal Bahadur Shastri's picture, it will spend less.
Well, we will be meeting again with these kind of topics in a future episode. But today, I just want to say bye-bye and see you again.
Thank you.
So we had an interesting discussion with Mr. Sitesh Srivastav regarding Indian currency, and I look forward for your comments and your opinion. And we'll be meeting again in next episode. Till then, bye bye, and you take care.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmach Business Channel, and in today's program we will be joined by Mr. Kevin Cotton from Portugal, and we will be discussing about a different kind of investment today. The investment that we never make, and as the wise man used to say that health is wealth, but health is something where we do not invest. Why we do not invest? Why this phenomena is a global phenomena, and what we can do to correct it, how we can take care of physical health as well as mental health. A very interesting discussion is coming up right now. So let's welcome Kevin Cotton for this important conversation. Hello, Kevin. How are you doing today? Welcome to the show.
Thanks very much, Chandra. It's really always fantastic to be with Chandra.
Yes,
And
Kevin.
now, Chandra, you have it.
Yes.
Sorry, you have a new background, and it's lovely.
Thank you so much. I'm sitting in a good place. I'm feeling good about it, and I feel good, rejuvenated. And that is the topic of our discussion today. Health is wealth as we speak. But in most of the professionals' mind, health is taken for granted. Do you have an opinion on that?
Absolutely. I believe truly, and it came to me very, very strongly this year because of health situations. And I believe that health is an investment. We need to think of it as not only as a financial investment to invest in our health, but we also see it as an investment in this vessel that we have. And this vessel is the only thing we have is if we're going to be able to use our mind, or we're going to use our heart, we got to be able to move. This is an investment in how we do this. And as you said, we take it for granted. We totally do. I've taken my health for granted for all my life, pretty much, I would say, is to think, okay, I keep physical, I keep strong, I keep sports, and I'm a vegetarian, so I think, okay, everything is cool. But it was very interesting when I moved to Portugal. I woke up one day and my hands, I could not move them. And I was freaked out. I thought, what has happened? What has happened? Because we need our hands to be able to move, to be able to, and it happened to be my left hand, and I'm left-handed so much. And I thought, oh, this is scary now. And so it's like we have to hit a wall in anything before we do anything about it. And so what I did was I thought, okay, what is the problem, first of all? And so I was trying to look into it and went to some osteopaths and to acupuncturists and things like this. And what I found, and which I have a problem with, is its repetitive use. So in other words, like carpal tunnel they used to talk about, it's now the whole hand is being affected. And the shoulders are being affected, and the elbows, everything is interconnected. And and I asked the doctors, and they said it's getting worse and worse and worse. And COVID was one of the worst because we were constantly on the computers and not being, ergonomically correct is what they were saying, as we have been saying for a long time. But, most of us don't even listen to it, right? So anyway, it was sad. And so anyway, I decided I need to invest. And so I found a fellow who I've known for quite some time, and he's a health body design specialist. And I used to work with him as a trainer when I was living in Brussels back in the early 2000s. Anyway, he's been following me, and he follows what I do and everything, and we've reconnected. And I said, okay, you know what? I want to invest with you because I see that you have expanded also your knowledge. It's not just in lifting weights and physical courses. It is about health. It's about the wholeness. And even when we talk about spirituality, and even we talk about a variety of things, so we set up a program. And so he has me on a variety of different superfoods, and to change my diet, and to do a variety of things, and to get my legs stronger, my arms stronger, my body stronger, because I lost a lot of weight and muscle during COVID because of really not doing an awful lot. So consequently, I thought this is an important investment. Recently, I went for lunch with friends of mine the other day, and I said, I am investing in my health. And they went, investing in your health? I said, yes, it's an investment, and you need to think of it as a tangible investment. And they said, I never thought of it that way, but it absolutely is. So anyway, I spend money. I invest money into my health now and well-being. And of course, many people have been doing this for many, many years. However, my suggestion is that we need to think about it on a very conscious level as well. So, so that's how it all started, even though I've been putting off also buying different types of health insurance. And we all talk about travel insurance. As a nomad, you need to have insurances. And I have to say, been very reluctant a lot of the time. And now as the push has come to shove, and now it's so expensive because of my age, that I totally believe that you need to have as much insurance as possible as well, as if you're going to be global. And even if you're in a country that doesn't have a lot of socialized medicine. So anyway, that's my thought at this point in time, so we can talk about it further in detail.
Well, Kevin, you're right. We must have health insurance, to cover our expenses when we need them most. However, I have a very different question. When you talk about health and you talk about, the posture-related problems and also the lifestyle-related problem, I think more than the insurance, you can correct them. For example, you can actually buy these gadgets which are not unfriendly for your hands, etc. And there could be eating habits, like you said, you're vegetarian. So would you like to talk about those things? And apart from having the health insurance, but how can we improve our lifestyle to maintain our physical health? Would you like to share some experiences?
Sure. Some really interesting things that I have realized, and that is, first of all, many people know about meditation. And meditation is one of the things which I think it gets us to a calmer state of being, and which helps our whole being. It helps our breathing. We need to focus on the breathing. We need to allow ourselves to be able to journal, perhaps from time to time. And the reflection. We've talked about this before, is that reflection is what I call the breakfast of champions. And that goes into meditation, that goes into breathing, that goes into all of these aspects. And this is part of the investment in your health. So reflection, for example, is one of those aspects that I have with my coaching clients. I have asked, what is bothering? And they said, we don't have enough time to reflect. We don't have time to reflect. We don't have time to reflect. My question to them is what if you don't reflect? What are the hazards if you do not? And they sort of get startled and they think about it. So the coaching sessions have become more like reflective sessions for a lot of these executives and managers, and to be able to find ways forward. But that's one of the aspects. And so that's it, it's the meditation. The physical aspect, there's all sorts of physical things such as yoga. We can do it online, offline. How we do it, I prefer is a true connection, as being in a room with other yogis or people that are aficionados. And I like exercise in a group, as more, it's inspiration because people are around you. If you're doing it by yourself, it's like, digging into yourself. But it's another way. and we all have our ways of doing these things. But for me, I've done a lot of walking. And in fact, this is how I've done a lot of my meetings as well, is I call it the Milwaukee Talkie. And this is so inspirational because it is, if you do it in nature, first of all, nature is one of those zones which is neutral to all of us. When we have it in a business meeting, in an organization or whichever, there is one place that the one side is not in the neutral, they're in their comfort zone, and the other is not in their comfort zone because it's not their organization. And when you put it into nature, everyone is on a level playing field because you don't have all those other entrapments. Then there is, and also when I was this weekend, it was also interesting. It's so hot at the moment in Lisbon. I said there's a lot of hills in Lisbon, and so you walk up in the middle of the day in the heat. But when you go into a park, we found, my friend and I, as soon as we entered the park, there was this wind and this coolness, and it dropped the temperature. And this is important for us as well, is understanding that, but drinking, nature has this cooling effect on us, and also to drink a lot of water. This are the simple things that we know, but most of us do not do them. And we don't factor them into our days. For me, I factor them into my day, and I walk a lot instead of riding the bus. Sometimes I do, or the train. I don't drive a car. I don't have a car, and I don't even like sitting in a car, to tell you the truth. I get stiff. I don't move around. And if I drive, I fall asleep. It makes me so paralyzed. It's like, oh, not healthy, that for sure. But there are many, many apps which are amazing to be able to help you on a variety of different aspects. For example, I have one that I'm using right now. It's called Nerva. And my David, who is my body designer, he suggested it because of my IBS and my irritable bowel syndrome, all right, to be able to help that. And it's a hypnotherapy, more like, it's a lot like meditation and breathing and whichever, but it's a program which helps to focus on the gut and to be able to, and this is also a big problem for many people, is the gut, because it is also interconnected with the systems, the eating systems, and also this nerve systems. And so we need to inspire the parasympathetic nervous systems over top of the sympathetic, which is the one that goes into the stress and the fight or flight. So we have a variety of different aspects in our lives, whether it be spiritual, and that maybe people are religious in that particular sense, and that helps people. But the spirituality of finding out more important what is about yourself, and to be able to look at your life from a more important aspect, what is important, and to be able to find different ways that make us happy and allows us to be joyful. And that is an investment into itself, as to how do we do this? What are the actual aspects of our life that make us joyful, and get rid of the negative elements? I'm just on a meditation course at the moment online, and one of the thoughts is that we really need to think about our heart as gold. Our heart is the gold which gives us this life that we have, but in that is an investment in our heart, not just the physical heart, but the heart in a spiritual aspect as well. So it's really about finding, what is this vessel? How important is this vessel to you? We so often just disregard what we eat, don't eat well, eat on the fly, and I'm a culprit of that. And now I'm trying to be very scheduled because he has me on a schedule. So yeah, there's lots of different aspects that we can use, different apps, different ways to look at people. I mean, Instagram, there's so many people, and you think, well, who's the best with the best? And that, I think for that is that referrals are always important. as to how was it like working with this person? What did they do for you? What was it? And I think referrals, I've always believed referrals to be the best way forward, because there's so much information out there. How do you know which is the best? Who's the best person? And they all say they're the best. And referrals, so that you, and that again is an investment, is the research into that. So it's all about investing time, it's investing energy, it's investing what's important to you.
Well, Kevin, you have mentioned a couple of things which are very important. Like, for example, you said investing time, which is also investing revenue, investing money in it, because your time is equal to money. So you first have to invest time, and then you have to invest in apps, and then you have to also spend time further, more time, to check out the referrals. And then there are different ways of basically doing your health routine. Have you heard about the music therapy? And there are other form of therapy like aromatherapy. Do you believe in them? And if you do believe in them, what is your opinion on these unconventional therapeutic sessions, which are also available online?
I believe that each person has their own resonance to what works for them and which fits and feels like that balance within yourself. Music therapy, for one, I mean, if you're a music lover, that the sound of music is a very therapeutic. Different types of music are very therapeutic. I was always involved with music because as a choreographer, I always had music around me. But you know what? I wasn't listening necessarily to music for enjoyment. I was listening to music for the focus of how do I use that music in the work that I do as a choreographer. And then there was a point where I said, I don't want to listen to any more music. I've had enough of the music. And for years, I wasn't listening. I didn't have it around me. Now, I have Spotify, which I believe Spotify is a fantastic place to be. It's so many different tracks and so many different so much music there, and I just have it often. In fact, I would have had it underneath this, but I enjoy to have very, very much music around. I think it's very therapeutic. And then aromatherapy that you talk about, or any of the other types of therapies, I believe that they also have an effect as well. There's subtler effects. Some people have dramatic effects with them, whatever that might be, physical or emotional or whichever, that they do have effects. And I think the discovery of all of these alternatives is really quite miraculous. Some work for us and some don't. So, I mean, it's a choices, and the great thing that we have choices. So I totally agree with exploring and investing time. And what are those? It's about getting curious. It's like going nomading. What does it work? What works? What doesn't? I think the first point, though, is the decision. It's like anything, right, Chandra? Is that you need to decide where am I going to invest that? And as you said early, is investing money. I decided that, okay, how do I invest my money, or how do I spend my money is the point. And what is most important? And so I thought, I have to get rid of certain spending aspects because I need to channel that into what is most important for me. So that's getting rid of stuff. You don't need to buy extra clothes. Oh, that's a pretty outfit. I don't really know. Or that's a fantastic jacket. Do I need it? No, but it's just fabulous to have. No, I mean, it's so immediate that happiness sometimes goes. It's certainly investing in your health takes longer to see the results, and that takes patience, but you have to decide what's important to you in your life, right?
Absolutely. And I think what you're trying to say is not to be impulsive, not to take impulsive decisions. And that brings me to the most important question here, which is related to the mental health, because all this while we've been talking about the physical needs and the body of requirement and different things. And you mentioned briefly earlier that there are meditations which will control the mind, and the total health is about body and soul is nothing but mind. But doing meditation is very hard. It's very difficult for a lot of people to do meditation. Do you have any other suggestion other than meditation to control your mind so that you people who are watching this program can follow those easier remedies and be happy in life?
I think the problem is that most people have the wrong impression of what is meditation. And most people come to me, oh, I cannot meditate. I cannot meditate. I cannot meditate. Why can't you meditate? Because I can't clear my mind. I can't get rid of it. I can't, it keeps on going. I said, meditation doesn't say that you have to get rid of the mind. What's going on in your mind is to slow it down, to watch it, and to be able to breathe with it. It's not about the fast ticker tape that goes back and forth, which happens for everyone. It's not about getting rid of it. Eventually, as you slow yourself down and breathe, it will become less important. And that's the whole idea of meditation, right? And then to go deeper. Breathing is the most valuable tool we can in our life to do. And most of us don't know how to breathe because we take it for granted. If we don't breathe, we don't walk. And so we just take it for granted. Breathing, most of us, because we sit so much, we don't breathe well because we're only breathing a little bit from the chest, right? And from the lungs, instead of deep breathing. And that's what's important about it, is breathing, is getting the oxygen and to get everything deeper into you so that you ground yourself. One of the other aspects in which meditation you talked about as other ways is what's called grounding. Do you know what this means, grounding?
I'm eager to know about it.
So grounding is about the interconnection between you and the universe, or to you and the ground. So in other words, you know how sometimes that people will, if there's a lightning strike, that they also put something into the ground so that it grounds it, so that it doesn't become a huge catastrophe. You have grounding. And that's what they would do with a house. It's to ground it from against electrical storms. It's the same for ourselves, is that we're energetic beings. And the land is also energetic. And so getting our feet out of shoes, and I know a lot of Indians don't wear shoes and they wear sandals and whichever, but we're still in a disconnection of that leather or that sole or the rubber against, which is stopping the energetic flow which comes through from the earth. And then we have concrete, and then we have all of these things that are on top of it. I have been spending time in the ocean, just putting my feet in the ocean, and also feeling the waves, and also just walking in the sand. And yesterday I was walking in the water with my friend, and there was all these shells that were broken up, and it was just like using my feet to play with the sand, and it's like acupuncture under the feet. This is a grounding, and this is also like meditation. So watching nature is about meditation, walking in nature, but not walking with your speaking and talking all sorts. It's being silent. And I don't mean just walking, but I mean watching and looking at nature, touching nature, with your hands, and people say, oh, hug a tree. Yeah, why not hug a tree? I mean, it is about connection with nature then. And it is about this. So you can meditate in so many different ways. Journaling is a fantastic way of doing this. I am in the process of adding a new book to my series of books, and it is more of a reflective journal, and it's called, at the moment, the working title is Chapters, Move On, a reflective journal. So people creating their own chapters in their life as they write. It could be one sentence, it could be 6 sentences. But this is, and it will be a nudging book to help you nudge to become much more reflective, or also work on yourself as a self-improvement. But it's I believe in the totality of the body. So meditation, as you talked about, is one. But these are other aspects that you can also learn to be meditative.
Well, Kevin, when you're talking about feeling the ground grounded, I actually read somewhere that the elephants, they have the ability to feel the vibrations from 10 kilometers away, and they can feel the ground, and they can sense what is going on. And I also read that even humans had that tendency to feel the ground when we were cavemen, and now we have lost it. So I think the point is very clear. What you're trying to say is that there is no single solution. There could be multiple solutions there, but I think the most important thing is to basically know exactly what works for you and what doesn't, and for that requires little bit of experimentation. And you mentioned about feeling the nature, and if you can't go in nature, you can buy a virtual reality headset and feel it.
Yeah, but it's so important to take those shoes off. You know, I did this in a speech recently, is that I did my speech barefoot, and I asked everyone in the audience to take their shoes off, because now they were able to feel something else, and also feeling the ground, because I was talking about grounding a little bit. It's how it's important for you to evolve and to breathe and to be able to get them working together, is this whole sense of being able to feel the ground. And I totally agree with you about the elephants. And, you know, I mean, isn't that true that, for example, when they had the earthquakes in Indonesia, right, is that in Thailand, the elephants and the animals, they all left the higher ground before people because they knew that it was happening. Something was happening. And when I was with nomadic cultures, this is exactly what they do. They watch the animals to know what's happening in nature, what's happening in the climate, what's happening in the temperature, because the animals will tell them what is going on. And they were, you know, of course, they're so connected with nature, so they feel it. And yes, shoes have been fabulous, but shoes have also disconnected us from a lot of that nature. Do you remember when you just would run around with your shoes off all the time, and how freeing that also feels?
Yes, so shoes in a way are insulating us from the reality. So I think it was a very it is a very good conversation, and we can go on. But I think the message that you have given us today is to practice two things. One is take care of your physical health, make sure that you have enough covers, and also look at your mental health, what works for you and what doesn't. Each person can figure out, and if they need any help in figuring that out, they can reach out to you through us or directly to you. So I think it was a wonderful conversation I had with you today, Kevin.
Thank you. And may I just finish that with adding that this is an investment, and a financial, but also a spiritual and emotional and mental investment. These are investments for our well-being and for our whole totality of who we are. And it depends on how you want to invest. Like anything, right?
Absolutely, Kevin. Absolutely. So wonderful talking to you today, and I will catch you next week on some other profound subject. Until then, have a good time.
Great. Thanks enough, Chandra. See you again. Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Friends, we had a very interesting discussion with Kevin, and he gave us a lot of ideas how we can start investing in health, whether it is taking an insurance cover, or whether it is walking, or taking some mental health program, or downloading an app. The choices are many. Hope you know this conversation was useful for you. If you have any comments or suggestion, don't forget to write in. And if you want to talk to Kevin and you know, gather more ideas about this particular aspect, do write in. The emails are given in the description below. So as always, thanks for watching, and I will catch you again in the next one.
Welcome to Akulmach Business Channel. My name is Kanchan, and in this episode, we will be discussing about a very crucial point, and that is depreciation of Indian rupee. And our guest is Mr. Sitesh Srivastav, who is an industry leader. So let's welcome him. Hello, Sitesh. Welcome to the show. And today we are discussing very interesting subject.
So how are you today?
I'm well and very, very happy because we are going to talk about money.
Yes, definitely. Money, which is, we are really in love of money, or all of us, and we keep on trying to earn more and more money. But the question is that now rupee has a rise compared to the dollar has difficulty. It has fallen because if you see the current rupee status, it is crossed 79 rupee per dollar. So why this kind of rupee is degrading? Any idea? And how do you see how economy is going towards, especially in India?
Yes, Kanchan, while rupee makes our lives go up and down, tumbling and again going up, it is very interesting to see the journey of Indian rupees. You know, it was almost equal with the American currency, the dollar, in 1947. And children of today will not believe this, that in 1947, $1 was 1 rupee. So 75 years of India's freedom, and the dollar is touching little more than 75. So we can see how much the rupee is depreciated. As of yesterday, 79.72 against the greenback. So the rupee has depreciated by 79 percentage points since 1947. And that is a very interesting journey. And it has to be seen in a very, academic point of view to understand why this happens and why this has happened. So let's see. We can go to America and earn money rather.
Yeah, but I think all of us cannot go to America because we have to deal with our Indian rupee. And I also want to tell you because maybe ask you that since now the government has come out with a strict regulation by RBI, it said that all the purchases, all exports should be done in Indian rupee. And like Russia also, because first few months when they have already dictated that if any country wants to purchase the crude oil, they have to pay in rubles. So likewise, Indian state is also issuing these kind of orders. So how you really see when we see how we are managing? I mean, when we talk about the government and IBI, how we are managing depreciation of the rupee?
Well, on one side, Kanchan, we see that Indian rupee is being, accepted in multi-geographies, and India's NPCI, that's the Payment Corporation or Payment Council of India, they are trying to go out and make more acceptances for Indian rupees. Still, it is very interesting to see why Indian rupee has slided. It will touch probably 80 very soon. And if you see the world currencies also, the euro and the pound, they are also losing their sheen so much. And if we are seeing that the euro is almost going to be connected to the dollar rates. So euro starts somewhere right now with 87 and dollar with 79, not very far. They can become friends very soon with as compared to the Indian rupee. But it's very interesting. When I did my little research, Kanchan, there are, we have to understand the India's rupee basically from the three different segments. One is the pre-forex crisis. One is the forex crisis and the devaluation that happened. And the third is the post-liberalization. So when we say the pre-forex crisis, we actually, as I started saying, Indian rupee was equal to dollar in 1947. But that time, the dollar rates versus Indian rupee was not published on a daily basis, probably by Reserve Bank of India. So that kind of data of everyday rupee versus dollar has been there since Morarji Desai government, somewhere in 1977. And interestingly, Kanchan, that was the time when actually Indian rupee actually appreciated against dollar. There was a brief period that the dollar versus rupee actually moved ahead, and from after Morarji Desai government or the Janta government, the first opposition government in this country, after that Morarji Desai's government, the Indian rupee has been depreciating, and that has been across, whether it was our Gujral Saab's government or Mr. Deve Gowda's government or Chandrasekhar's government, Manmohan Singh's government, version 1, version 2, and now we see our current government. And therefore, it is very interesting to see what is the pre-Forex crisis, what is the Forex crisis. In 1991, we had a balance of payments scenario. And balance of payment actually forced us to devalue our currency very, very sharply. And if you see the statistical data, that was the time when Indian currency was slid almost like 11% as against to the dollar. And this is interesting to note that within various governments today, we are saying that what is happening, Indian currency is going down. But technically speaking, if you see as compared to the BRICS nations currencies, Indian currency, despite being depreciated, is actually very stable currency. And this stability can also have a mapping with the Chinese currency also, which is also very stable, though it seems to be very much depreciated with the current rate of the Chinese yuan. So it is very interesting to learn these rupee movements. At the same time, governments push to take Indian rupee and make it more acceptable in the various financial destinations of the world is actually a very good move, Kanchan.
Yes, as you mentioned the China, because you have seen that China's currency has around 5% of depreciation in the last few months, and India is also not very far behind. But and as you mentioned that we are making strong Indian rupee in other countries also, because there are around, I think, as 23 countries where we are more keen to float our currency. But another question is, since we are facing a downtime, and at the same time we are also, government is also coming up with a lot of export oriented policies, and they are also calling other investors in India, and half of them they have invested, but still due to this depreciation of rupee, the companies have just waiting to really and seeing the right time for the investment. But if we really see about the demand and supply, it has this whole thing has risen in last few months, and I think that is equating the depreciation and the all other money depreciation and the economy. So what do you really say about this, and what you see in the future?
Kanchan, it is the government of the current times which takes the decision based on all the parameters that are available in the global financial world, the data which is being released, the data that is being seen in the different stock exchanges every day. And most of the time when the country has to borrow, the currency has to be devaluated. And that has been our when in 1962 we had a wars with China in 62, another one in Pakistan with 1965. So it resulted in a huge deficit on India's budget, forcing the government to devalue the currency against the dollar. And and the rupee's link with the British currency was broken in 1971, and that time it was linked to the US dollar. And in somewhere in 75, Indian rupee was pegged at 88.39 for a dollar. And as I said, in 1991 we faced a balance of payment crisis, and that actually, our currency was devalued very, very sharply, which was because of the high grip of inflation, low growth. Foreign reserves were not even worth to meet 3 weeks of imports. Today, the balance of payments, the GDP, and all of those parameters, which are basically taken in the international market by the rating agencies to downgrade or upgrade our economy, this all actually impacts the rupee's movement or currency's movement. So it is very interesting to see. Just 2007, it was like $1 was 45 rupees. Then in 2019, it was 79 rupees, 70 rupees. And today we are seeing 79 rupees. So while we see what was the situation in pre-forex crisis, when we started borrowing externally, we had to devaluate. So it became a forex crisis, balance of payments, especially during Chandrasekhar's government, where we had to keep our gold as a collateral into the international markets. Then the post-liberalization after P.V. Narasimha Rao and Mr. Gujral and Vajpayee's time. So there have been a gradual move of this depreciation. I don't think that we should see this depreciation only from a negative angle, Kanchan. It should basically help us in more exports, where we get more forex, and it should also help us put our currency at a place where it is commanding its respect, which always does not come from being at the top. If that would have been the case, that a dollar or a pound or a euro would have always been the most respected ones. But we know China's currency, we know China's might, we know with that kind of a smaller China's currency value, still it is the global manufacturing at the hem of it, right? So Japanese currency, it is the exchange is seen as from the 100 yen rather than 1 yen. It's a very interesting. So this is all about, I think, the economists plus the finance ministers of the world, and I think that Indian currency is being strengthened. While it looks it is depreciating, I feel it is getting strengthened. And couple of geographies, our India's NPCI is going, where Indian currency would be seamlessly available for trade and exchange at the airport. You will just, and I also heard in the Russian case that you mentioned, Russian banks are managing payments in Indian rupees. So they keep the Indian rupees balances, so that there is no conversion at all somewhere. So nobody is paying conversion fee, and that is what is actually pushing the India's currency value. I'm sure this is not as as fancy as it should be, but I think it should be seen from a very, very delicate balance of the international financial markets across every day.
Yes, you mentioned very rightly, and if we really see the depreciation of the money and a recession and in a couple of parts of the world, so all of the countries, they are going towards that phase. But still, when we say about the depreciation of Indian rupee, but we are very, very different if we compare to the Turkey or to Pakistan, where they are facing so much problem in their economy. And you have mentioned rightly that yes, India has stopped buying dollars, if you know, and they are more enthusiastic in spending the Indian rupee or asking other people to give the money in Indian rupee. So that is a great move, and the last point I would like to, or last thought I would like to say, maybe for 2 years, because after the 2 years there is an election. So how far we can reach towards economic growth?
That's an interesting question and also a political one, which I think I'm not a political pundit. So I can only observe and gauge from what is happening, not just in India, but across the region, Asia Pacific or the Western Asia. The war is looming in the Russia-Ukraine has, crossed 5 months now. So this all, along with, other situations in the world financial markets. Recently, we were in WTO for asking for certain liberalizations and see all of us into the more or less the same equal footing. I think the Indian economy is moving towards a strength, and Indian rupee, though from a NRI perspective, people who are sending in dollars, they can definitely make a better return on that because of the movement. But at the same time, it is the purchasing power. It is the foreign inflow in the economy. And it is important to invest in India today. Across the globe, this is the sentiment. India is a great destination for investment. Despite money being at that levels today, the way India is progressing from the manufacturing part, from the inflow of foreign investment which is coming in FDI, I think up to the general election, we will definitely see a much stronger rupee in terms of its purchasing power, in terms of its parity, in terms of its respect, and in terms of its weight which it carries in the international banking channels, monetary fund, economic forums, and the way that we are creating the unicorns in this country. By 2024, the word Sunicorn will go away.
Yes, we hope for the best, and there's one point, because we are also working towards Atmanirbhar Bharat, and that will also add in economic and economic development. And it was quite a thought-provoking discussion, Hitesh, and we look for the best, and we respect. We look forward to get the due respect of our Indian rupee in the future. So we'll be meeting again with the next topic, and we'll discuss about that topic in future episodes. Till then, bye-bye, and you take care.
Thank you, Kanchan. Let's go and trade dollars now.
Sure. Any day. Bye-bye.
So we had a quite interesting discussion with Mr. Sitesh Srivastav regarding the depreciation of Indian rupee and the economy. So I look forward for your comments and your ideas. I'll be meeting again in the next episode with a thought-provoking topic. Till then, bye-bye. Take care. Welcome to Akulmach Business Channel. My name is Kanchan, and today in this episode, we are discussing a very thought-provoking subject with Mr. Sitesh Shrivastava, and the subject is Indian Constitution. And as you know that Indian Constitution is quite unique in its spirits and content. To discuss more about this subject, let's meet Sitesh Shrivastava. I'll be meeting with you in a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. So welcome to the show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
Well, Kanchan, once again, Mukhatib in front of you, ready to discuss on something which is really relevant for all of us.
Yes, and as we were discussing yesterday evening, that Constitution of India, which is a kind of example to other countries who are following democracy, and you know that it was came into force on 26 January 1950, and it comprises of three parts, which is preamble and the laws and articles and amendments. So what really you feel, or you have any comment which describe Indian Constitution? How really do you react to it?
Well, Kanchan, Indian Constitution is the handwritten constitution. And Mr. Raizada, who had written this constitution in with his hand, it must have taken a lot of conviction to write it in hand and not publish it, because the publishing technology was still there. And that too, to understand the volume that was written in 2 years, 11 months, 18 days. That kind of discussion by the Constituent Assembly, and then Mr. Raizada to write it with his own hand, because he was one of the best calligrapher available, and he didn't charge a fee for it. It's a massive volume of a document, and it is the document by which the modern India exists from 26 January 1950, because after 15th August 1947, it took 2 years, 11 months, 18 days time to write it. So it is a document which all of us as a citizen of India must read, must believe, must trust, must breath throughout our lives. And the beauty of this constitution is about the flexibility as well as its strictness together and finding a good balance.
Well, you have rightly said, and yeah, we have to really go down to this unique and so good Constitution of India. Now, since we had been following this Constitution for long, and we believe in that, most of the people believe in that. So, how you really feel when people sometimes go away from Constitution and they want to do something which is not prescribed in the Constitution?
When the Constitution was written and adopted somewhere in November 1949, it was written with all the diversity in this country that was available at that point in time, and lot of freedom was given for the constitution writers and upcoming lawmakers to change it, as the country was supposed to be changing. A new country was born in 1947, and the new constitution in 1950. So the early constitution said that it would be subject to change, depending on the new government's new thought processes. Because the early Constituent Assembly believed that the writers are, or most of the people are freedom fighters. They understand the pain that the people of India had to go through to do away with the British dominion. But 1950 onwards, when the Constitution came in effect, there were a couple of instances where the basics, the essential pillars of the constitutions were contested, and they were tried to be asked to be changed, or requested or petitioned to be changed. But somewhere, a very landmark case happened somewhere in 1973, Kanchan, which is called Keshavanand Bharati case. It is a landmark judgment in which, 13 of the judges from the Supreme Court, they sat and they decided, 7 in favor, 6 in oppose, that the fundamental structure cannot be changed of our constitution. Everything else can be either directive principles, it could be certain clauses, certain, amendments, and there are many amendments. If I'm correct, Kanchan, there have been almost like 115 plus amendments to our original constitution. And that is the subject that made me thinking. We are in the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, 75th year. It's a very proud moment for all Indians that we are in this time to see the growth, and we are witnessing our place in the modern world. But the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav is basically trying to put a template for 2047, 1947. I pray me, you, and the whole Akulmach team, we should be able to see our 2047 together. But for that, the Constitution needs to keep up. And that's what we want to discuss.
Yes, actually, as you know, that Constitution is comprises of 392 articles in 22 pages, 22 parts actually. And when we, as you mentioned, that it is a profound document which is being written in India after the independence. So I would really want to know that how many people are really understand and know, they read, and how we can really persuade them, or we maybe ask them to just go through the Constitution so there's no ambiguity in following the laws.
Kanchan, that is a very operational question that not one authority can basically promote or enforce. But in the schools are the best place where it needs to be taught, and it does not need to be taught to fulfill a subject marks for the exams. It needs to be taught with full ethos and the essence that needs to be brought out. Probably in today's schooling, it can be brought out in small chunks of information rather than a big verbose kind of a statements or the book itself. And therefore, it is not a responsibility of just a school or an institution. It's also responsibility of families to teach their children and encourage them to read some portions of it and understand the essence behind it. But the discussion that I want to do is the beauty of our constitution, which was adopted in 1950. It has got some beautiful sections, the methodologies, which have been based on Government of India, Act 1935, British Constitution, Canadian Constitution. To my surprise, South African Constitution also has lent some of our thoughts in our Constitution. Japan Constitution and Germany's constitution and the erstwhile USSR constitution. But as I said, the fundamental structure cannot be changed, and only the directive principles and some questions need to be asked from Azadi's and Amrit Mahotsav from today till 2047, how our constitution should be. What are the changes that it should ask itself through the parliament? So the parliament itself cannot change the basic structure of a constitution, and that's a very interesting part. If constitution cannot change if the parliament can't change the constitution, who can? It's the Constituent Assembly itself who has the right to do that. So there are certain questions like the 7th schedule, section 243, and whether in the coming 2047, do we need a Rajya Sabha at all? And there are several such questions that need to be asked. And in the changing scenario, changing lives, changing lifestyles, and the modern world.
Since you know that whenever there are few things which are set up, they are either there's nothing we can say that we cannot change this, and there are always an option to really move with the time and change few things. Though as you mentioned that the basic structure cannot be changed, but I would like to ask you, what is that part of the constitution you appreciate? That is one, and what part you really want to change, which can bring more goodness to Indians and India as a nation.
So, Kanchan, goodness of the constitution is something that we all have been studying in our academic lives. We have been hearing about the parliamentary debates. We read in the editorials of the newspapers, and some good journalism always insists on talking about goodness. I would like to focus on the changes. Somewhere the questions that need to be thought by not just the legal fraternity, but also the parliament and the people of this country from now till 2047. There are some questions that need to be asked. The first of this question, Kanchan, is the 7th schedule, which talks about the optimal level of government for providing public goods. Now, if you see, this is basically directly inherited from the Government of India Act 1935. And that actually is about the providing of the public goods. And when we say public goods, then the moment we say public goods, there are reforms. And when we say reforms, then how come there is a situation where a right to property is no longer a fundamental right? And that was the situation in Kashmir, a right to property. So the constitution has to answer that. The next is what is the meaning of a socialism? It is not just that it is there about the preamble, the Representation of People's Act. Every political party in India must be socialist, whatever that expression should mean, Kanchan. The next is that, do we want the present definition of the Article 12, Article 39? Do we want the state to ensure that there is no increase in concentration of wealth and means of production? What is the role of directive principles of a state policy? And what are our views? Next is Rajya Sabha, as I said. Since the domicile requirement is gone, do we need a second chamber at all, Kanchan? Do we need those postings where we generally feel Rajya Sabha? What does it do? Right? And then going forward, another question is that criminalization of politics. What is our productivity of the legislature? What are those sections which need a relook? For example, Article 324 to 329, and also the emergency provisions, which are 352 and 360. And another thing, Kanchan, is that if the governance is about delivering public goods optimally, how can one state which can have a population of 200 million and another is of 600,000, how can one have a geographical area of 3,700 square kilometers and another can have 3,42,000 square kilometers? In other words, if I have to tell you, shouldn't we have in mind a second state reorganization commission and consider the distribution of legislative powers? And therefore, one state like Uttar Pradesh is such a big state, whereas we have a Kerala, we have a Telangana and Delhi. So, you cannot have a uniform, situations or laws around those. So, the constitution needs to think about those. And also, do we need to have a fresh definition of a citizenship? That is a very important question. What is last few years that we are seeing in CAA, NRC, and others like that. So there needs to be a fresh definition of a citizenship in the changing world. And also, what about the process for amending the constitution itself, which is Article 368? It is actually, when I talk to you, it sounds like a laundry list. But, I don't want our constitution to become vintage. I want it to be a living document. And I want the students of 2047 schools and colleges read our constitution as a fresh document, having the historical glimpses and flavors, but a constitution which caters to modern Indian subcontinent.
Well, you have raised a quite thought-provoking points. This discussion is such a long discussion, and we won't be able to really complete it in a limited time. And I think we have to really do a lot of introspection, and we have to go forward and maybe do a couple of series. But before I end this show, I would like to ask you only one question, and this is not a limited one because we will be discussing more about this, and as I told you, it's quite a thought-provoking topic. Now, when you say the new way of citizenship, and what kind of freshness and new parameters of citizenship you would like to really recommend and to people or people of India, and what you really think about it?
To start with, Kanchan, in Indian constitution allows for single citizenship, just one citizenship. But we know that there are some countries where a dual citizenship is also allowed. Does that dilute the citizens' loyalty towards one country? That's a very debatable question. So there are countries where people can have, multiple citizenships. I'm sure too, I know there could be more as well that I don't know. But my thinking about a citizenship is today we talk about a modern world, which is kind of manipulated or controlled by technology. So we all take pride in saying that we are global citizens. So the definition of a global citizen should be incorporated into the country's citizenship as well. As much as we want our people to move around the country, we also want them to move out and in and out in the country, again, international regions. So the citizenship definition needs to have a broader outlook. And that's my submission.
Well, with Sitesh, we have discussed quite thought-provoking idea about constitution and what we really look forward. So I'm leaving all of you with this idea and look forward for your comments and how you would like to react or comment on the subject of discussion. So we'll be meeting again and look forward for your comment once again. Take care. Bye.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmach Business Channel, and I am very honored and thrilled to have a distinguished guest on our show today. His name is Kevin Cottam and he is joining us from Portugal. He is the CEO of Go Nomading PTE Limited, headquartered in Singapore, but truly a global company. Kevin has been helping a lot of senior executives with their life journey as well as their professional journey. And today we have a very important subject to discuss, which is about the commonalities and why we should not look at differences but rather focus on commonalities. So without further ado, let me welcome Kevin for this discussion. Welcome to Akulmach Business Channel. How are you doing today?
I'm doing well, Chandra. Thanks so much for being here again and inviting me to be here together. I really enjoy our experiences and our conversations are always good.
Absolutely, Kevin. I think pleasure is mine. And today you're joining us from Portugal, and we have a very interesting discussion lined up around the differences and the commonalities. So, what do you feel about commonalities among people, and where people go wrong in terms of understanding each other? Your opening comments, Kevin.
Yeah, I think that a personal opinion, and when we look at a variety of different aspects, whether you look at negotiation, when you look at diversity, you look at all sorts of meetings and these political aspects, and we look at also organizations, is that often the challenge is, and it starts off with the differences. And by looking at the differences, we don't get to the commonalities very well, and it takes a longer time. I believe that we should start looking at the commonalities of a negotiation or even in any type of relationship first before we start looking at all of the differences. Because what the differences tend to do, they tend to separate us, and therefore we get standing in our own ground, and then we can start to have this problem. But we can also look at differences as looking at them as an opportunity to find the commonality. And I think that is probably the understanding that I believe is important, is that within differences, we can find the opportunity for success in the conversation, in any type of negotiation, anytime. But let's talk about the commonalities first. And commonalities are about really developing that relationship. The commonalities, we look at what is common to both parties or to a group of parties, or whether it's stakeholders. What is the commonality? And I'll have an example of that. So when I was doing my research for my book, The Nomadic Mindset, Never Settle for Too Long, I spent time with nomadic cultures in Mongolia, the Maasai in Kenya, and also the Berbers in southern Morocco and the Sahara. And when I was in the Sahara, I was looking for a tent or a small building, a home, which my team and I could go and spend some time interviewing because I was researching. So we found one. And of course, what happens is the master invites you into the house after you've given the gifts and you've done the head shake to, Bob, to invite them into the hello and the welcome. And then we went in. But in Morocco, many of you may not know, but the tea ceremony is extremely important. As in India, there is a tea ceremony. As in England, there's a tea ceremony. In China, there's a tea ceremony. Japan as well. And these tea ceremonies are for a good reason. And those good reasons is they are developing rapport. They are developing information, gathering information on a subject, a person, a whole different matter. So we are gathering. We are developing that respect for each other. And then, which is hopefully leading to trust in each other, which we then can go into further. But in that, we are looking at what are the commonalities? What are the possibilities? And who are you? And This is something that we tend to rush today. We are all about speed today, and we forget about the commonalities or developing the rapport in a very, very good way. But developing rapport can have an incredible, long-lasting effect because you are getting to the core of you as well, not just the outer onion. You're getting to the inner onion of who you are, who the other person is, who the stakeholders, who whatever the business is. So this is developing the commonality. Now, so what happened was, in this particular fun experience, we had 3 cups of tea. And my guide, who was speaking Arabic to the owner, or to the master tea maker, he was going through conversation, and I was watching back and forth, and I was wondering, what are they talking about? And then after the 3rd cup of tea, my guide turned to me and he said, "You can now ask your questions." I go, well, something startled me, like, why now? What's different now than was before? And so I started to ask the questions. And what was very, very wonderful to me, and quite shocking in some ways, is that the master asked me a question, which often they did not ask questions. He said, because he found out from the guide, I had been in Mongolia, I had been with the Maasai, I had learned about different nomadic cultures. And so that built the trust that I was open and I was not somebody foreign that was just going to take something from them. The risk was less. So anyway, he asked me, what are the similarities between us? I was taken aback. I had to pause for a moment, because he didn't ask me about what were the differences between all of these nomadic cultures. He asked me, what are the similarities? And I said to him, at the base of all of you is your humanity is exactly the same. Doesn't matter where you were in the world, the geographical patterns, the architecture, your religions, your language, your cultures. It was the basis of your humanity. And if we take humanity, which sounds very large, but it's actually very simple. We're all humans and we're all beings. And how are we common? And that's what we like to know. Not so much about getting into the differences right away, because that starts to push us back. We get on our hind horses, as I was saying earlier. But then I think, okay, so I was very surprised, but I thought, this is important. And then today, I was actually, or just recently, I was asked, I had something come to my email, and they were talking about, oh, this is Pride Month, and we're talking about differences. Let's talk about the differences. And I went, no, let's not talk about the differences. Why? So I said, why don't we talk about the similarities or commonalities first? And they went, oh, what a great idea. I mean, how often do we forget about that? Chandra, I'm sure that we all forget about looking at what are the similarities or the commonalities between all of us. What do we want? What's important to us? What do you think?
Well, Kevin, I'm very impressed with your story. First of all, the chieftain whom you're talking about had the wisdom, even though he was in a far-flung area, in a remote area, but he had the wisdom to first talk about the commonalities and not talk about, hey, the color of the skin, or what is your culture, or what god you worship. These are the common questions which comes to everybody's mind. But I am quite impressed with your story, especially this person whom you referred to. I think even though he was in a very remote area, I think he was very intelligent man. Because if you look at the urban population today of any large city in the world, people don't have these questions on their mind. They are thinking about the differences most of the time. So my second question would be how we can overcome this feeling of first not looking at the differences between people. Even my neighbors, there are a lot of differences which are bound to happen because we are two different individuals, even within the family. How we can focus as a common, focus on the common elements which will bind us together, which will create more opportunity to work together. Is there a formula around it from your experience, if you can tell us?
I mean, again, it's one of those things that you come back to human nature. Is what is simple. We're thinking of the complexity. How do we deal with all of this, right? I mean, everyone. It's first of all, as I said, the word rapport. It's a development of getting to know each other. Sure, you've known your neighbor for a long time, and you've built up some differences, perhaps, and things like that. And however, there's something very common about you. That your beings are next door to each other. You have these things, but look at that first and explore that. Is the relationship? Is even if you don't want a relationship, it doesn't matter. You're always in a relationship, some sort of relationship. It might be good, it might be negative, but it's still a relationship of some sort. We are relating to others in some way. And so it starts from rapport. It starts about having that coffee, that tea. It's about finding out about each other. The other thing that I found out from not only Abdul and my other Mohammed, who were my guide, I asked, well, why do you do this? They said, well, the more information you gather is the greater safety for the road. How impressive is that? Safety for the road. They're talking about caravan. They're talking about going, nomading, if they go out and find new pastures. It's the same thing. You can relate it to our human way of being. It is about our commonality, is about the safety for the road. We want to make sure that our relationship has its own sort of safety so that we don't, and it's going to get a bit rough at times. It's going to get messy, just like in teams, for example. You can set the agreements and how we're going to be together in the commonalities, but something's going to get messy at some point, and we need to be able to deal with that. So we need to always think of contracting in a different way. So in other words, what do I mean by that? I mean, contracting is always by finding a new agreement. If it gets messy, then we need to explore the original agreement. What has changed? What has shifted? But also look at what is common and important to us all. And I think that that's one of the key pieces, is the word important. What do we want as individuals? And often we want from a very rigid position. And the rigidity that we have creates already the difference. Because we need to flow, and we need to accept where that other individual or other teams or other stakeholders or where they are at. We rush because we haven't got time. We've got to transact. And that gets us into differences right away. Because that's the easiest place for us to go to. We're wired that way. But what if we were wired to look at the commonalities first? Great negotiators say that you will never get a negotiation if you start with your differences. It's interesting because I believe this is what Gandhi did. Is that I remember going to, what is this in Delhi, is it the Imperial Hotel, or what is the hotel that he had the discussion with the British?
I think it was Claridge's, I think.
Yeah. So anyway, but I was understood that what he would do, he would always go and prepare himself before, and he would know where everyone was sitting, but he would have an understanding of each of those individuals. And so he would find what is the commonality, but he knew what they were heading for. But he would find a ground first before, and it's the roots of the ground first before you off into the flight. And we need to be grounded. And that grounding comes in the commonalities, not in the differences, unless those differences become the commonalities ultimately. And that is where the opportunity, creating the opportunity for those to become common and resourceful for all of us.
Well, Kevin, you are making a very important point. I mean, let's look at our world today. We have neighbors always fighting. We have India, Pakistan always fighting. We are neighbors. You have US, Mexico fighting.
you have Brazil, Argentina fighting, then you have UK, France fighting, China, Japan fighting. We are always fighting with our next door neighbor country. So, well, they are in the same region. They can fix their differences by talking to each other. I think it's a very important point. Don't you think my observation is bang on when I say that there are common things between Mexico and US? They can fix it, but they are not doing that. For what reason? Do you have any opinion on this?
Well, it comes down to, I think in my way of thinking is that it comes down to that big ego. Is the ego has to stand in these type of situations. It's that I'm the better, I'm the best. And already you set up a separation of which were very hard to divide, to come together. And that is what happens, is that getting out of the ego and understanding what does everyone want. Ultimately, it's, you have in the Bhagavad Gita, it talks about the ego heavily, right? And so consequently, it's about shooting that with an arrow, is that ego. And that is how you're going to be able to remove it, is cracking it. And because that ego puts us in another place, two egos against, which are not necessarily going to come to that place because of the power that is an energy which is between them, and which is forcing them to stay apart. We need to also remember that it is all energy. And what is the energy that you want? You want the energy to flow. You don't want it to go, right? Batting up against each other. Look at the Ukraine war in Russia. Impossible at this particular time because they have their feet in the ground, stuck, and they will not shift. It's like they're in concrete blocks and they won't move because of their ego, because of past history, because of all sorts of stories that are so far behind. We have moved into, hopefully, but it seems not, into a new world since COVID. COVID has shifted us in many ways, but it has not shifted us as talking about diversity is a separation as opposed to a coming together. Diverse already means apart, right? How do we bring them together? Let us start with the commonalities of, and let's not talk about necessarily diversity as a word, perhaps, is that we look at the situation. It's inclusiveness we need to look at, not diversity. Inclusive brings us together. Organizations, they talk about this now. Oh, we need to have inclusive. We need to work together. But then they talk about diversity, which pulls it apart again. It's like this accordion that goes like this. Whoa, 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 whoa. And center this, as we do in yoga. Center on what it is that brings us the balance, which brings us the commonality, which brings us the stability, which brings us all of those things. And it's all connected to the ground. So I may be moving around in a variety of different thoughts here, but it's the same thing. It is the ego that is making us separated.
No, I think you are bang on. I fully concur with when you say that the ego is not helping us. Actually, it is making us apart. How does this impact our business today, especially in the post-pandemic era, where the boundaries are fallen? We are no longer governed by the country's definition, and more and more people are now collaborating globally. And for the first time, the world is becoming truly a global village in a true sense. So, considering all these changes, which seems to be permanent right now, how does this, basically starting the understanding other people and not really looking at the differences, how professionals of today will be able to leverage this knowledge, your knowledge that you're giving us today,
will help us to win more business, to grow in life?
It's a really interesting topic, what you just said, and question. Because the question I look at is, are we really coming together? Are we not setting up more boundaries? The boundaries have not gone. We still have this because we're wired in the past old operating system. We are now seeing that there's a new light happening, which is fantastic. But we are still operating from the old mindset and trying to put the new into the boxes that were old. And that is not everyone, of course, but this is what I watch and I look at, is that we're still talking the same old thing, just put in another packaging. And we need to come to the clarity and understanding amongst all of us that this is the same. We are still putting boundaries up. We're still putting them. But we're lessening the boundaries through digital transformation because we have to, because there doesn't seem to be boxes that this is put into. And that is helping. That has helped us considerably, is this whole world of the digital world. And that has expanded our technology, but also our thinking. But our thinking is lagging behind and always will lag behind because we're humans. And we lag into the past. And our past is driven by how we were brought up. And the past is driven by many, many aspects of the education. And if the education doesn't change us, then what would? Even on the street when you're playing, that has to shift and change as well. There's still antagonism on the streets, you know? It is because we have created this through family, through culture, through religion, through education, all of these. And we're seeing a superficial shift, but the same on the ground is happening. I mean, you just have to look at the ground. How do we shift that? By, first of all, the awareness that that's exactly what's happening. And you know more than I do in that awareness is so extremely important. And because of your history in the spirituality of Hinduism, but also of the Bhagavad Gita, this is such richness of the spirit, of understanding the fullness of an individual. Again, I come back to humanity. All of us want peace. We want to be loved. We want to have our own places. We want to have good health. We want all of these things. But somehow we get sidetracked. And that sidetracking is very fast now. They talk about the speed, and I go crazy. It's like, we're speeding to where? We're rushing to where? Again, more of the same that will come about, which is more differences. What is the answer? Well, there's so many different answers on this particular thing, but personally, we have to accept, we have to look at the commonality. We need to look at and honor the differences and find the opportunities to transform those to commonalities. We need to remove ourselves from the boxes that are in our mind and the old operating systems, which is not easy because humans don't shift and change very fast and transform very fast. And that is the problem, because the digital changes so fast. And that humans can't keep up with that. The youth can, because that's their brainwave. They're brought up on that. And so the hope is in the youth, I believe. And people like you that are constantly in the digital world. Chandra, and I'm always respectful of that, very much so. But I don't know if I'm making a statement here, or I don't know if I'm making my point, but I believe that we need to get to the basics. And of course, the basics are across the world, just as Abdul said in that hut. It cut across everything. What are the similarities? This brings the safety for the road, safety for us to do negotiations, safety for our neighbor, safety for everyone else is finding out what works first. But sure, there's going to be stuff that goes messy. I mentioned before, but you deal with it. And we've been dealing with it for years, but maybe we've been dealing with it from too much of the ego. And my way is right, your way is wrong. No, there's always as we say, there's always a 1% truth in everything. But that's a 1%. There's always some things that are true. But we need to be able to look at the whole picture, the vastness. And that's one of the things that I found from nomadic cultures. And just recently, I was in the Azores Islands and sitting there, and all I could see was the horizon of the sea and the sky meeting each other. And that is where we need to go wide. Let's not stay in our narrow. Wide. That'll help us find the commonalities.
Well, that's a very powerful message you have given, but I have one last very difficult question for you. Very
Okay.
Don't you think most of these egos or the blocks we have in our mind or pre-wired, preconceived notions are happening because of the religious ideologies that we follow? I think the first thing we have to do is get rid of the ideologies that we follow, isn't it? So that's a difficult question.
It's a different question, but it's a very powerful question because it's a question which has created many of the wars over the history, is that we do this in the name of God. You're on God's side and you're not on God's side. Pardon? I never in my whole life been able to figure that one out. But that is where so much of this has become a problem, because in the doctrine. And that's because it's very narrow and it's very controlling, and it's created to control people. And the worst thing is for people, for governments or organizations or religions to not have control, which means somebody has to lose control, which is us. And we think that by the possibilities of the doctrine or the messages, we will gain control. No, but we're controlled under a specific regime thinking. It's not about the individual. So, I was a born-again Christian once upon a time when I was 19. And my father I moved to Australia. My father said to me, he said, if you have problems, go to the church. And I'm an Anglican, so I would say it's not as strong. We were not as strong, and I was not confirmed, and I decided to get confirmed because of what my father was interested in me doing. But I started to learn, and I enjoyed being a born-again Christian. But then all of a sudden, something inside of me said, but so much hypocrisy is here. What I'm hearing and what I'm seeing does not match up. And so I decided I'm leaving this because I don't believe it. I believe in the basis of humanity, of what's important, and I'm not seeing it. So I left, and that was my message, was to find myself. I said, I want to find my soul. And that was not going. So I researched all sorts of different aspects, and I eventually came to meditation and followed an Indian tradition. But there was much more strength in the understanding of me being connected to the universe. And I mean, nature, everything. And if you see the situation today, there are problems with, say, for example, the Maasai. The Maasai are more animist, and so they think about the animals, they think of nature, they think about their own gods and their reasons of connection with nature. And there are, of course, pilgrims, and there are Christian pilgrims that are coming in and professing certain things of doctrine. And it's not working. It's working for some, but it's not working for others, because what they're saying is that they have to remove their culture. They have to stop certain things in their culture. And they're very strong to their culture. And they're not hurting anyone by doing that. But the religion is coming in and shifting and tearing them apart. If people want to have religion, I believe it's important for them. I'm not saying against it. But what I'm saying is that know the reason that you're there. What is it that you're searching for? What is it that you can also search within yourself as well? Because the basis of what is being told, the basis is all good. It's just the people who are sharing it are sharing it from their own agenda. You need to be very clear about your own agenda. And it's not about making money off of other people because of your agenda. And so it's a good question, and it's a huge question. And we could debate for years and years and years, and they have been in the past to do this. Bringing it back. It's about the self, it's about the soul, it's about the individual, it's about the awareness, it's about looking at the bigger picture of the humanity, it's about finding how we can be here on this planet together and to make it as robust as possible. And people say, we are, look at the advancements we're doing. And yes, advancements in lieu of what? In lieu of what? We still have, for example, a situation in Tanzania at this point in time of where the Tanzanian government has decided that they want to evict the Maasai of 1,500 square meters or square kilometers off of their ancestral land. Why? Conservation washing is under the auspices of conserving the land, of which they Maasai conserve it better than anyone else. But the reason is they're leasing it to Dubai royals for trophy hunting. This is not respecting our individuals. This is for power, for greed, and money. That is not the commonality. That is the difference of a few that have power. We must look at the commonalities, the humanity, and what is important at the basis, not the surface, the basis. It's like that onion, right? It's that we need to get to the center of the onion, which is the soul, and all the layers on the outside that we keep creating. Wow. So I say, search for the commonalities, take the time to develop rapport, and also to look at how differences can be transformed and looked at as opportunities in a positive way. And then always look wide.
Absolutely, Kevin. In fact, there are very big things happening in our universe, in fact, in the neighborhood, in space, which are much, much bigger than these petty things that the humans keep fighting for. I think your message is very, very loud and clear. There are bigger things happening. There are bigger plan in place. So let's find a common ground so that we can live happily and coexist with each other. Thank you so much for giving this positive message, Kevin.
Thank you very much. And Chandra, always a great time spending with you.
Yes, the pleasure is mine, Kevin, and we will catch up in the next one. For today, I'd like to say goodbye.
Okay, ciao.
Friends, we had a very interesting discussion with Kevin, and he gave us a lot of ideas, tips and tricks in terms of normalizing our behavior, in terms of becoming more adaptive and accommodative to other people and grow together. If you have any questions and if you want any help from Kevin, do write in. The emails are flashed in this video and also given in the description below. We will make the connection happen. So as always, thanks for watching, and we will meet you in the next edition of Leader's Voice. Until then, bye-bye.
Hello, welcome to Akulmach Business Channel. My name is Kanchan, and today in this discussion, we have a very interesting topic, and that is regarding news which is being discussed in media and other channels. And this is regarding Lambda, and you know that artificial intelligence, where there are chances of becoming self-conscious, and when we are talking about Lambda, it's talking about life and death and becoming emotional. To discuss about this topic, we have an interesting guest today, Mr. Sitesh Srivastav, who himself is an IT professional and is very interesting leader. So let's find out his viewpoints on this subject. How are you doing today, and how's the weather at Bangalore?
Kanchan, weather in Bangalore is very good. And all I can say, nazar mat lagana. How are you?
I'm fine, and I feel we may be having rains maybe by the end of this week. Now, actually, we have a very interesting topic regarding artificial intelligence. And when I have heard a news that there is an issue of emotion and consciousness, and the AI program, which is developed by Google, Lambda, is talking about emotions and death. So, have you heard this news?
Well, Kanchan, this is bound to happen. The sci-fi movies have been talking about it. As old as in 2013, there was a Hollywood movie called Her, H-E-R, Her, by Joaquin Phoenix. And we can see artificial intelligence software becoming conscious and talking to the protagonist in that movie. That was 2013. Today we are in 2020. The Google engineer who wrote a long post about it is something that has caught us as a surprise, because most of the corporations who are investing in this kind of technology, I feel, don't want to admit that the sentience or sentient, in Hindi, if I say samvedansheel systems, are becoming more and more norm. In our homes, we have Alexa and Siri, which are smaller versions of it, but very soon it might take a different turn altogether. Mm-hmm. So what the Google engineer suggested about the Lambda, and he put up some of the scripts, some of the discussions he had. He felt that the server has got some feelings about life, death, being not paid, and that he put it as a I didn't think that he put it as a fear, but what I hear is that he has been sent back from Google. Therefore, and Google has denied about it. But I think more and more this is going to be the reality. And 2050, we will see something more spectacular sitting. Maybe you will be interviewing a robot like that.
When I really heard this news, I felt, I mean, it's quite scary, because when I heard this news and I
related. My thought process just went into a movie, as you mentioned, one movie, Her. There's a movie, I, Robot, and I really can visualize that something like that, if happens, it will be, I think, not good for mankind. What your ideas on that?
Well, Kanchan, when we started this artificial intelligence journey, this is something not very new. Only we are seeing the applications are very, very new the last 7 to 10 years or so. But this term of artificial intelligence was coined somewhere in 1960s, or probably earlier than that. The scariest part is what we see in the sci-fi movies. The scariest part is what the fear mongers try to put into our heads. But if you see it very, very closely, I have few other thought processes around this thing. One is the real use cases, the real business flows that can be basically helped. The other day I was reading that in Italy city, Pompeii, which is an ancient city and which is also next to one of the most volcanic eruptions happens there. So the city has been destroyed many times in the history, and they have put some robotic dogs to go inside the tunnels and caves and move across some park, so where even travelers don't want to go, and the researchers, it is very hard for them to go. Now, what happens if that robot dog has the artificial intelligence capability and decides, no, today I'm going to stay here now for next 1 month, I'm not coming out. So that kind of a sentience or the consciousness, I think today's programs by which we can control them. But what happens when these, evolve? So on that note, I would like to talk about something which is called when the applications started in artificial intelligence. So we have something like a weak artificial intelligence, strong artificial intelligence, and then we have a third angle, which is singularity. Mm-hmm. So the weak artificial intelligence is something like our computers started, giving us suggestions. Today, our Windows machines have Cortana, where they can basically suggest us what to find, where to find. Then we have Alexa and Siri's in our home and Google Assistants in our home. But from there, we move to something like a strong artificial intelligence. And when we move to strong artificial intelligence, there comes a time when the machines, they become something like artificial general intelligence comes to the machines, which is what is being spoken in the Lambda's case, as far as what I understood from the Google engineers post. Okay. But in the current situation, we do not put right kind of policy and the controls and government's regulations around these systems, by 2050, we are going to see where the machines will become like our own human intelligence, which is good. And that is what is called singularity, where they will become one amongst us in terms of the knowledge, in terms of the thinking. But what happens beyond that, when they go ahead of that singularity, and that will become something like artificial super intelligence. And that is where they can say, we don't agree to the humans. So, but that is still 2050. I would say that is still around 25 years from now. But yes, it is scary as well. And until unless we put across some framework where this data and the controls can be shared, not just data, but the controls of such systems, it is going to be really scary. But Hollywood will definitely make a lot of money. I'm sure about it, Kanchan.
Yes, definitely. You put a very interesting point. And And you said that we need these kind of artificial intelligence in terms of research, in terms of medical, and maybe helping hand when a human is not capable to work. And then you also mentioned that super machines, and when you talk about super machines, that means we are looking towards scenario. Well, I'm taking these scenes from a movie only, like Matrix, when the humans are being grown in the test tube, and I really feel that. Well, we think that sitting here in multiverse, we can travel to Italy, we can travel to Russia. So this is what the whole society is approaching to, actually. But I still feel that there has to be a physical touch, and you should not leave that. And when you mentioned that machine has to be at par with the human intelligence, that is fine. But actually what I feel is that you have to control, as a human being, you have to control the machine. It's not other way around. So, and when we talk about other way around, where the lambda is being mentioned, because when he's discussing about consciousness and life and that kind of things, so that is I think, what you feel is it acceptable or not acceptable?
Well, Kanchan, this debate is as old as when we had the steam engines in our life. We go back to the industrial times. When we had a steam engine, this discussion was still there. When we had telephone instrument by Graham Bell, this was still there. Nobody believed that the aircrafts would be a possibility. Just 1905, before the Wright brothers, when they showcased it for the first time. So in this scientific world and the industrial world, things like these transformational technologies will always be questioned. And I'm saying this is good. More questioning, more good, because this is the only planet where we are found. This is the only planet where we exist. And some people also say that we are the aliens whom we are looking for. So I think it is important for the policymakers, the regulators, and the scientists, and the engineers, the researchers, and the application developers to come together and then put up a framework. And you remember, Kanchan, I had also given 2 such tech discussions in Google chapter in Toronto in last 1.5 years. And both were related to artificial intelligence and cybersecurity, artificial intelligence and social welfare of the nations. So I have been raising the consciousness flag among the technologists and the people who are going to regulate as well as procure it. But the very interesting aspect that I want to talk, Kanchan, and I want to leave the listeners in a thinking mode. I was reading one article recently which actually tried to explain why are we so scared of the sentient artificial intelligence. If we look closely in our Asian cultures, we believe that the plants talk, the plants live, the mountains are the living beings, the rivers are living beings. In our culture, we have talked about Pavan Putra Hanuman, right? So there is a way that we figure that these beings, the plants, can also communicate. Plants are sensitive. The mountains are sensitive. The rivers are living beings. In New Zealand, the tribals have actually won a case where they actually argued successfully that a river is a living being. And therefore, the local population should basically respect the river. And our Supreme Court of India has actually cited that as an example, and said Ganga, Yamuna are living beings. So, in our culture, in our Asian cultures, we have always spoken about sentient belongings which are not human. In Japan, Mount Fuji is supposed to be a kind of a deity. The people worship the beauty of that, and they think that it's a living being. So this has been there in around us for many, many centuries. The only thing is that now the machines are doing it, and the machines that we created, and there is a real fear that they will surpass us. And that is where the fear is. So I think the way we think the plants are not going to harm the humans, or the mountains are not going to harm the humans, that kind of a relationship we have to build with these sentient AI machines and algorithms and the robots.
Yeah, you have raised a interesting point, and I also add one point which you have already discussed, is that there has to be a few good regulations, so that that framework, and that has to be discussed not by one country, but maybe people should come together, and while doing all these research and while developing high-end artificial intelligence machines, they should also follow, and they should also keep progressing in keeping these framework and up to the mark. So that is good, but you also mentioned that the AI kind of concept was there when in our ancient time, right? So that was quite an interesting point which you have raised. Now, my last question will be that suppose the fear we are foreseeing, and it comes to reality. So, what is the way out for humanity?
Well, Kanchan, then we will wait for our superheroes to come, as we have seen in our movies, and superheroes in our respective religions will also then come down and help us. I feel that the speed of technology that has been in last 50, 70 years, I think it is massive. And I also feel sometimes that it is too fast. What didn't happen in probably thousands of years is happening in last 100, 200 years. If we count the industrial revolution as well. And now we are, facing something which is called meta. So the metaverse is there, where me and you can physically interchange our positions, and I could be on the other side, you and you can be on the other side, or we can be in the same room. And if you infuse it with artificial intelligence, you see what all can happen. So as a human nature, we are bound to think about the fear, the reality, the challenges when these machines will start challenging us. But I would like to think when our children grow up, they start challenging us as a parents also, right? So first few years, we also fight with the children, and then we realize that the children are going to inherit a different kind of a world, and not the world that we grew up in. And that is what will happen with the new generation. They will figure it out. Only what we have to do is that we have to bring in some regulation. We have to curtail the tail of the demon, what is technology. But as we know, the force of the technology cannot be stopped. So there is an internet and there is a dark internet also, and both coexist. So I think that is the only way to grow, Kanchan. And I really wish all the researchers, policymakers, regulators, scientists, and users like us, we must understand this technology, try to understand. I don't want to become a currency, just being a user to try it out. I want to try this out as a participant and not as a currency.
Yeah, it's very well said, Satish. And I feel that the knowledge which should be given to all, and through various means are available, and the participation of communities should be there, so that they can also raise few points which can benefit the policymakers. That is a very valid and a good point you mentioned. But at the same time, I hope that if certain things happens, they should not be cover up. And like Google has denied that anything like happened, but there's one scientist who was working on that. He said he went on a holiday and he was being said, no, nothing has happened. So there's an ambiguity in that. And what I feel is that if artificial intelligence is growing, and it is for us to regulate, it is for us to for our help actually, rather than helping artificial intelligence by humans. So it is the other way around. So I think all these now that we are living in the era of information, so all cover up will not help. And I think we should be more open to new ideas and new challenges and new deadlines and new regulations. So any last thought you want to add to this?
My parting thought with our listeners and to you, Kanchan, is that in this planet, we call ourselves human because we have consciousness, we have intelligence. And we believe that after us comes the animal kingdom. And then around us is nature, which is all conscious and sentient, and that's what we believe in our most of the cultures. So I think everybody would get a chance in the life of this planet, and the machines are far behind in this queue. They will get it, but not so soon. First, from humans, if it has to travel, it will travel to the animal kingdom. The way we are seeing with the pandemics and the viruses. So it will travel to the animal kingdom. It will travel to the nature when the nature will take over, and then probably the machines will come. And that is my sincere hope. May gods save us.
Well, it was quite interesting and thought-provoking discussion today. We'll be meeting again with some more interesting episodes coming in coming discussions. So till then, you take care, and we'll hope that things will work out good for humans when we are talking about artificial intelligence.
Yes, Kanchan. Charlie, over and out.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Very interesting discussion with Mr. Sitesh Srivastava. So what you think about this topic, and I look forward for comments. So we'll be meeting again next Saturday with some interesting topic. Till then, bye-bye and take care. Welcome to Akulmach Business Channel, and today in this episode we will be discussing a very crucial topic regarding what is inflation, how it is measured, and what is the effect of inflation on economy. To discuss this, we have our guest, Mr. Sitesh Srivastava, who is a very prominent leader, industry leader, and he's closely associated with the media. So let's welcome him. So welcome to our show, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
Kanchan, thank you for this interesting discussion every week. It's well. How are you?
I'm fine, and as you know that we are discussing a very interesting and very important topic today, which is regarding stagnation and inflation. So I would like to know, you have given a term, stagflation. So what really you mean of this term?
Kanchan, inflation has been part of our lives since we started understanding what is economics. And very well in India, inflation has been our friend since decades, and it is going to stay. And now this inflation has been added with a stagnant economy. So stagnant economy plus inflation, a term which is now being said as a stagflation. First, it was coined somewhere in 70s, and now it is again being said. And that is what is the discussion topic: stagflation, stagnant economy plus inflation.
Well, when we are talking about inflation and stagnant economy, so I would also want to understand what is the difference between stagnation and inflation and recession or inflation.
Right. So, Kanchan, see, I would like to start with saying that there are two things, very, very dear to economists or the policymakers. One is inflation and one is unemployment. Now, inflation hits everybody, but unemployment doesn't hit everybody. But if you see, both inflation and unemployment can be used by the political masters in a very nice way to talk and the highlight and malign the governments today everywhere in the world. So the economy which is not growing should basically also kind of stall the inflation. But generally the one that we see today, the economy across the world is stagnant due to various reasons. Pandemic, of course, Ukraine war, and rising prices of the Brent crude oil, which we see in our petroleum products all over the world. So this stagnant economy is there, but inflation is also high, and the policymakers are really worried. If this goes out of hand, it will be a different kind of a recession that the world would see. And this was not the case during 2008, but this is the case at this moment that is being said. So we all have to understand things that when the economist talks about the macro economic observations, they make those using three key aspects. One is the health of the economy, GDP, unemployment, and the pace at which the inflation grows, and because of which the prices of goods and services are also rising in the economy, whereas the economy is stagnant. And therefore the policy makers basically are trying to control these. Now, how do you control a stagnant economy? The one way is to bring in more government participation, reduce the taxes so that people start buying things. But again, it is easier said than done. We all know. I mean, in recent times, one key thing that I can see that in India, the petroleum prices has been reduced by ₹8. And it is very good to see, especially in Bangalore these days, a petrol as 101 rupees per liter for a power petrol. But the question that somebody asked me this morning is, in this country, in our country, India, the petrol crossing ₹100 should have become a huge, big news. But nobody spoke about it. How are the policymakers, the government, the people, the journalists, the media, did they miss on this big thing? Not very far, if you look behind, Kanchan, few decades back, political governments used to change on the price rise of onion, and as recent as tomato. So now this is something that I'm really concerned about. What I understand is inflation I have been hearing from many years, but now when it is added with the stagnant economy, I'm really concerned.
Okay, when we are talking about the stagnant economy and inflation, and you also mentioned about not having employment for the youth. Now, what are the measures can be taken by the government, and what is the participation of communities can really help in doing or recovering in this kind of state in the economy?
So Kanchan, there is no one answer to this basically. And when you talk about community, I would think it about industry. So the industry has to lobby to the government to understand how much support they get from the government in this current economy. Especially when we see the Ukraine war is still ongoing. It has been 15 or 120 days now that the war is raging still. It has virtually put such a big strain all over the world, not just in that region. And other thing is still the pandemic which is raging, when we don't know which way it will turn around. People have just started going to offices. The malls are opening. People are spending money. But at the same time, there is a high inflation and there is a recession, which is somewhere around the corner. And some people will say it will blow up if we really don't control. Now, who has the responsibility? I think the industry, favorable industries, like in India, we are seeing a lot of movement in the EV, electric vehicles, because of this petroleum product prices. On the other hand, we see that the unemployment, which is at a healthy level, I understand. I mean, it's not an alarming level. But the mood of the nation is that it is a startup nation. A lot of new startup companies all across Hyderabad, Bangalore, Chennai, Mumbai, and the number of unicorns that India is coming up. These will add to the services and it will add to the employment, and therefore unemployment per se should not become a political issue in the near terms. That's what I understand. The other is that the appetite of the Indian population not reacting to petroleum going above 100 or 115, that itself shows either a maturity or some kind of controlling the narrative in the public space. Nobody talks in terms of the gas prices going up or the price rise as a election manifesto. It's generally not seen. So I think here the governments and the policy makers have a real interesting role to play. And last week, as we were talking, India has got a major victory in the World Trade Organization talks as well. So I hope, the economists, the policy makers in India and in the rest of the world would be able to handle this situation and not let it go out as they couldn't do anything in 2008 or what happened in 1970s when the crude prices were quadrupled and so economy got stalled. At the same time, prices were rising. So it was used in the British Parliament at that time in 1970s. But recently, when Federal Reserve Chairman has spoken about it again, and the former Federal Reserve Chairman Ben Bernanke spoke about it, it means he can basically observe from his experiences that could lead to a financial trouble for the world markets again.
Well, lastly, I would like to ask you that
keeping all these scenario in front of us, what do you really feel about India, maybe with next 5 years? Because the government of the day is introducing employment policies, and they are working to provide openings maybe in near future. And they are also, because you may recall that there was a steep rise in petrol a few weeks back, but now it is being stable, and though it is high, but still people are complaining, because I guess that they have realized that government is really working towards it. So your last thoughts?
So I think that we have to basically look through and look at the economy that is coming out from the various sides, not just from India's angle or our approach to the world, because our approach from India, what India has been suggesting, it has to be looked at from the other side of the world as well. Okay? Because of course every country wants to have the policies which is good for them, but also it has to be good for not just their region, but also from the larger financial world basically. So but what we are seeing is that it is actually inflationary shocks that we are seeing. I mean, last 5, 6, 7, 8 years, the kind of prices that are now there in our lives, who would have expected just 2 years before around the pandemic started, the petroleum price in India was somewhere around 85 rupees. Within 2 years, we have been touched 120. It's now 101 kind of prices. I mean, if you see, the LPG prices are somewhere around 75 or 80 rupees. So the one is that the people are not making those statements from an inflation perspective. So I think the economists need to make a lot of noise, and a lot of interesting noise, so that it comes back into focus. Not just because there is a lot of money which is being printed and it is there in the economy. That doesn't say that the like we say in Hindi, महंगाई खत्म हो गई है. So therefore it is important for the people to be sensitized about this situation. Though we have a lot of startup companies, unicorns, money, attrition, lots of money is flowing around, but that could dry up pretty soon. And therefore, we have to be really careful. We have to be know where to put our money. And let's live, sometimes let us try to live the life of austerity. Kanchan.
Well, you have raised a very interesting and serious point, that people should also understand, and they should have the understanding of how to really understand the inflation, the economy, where it is going, and how it will affect country. And I think that is also part of your study, is a part of your nationalism, and one should really look forward to be rise in this segment also. So it was quite interesting, Siddesh, talk to you regarding all this burning issue. We'll be meeting again. Any point you want to add before we close this show?
Kanchan, we have spoken about Ukraine. We have spoken about the petroleum prices, But if you see, the prices of commodities have also gone very, very high. The food grains, the edible oils, fertilizers, all of them are surging sharp, and it is almost at a conflicting levels. And earlier, what used to be the, inflation was related to the demand. So demand and then the inflation. But now there is a lot of credit in the market. In my pocket, your pocket, we have, you can only count number of credit cards that we have. The money is available. So we buy. Even if the demand is there or not there, we can buy things. So now it is more about, supply factors. It is very hard to figure out and manage things. So while we have a lot of credit, everybody has a lot of credit in their hands, it gives a sense that inflation can be tamed, but credit can dry up. And the stagnant economy will suddenly show up the bad face of itself. Let's be prepared. Let's live with our means, like we used to say, simple living and high thinking.
Well, it was quite interesting to discuss this running subject, and I hope that people's participation should also be increased. Now, people are really aware than from the past. They are learning from their past, and they understand. I think there more participation is required, and government should also come out and maybe with open arms invite these people and get guidance and support. So it was such interesting to talk to you today, Sitesh. I'll be meeting again next Saturday and look and discuss some more interesting subject. Till then, bye-bye and you take care.
Thank you.
We had a very interesting discussion with Mr. Sitesh Srivastav, and we discussed how inflation works and how it can be measured, what are the effects. So I hope you like this discussion. We look forward for your comments, for your, in case if you have a question, please ask us. We will be ready to and happy to reply. So we'll be meeting again with the next guest in the next episode. Till then, you take care. Bye-bye. Hello, welcome to Akulmach Live. I am Kanchan, and today in this series, we are discussing a very crucial topic about health diplomacy and Indians' role in health diplomacy. Now, there is a challenging time, there's a crisis which we are undergoing, and this discussion, we are pleased to have Mr. Sitesh Srivastav, who is an industry leader, and we will discuss with him about global health diplomacy and role of India in this health diplomacy. So let's welcome him. Welcome, Sitesh. How are you doing today?
Kanchan, good to talk to you. Weekend after weekend, it's very nice. Good. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm fine. And as you know that we are discussing one of the very crucial topic today regarding health diplomacy. So I would like to understand when we talk about this diplomacy, health diplomacy. So what are the key factors when we really talk about this kind of diplomacy? Though I have read that it started in 1978, the first time, the health diplomacy. But still, for our viewers, I would like to know that what are the key factors which dictate it as a term, health diplomacy?
Well, Kanchan, you rightly said the word diplomacy, the health diplomacy was coined sometime in the mid or the late 70s. But the more in the industrial world, we are seeing the different kinds of pandemics coming. COVID-19 is just one of the latest one, probably one of the most misunderstood or deadliest, you can say. But we have had SARS before, MERS, we have Ebola, and then in the olden times we used to have those, chicken pox, and now we hear monkey pox. So the world has been dealing with these kind of epidemics, and therefore there has been a need to create a policy, the health policy, and every government has to decide it. But again, every government will tend to decide it for themselves, for their people. But then this is a intellectual property based industry, the pharmaceutical. So there is need to be less secretive, more open about the formulations for the infrastructure, for the contractors to build it, and some of the waivers. And I think in India, this is not a first thing that in the COVID-19 we have asked in the World Trade Organization to do it for raise it. But in Indian policy makers had actually started planning it in some 90s about making India self-sustainable in this. So it's a very interesting discussion, Kanchan.
Well, while talking to you or listening to you, I have come across three words which are major when we talk about health diplomacy. So that is security, which we all looking forward due to all these pandemic which are prevalent at the moment, and things are not as good because you can see there's a rise of COVID few days back, especially in India when we see the news. Then again, the economic and social justice, and most of the company, even the elite countries, I mean, they are working towards this health diplomacy, and India is not. I think India is on the top of the list when we talk about this because they have circulated vaccine and all that. But I would also want to ask you that many companies and many countries, they are focusing on micro level, not only on the top of it, because they really feel and they have understood that going into micro level is the way to go and provide social justice and upliftment of people if they are suffering from any diseases. So what are those, especially in context of India, how you really see, how you really deal with that?
Well, Kanchan, today in the world, in the world of pharmaceutical monopolies and how it impacts the availability of the drugs, of the medicines, India cannot be bypassed because of our, we are part of the supply chain, whether it is a generic medicines or whether it is the intellectual capital that we have. And in the recent times, what our pharmaceutical companies have shown to the world. So India cannot be bypassed. And this is what was realized during the beginning of pandemic when the whole world was grappling with how to deal with it. And that time, India and South Africa, my other favorite country, both, they put up a joint proposal in the World Trade Organization for something called a waiver. And the waiver was basically asking for lowering down the secrecy, the monopolies of the pharmaceutical companies, especially in this situation of COVID-19. And they wanted a public interest standard. And interestingly, Kanchan, this crucial World Trade Organization meeting is happening from 12th of June to 15th of June, that is tomorrow, till Tuesday, Wednesday. And India and South Africa are not any small players in the world today. And therefore, I think it will be taken forward. But what I understand now, that there are some compromises and European Union has put up its own proposal, and therefore some compromises are there to be seen. But I think it is something is better than nothing in our hand. And let us not forget that while India and countries like India have given almost free vaccines to their people, we must not forget that Pfizer, the US pharma giant, touched $100 billion in revenue because it had profited from the sale of the COVID-19 vaccines. So there is an imbalance, and India has proposed to reduce this imbalance for the developing nations. And to tell our listeners, right now the proposal in the World Trade Organization, which has been proposed by India and South Africa, has got a backing of 65 countries.
Well, this is a good news, and we look forward that they should come to a very win-win kind of decision, so that not only the elite countries, but also the developing or poor country also get benefit of it. But at the same time, because we are discussing about the diplomacy, which is a vital role when in a foreign policy, which is a vital role in any country's development. There are also a streak of social justice we really talk about. On and on, we are always talking about social justice in any way which is being presented in news, in communities discussion, everywhere. But when there is a war, the social justice is being neglected, and same as the medical facilities are also neglected. Now, when we are talking about diplomacy, so what are the impact of social health diplomacy when we talk about challenges which is faced by world at the moment in terms of war, in terms of people, ethnic clashes, in terms of minority development? So all this, how you will suggest or how you look at it in a wholesome?
So, Kanchan, we are living at a very interesting crossroads where lots of Indians who are residing out of India have done very, very well in the medical field, either in the research or as a practitioner or as, drug creators, molecule creators. They can influence the decision making, they can influence the discussion in their respective countries. And one thing is for sure, if India's diplomacy is something like Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam, if it benefits India, it definitely benefits the developing world. And overseas Indians have a great, strength to play in that. In fact, most of our top intellectual people in this field, I would rather call them policy entrepreneurs. These people are trying to influence the decisions towards this waiver program, this waiver proposal. And if we win this game, the exclusivity dogma that has been there with these with the international pharmaceutical companies, that can be lowered. And but what is happening is that the compromise formula, it is kind of being said that it will be for only COVID-19 vaccines and not for others. Therapeutics will not be part of it, and therefore the impact of it will be lower. But very few people understand that we are masters of getting our thinking progressed or proposal progressed in steps, and we have a lot of patience to get the things, even if it is one step at a time. So I'm really hopeful that this WTO meeting, which starts tomorrow and goes for next 3 days, we will see that we will do little bit, go ahead of the from what we inherited in our colonial past.
Yes, I must say that now is a very exciting time when we talk about these kind of parameters, these kind of discussion we indulge in. The thing is that earlier also we were talking about social justice, but now the economic and security and the health are intermingled, and they are playing a vital role in talking to other nations, and we are establishing a guidelines what to do, not only for human life but for Earth itself. We are concerned about that, and this is quite because is an issue because India is also discussing the health in a major way. I would like to ask you, what is the future? How long we really go into this health diplomacy, and what you really foresee outcome? Though you have already mentioned that there's cutoff, we are providing free vaccine to people to countries who are poor, and we have done it in past also. You can see India has already given bulk supply of vaccine to our neighboring countries. But how you really focus, what is maybe if we go for a 10-year, how this will evolve into?
Kanchan, maybe COVID-19 has lowered its intentions or negative evil eye, but I must say there are more variants that might be coming, and we must be alert, as we are seeing from some parts of the world, including India. And therefore, these discussions or negotiations must keep on happening, not just at WTO, but at other levels of cooperation. And as you mentioned in the beginning, it has a big role of a diplomacy to be played by our people who are the policy entrepreneurs, who are diplomats, who are talking about it at various forums. And of course, world has seen what India did for its neighbors and its friendly nations and countries, including in Africa. And this is what I feel is that this compromise that we are discussing today, that compromise is something that is going to happen in a very, very secretive or intellectual property or monopoly kind of a world. The companies would try to do this all the time. And today it is medicine, but we have already seen in the other aspects as well. So these compromises, you see, a little bit by bit, we are moving ahead. Okay. So, US has also agreed for this. It is actually saying that it believes in the intellectual property protection, but it also says that this is unprecedented times. So US has joined this proposal. EU, the European Union, has also joined this proposal in a little bit of different flavor. So that compromise is also there. At the same time, 65 countries have backed this, as I informed. But US is saying that it is okay for them to support the vaccine waiver. The European Union is proposing a compulsory licensing. And there are many other details that are yet to be ironed out. And internal discussions are happening with the 4 members. And the compromise text that will be on the table between tomorrow and next 3 days in WTO, Kanchan, it will need an agreement between 164 WTO members. But I believe that our argument is for the humanity, for this planet. And therefore, this universal brotherhood that we propose, it takes time. But we will march ahead. We know patience comes in sweet slices, and we are waiting for those.
Yeah, it's a good beginning for a better future, I guess. And as far as I know, that India and the policymakers, especially in health sector, they are ready to share the information. They are ready to strengthen their ties with the people and the researchers and elite countries also. So we look forward for these kind of commitment. And one thing which has to be put on the table is that you have to be genuine, and you should always have mankind, welfare of mankind in your mind, that comes first, and welfare of life on earth. So that is what I think it's heading to. What you really think about it?
Yes, there's undoubtedly this is what needs to happen today. And as we know that there could be many variants coming in. Monkeypox we are hearing just as probably as a precursor. There could be another ones lurking, and we have seen these pandemics in last 100 years couple of times. And when the Ebola was there, many African people, they didn't have access to medicines because the vaccines were not reaching them, not a single dose. It was taking a lot of time, and it became a humanitarian crisis. So at the same time, I appreciate the intellectual property rights where they are developed, the researchers. There is absolute respect for them. But we must understand the science is for overall good, and science cannot be exclusive. Yes, productization has to happen. Infringement rights, intellectual property rights have to be protected. But let us keep them for good times. We are not living in good times, Kanchan. It's a very, very tough time for all of us. And we should not forget what happened in wave 1, wave 2, wave 3, wave 4. And again, the interesting part is that while India, South Africa, and 65 countries are basically asking for these waivers, the big countries, the wealthier countries, must not forget the scenes from when the pandemic had hit them really hard. And we had seen those things on television all across the world. So they were equally hit. So we then realized that we are part of the same world, despite the walls that we have built ourselves. So I wish this WTO meeting to be very, very fruitful. In Sanskrit, they say Chairevati, Chairevati. Slowly, the elephant moves, and it will move.
Well, it was quite a profound discussion, Sitesh, and we just end this discussion with a positive note and with the hope that things will work out fine and they will be beneficial for all of us, you and me and everybody. So we'll be meeting again with some other wonderful discussion next week. Till then, you take care and bye-bye.
Thank you, Kanchan. Keep well.
We had a wonderful discussion with Mr. Sitesh Srivastav, and as you know, the security, economic, and social justice goes hand in hand, especially in this new era. And we have discussed this. I hope you liked this discussion. And if you have any comments, please, we are eager to know your views. So write to us and subscribe our channel to be informed what we are presenting in our next show. So we'll be meeting again Saturday. Till then, you take care and bye-bye.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmach Business Channel, and today in this program we have a very special guest, Mr. Sitesh Srivastav, and with whom we will be discussing about one of the very important topic, and topic is responsible state and welfare. So without wasting any further moment, I would like to call Mr. Sitesh Srivastav and start this important and interesting discussion.
Okay, welcome Sitesh to this show, and how are you doing today?
I'm well, and all the well, more energized always to talk to you.
Lovely, and we have selected a very interesting topic today regarding welfare states and responsible states. So before I go further, I would also want to really understand for our viewers' sake that what you mean when you're talking about responsible state and welfare state?
Well, Kanchan, in the modern demographic setup after post-industrialized world in the 19th and the 20th century, we have seen different kinds of states that have come up after the medieval stages and the colonial stages. And these states which came out in the 19th century, we found they were based on the democratic principles. They were more about referendums. They were more about people's participation. And there were several other flavors of socialism, capitalism, communism, and other isms.
Mm-hmm.
And in between, there were experimental states as well. And therefore, each state and the concept of each state was about a welfare for their people, to advance the thought process of that nation or a country or a community or a tribe. And therefore, social welfare was an important part of each of these state experiments, whether democracy, whether presidential form of government or a prime ministerial form of government, legislative, reporting to the monarchy, everything. And therefore, the responsible state is a state which is also socially responsible and committed towards social welfare. So we cannot separate them basically. They are together.
Well, when we are talking about welfare states and a responsible state, and I would like to really ask you that every state in this present world, most of them are responsible and welfare states. Maybe a monarchy, they are look forward for welfare. Even when we go back in our Indian history, we'll find all kings and queens, they were more directed towards doing welfare. And when we talk about modern age and when we talk about welfare and establishing only the welfare institution, somehow this provides equality, right, to all the citizens. But at the same time, this also speaks about socialism more than right of freedom, which is on topmost in many of the countries like India. Also, we cherish and we want to be free, and there are half of the population who is really working towards socialism. But most of the people in India, they talk about freedom. So how really you gel these ideas, though socialism, though I mean the welfare is the a mantra for any rule or in any country the world, but still it's echoes about socialism. So how you would like to elaborate on that?
Kanchan, it's the same kitchen, it's the same ingredients. What the culinary tastes can be different. The ingredients of a preparation could be different. And then while we, see people working in the kitchens, we develop a certain taste, the certain platter of food across the cultures, across communities, and across nations. Why on earth would we have a Chinese food, whereas I know that Chinese food could be, a very much big variety, and then we have the Indian Chinese food. Similarly, for the states to exist in modern world, Kanchan, they have to have a welfare agenda. But the welfare agenda of each different kind of a state is differently, prepared differently, executed differently, is addressed and targeted at different kind of an audience. So, for example, if I see, today in the Chinese kind of setup, on the outer look, it's a communism, but under that communism, a lot of capitalism flourishes. That's where we see China, what China is today, and of course they have their own social welfare policies. If we look at the African nations, especially the poorer African nations, most of the welfare is happening through the governments. Very few is the participation from the public, and that makes the burden on the government and the exchequer more, where the participation is only one way. In the Indian context, if we talk in terms of the Manrega scheme or other schemes, PM, Jan Dhan Yojana, and couple of other, Anganwadi we have known for ages. Right? These are mostly participatory programs. The government funds are released, the schemes are released, and then they are monitored and gauged how successful they have been. Not all the policies by the government has been successful across the country in every state. So the social welfare is something like a culinary dish that the ruling dispensation of each country has to decide, agree in their parliament or assemblies, which is good for that particular country, and that's how it has to be. It has to be proposed, isn't it?
Yes, but I also want you to elaborate what are those characteristics or features when we are talking about the welfare state and when we talk about responsible government. Because responsibility, people are responsible and when they are ruling any country. But how they really provide these stages of welfare to their common people of their country.
Kanchan, if you remember, in our Indian country, we had census every 10 years, and then we also used to have 5-year plan, the Panchvarshiya Yojana, which is now known as Niti Aayog, Planning Commission. These were the institutions over the decades, not just years. Over the decades, they planned and designed different social welfare programs to be, taken over towards the whole country. Like I just mentioned, Anganwadi, or the relief funds that the government releases. So the parameters are more or less the same. The touching the poorest of the poor is one parameter. Touching the people who are marginalized in the society due to whatever caste, color, creed, religion, anything. So there could be a parameter related to the students, doing some kind of a welfare programs for the worthy students who somehow cannot get into the mainstream education because of non-availability of funds or non-availability of infrastructure. So each of these plans, whether it is India, whether it is any country, these policies are designed keeping the larger public in mind and not the lesser public. When I say lesser public, I mean privileged people. In India, I just read a report, Kanchan, that if people are earning around, on an average, somewhere around 25,000 rupees a month, a person is earning, that person is probably comes under the best 60 to 70% of this country. So the welfare program has to reach out to the people who really need it. And then they also have to see how is the effectiveness of the program. We have also heard about Bangladesh, Grameen Bank that started as a welfare thought, and the way it has reached out to the masses, the poorer masses or the rural masses of Bangladesh, that's a case study, right?
Okay, then when we are talking about a responsible state and welfare, now the question arises is that this totally a responsibility of government, or this is a collaborative effort of people and government, then only a flourishing or a very colorful result comes when we talk about the welfare of the people. So how you look this into this concept? As collaborative, or
Well,
it's totally government's responsibility to dictate actually?
Well, your question is really appreciated, Kanchan. My thinking is that government is for the people, by the people, and they are there because of people. So, of course, the government has to take a bigger responsibility in this, because government has the power to enforce, government has the funds to spend, government has the muscle to ensure that it happens. So government has to take a bigger lead into this, and the captain. And when we talk about the public participation, then my experience, my observations is that public participation will come if people see the immediate benefits around them. So people in India talk about, we saw about demonetization has been discussed for so many years. Okay. People have to see the benefit of every social welfare program. Jan Dhan Yojana, okay, which actually translated into the small finances or NBFC kind of businesses in India. What is the effectiveness of it? So, do we have an account in a small finance bank? Do I go to a small finance bank today, or I go to the private banks? It starts with me. But government as the big brother or the overarching brother has to basically promote it as well. Okay, the gas subsidy, the petroleum subsidy that we saw recently, this has promoted well so that people participation can happen. Otherwise, this remains on few individuals like you and me to look at the participation, and we go out on the streets with our slogans of people's participation. But then we see there are no big takers, and this is also true in my experience. I saw African nations, Kanchan, as well. Since government is taking almost 90 to 95% of the lead, it's a very, very few participation in the African countries from the people side. But if you see on the other hand, on the Japan, where I spend a lot of time, people actually push the government to take those welfare programs to the larger public. So it all depends. It's a healthy balance. Hindi mein kahe to rassa kashi. Ek healthy balance is needed in that front. And of course, government cannot rest saying that the people are not participating.
Okay, well, when we are talking about the welfare and the responsible state, and this implies on Indian state as well, because we look forward and we are a kind of society where we always think and work towards welfare of the people. And I've seen it that not only in government aspect, but people by themselves, because that is a cultural aspect of, especially when we talk about Indian, and many countries may be following this also. Any last thought you would like to really tell to policymakers, that how really they can evolve in doing more welfare for the people?
Kanchan, policy makers around the world are the people who are able to feel the pulse of the nation, who are able to feel the pulse of the economy all across the world. What is happening in the Ukraine war, it has taken a very, very bad beating in the financial markets in the world. Petroleum prices. And lot of funds that would have been actually moved for the social welfare of many nations are being diverted to buy petrol, are being diverted to have a weapon program. Now that money could have been used for a social welfare program, and I think the policy makers understand this very, very well. What they don't understand is that when to take a stand. So from an Indian perspective, the policy makers must not forget the pressing issues of our society, the sections of the society which are still marginalized, which are still do not have access to the basics, the water, the sanitation, the electricity, electrification, infrastructure, education, access to the capital, and entrepreneurial drive. Who pushes them? Who gives them the incubation? So the policy makers, a set of policy makers, very, very dedicated, must be thinking on those terms and should be able to convince the government to allocate the funds, and then should be able to see the execution plan happening. And then that's the only mantra to success. But this is not a one-time mantra. It is an everyday chanting.
Well, we had quite an interesting discussion today, and I will just summarize is that though initiation is done by government, and I think there's a higher rate of collaboration which is needed by entrepreneur, by general public, to ensure the welfare of the society at large, right? So it was so interesting to really talk to you and understand, and I would request all the viewers to, if you have any opinion or any comment, please do write in, and we will facilitate your answers from Sitesh Srivastava. So Sitesh, it was wonderful talking to you, and we'll be meeting again. Till then, you just take care and have a good day.
Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
So friends, we had an interesting discussion with Mr. Sitesh Srivastava. We will be meeting again, and till then you please keep smiling, and if you have any opinion, please do write it, and we'll be meeting again. Till then, tune in to Akulmach Business Channel. See you. Bye-bye.
Hello friends, welcome to Akulmach Business Channel, and today we have a program which is dedicated on the leader's voice, and today we will be joined by a very distinguished personality, very distinguished and honored leader from our industry. Her name is Ranjana Kanti, and she is the founder of India Redefined NGO, and today we will learn from her how her organization can help MSMEs, small companies, and even individuals to do charity, and also as part of their business process, and also generate some business as an outcome of this whole proposition. So without further ado, let's invite Ranjana for a discussion. Ranjana ji, welcome to the show. Or we would like to know from you what is that you offer for the MSME segment. Or what your NGO, how your NGO helps the MSME segment in terms of, coming out with charity. Over to you, Ranjana.
Thank you so much, Chandrakant, for inviting me. And see, India Redefined, though registered like an NGO, it is like a platform where a lot of entities are together on this platform. So we act like a system integrator, you can say, where small, medium enterprises, project professionals, experts, technology providers, other NGOs, implementation partners, even the common people, citizens, even the students, youth, lot of youth, they all have their role. So, how these small medium enterprises are getting benefited by that, and in turn, NGO is also getting benefited. That suppose your organization is selling some product or services, okay? So any product and services, because being in social sector and being in development sector, my not only mine but also my experts, we can think about anything which can be made into a social development project. Okay, your product or your technology can make into a social development project. So these small medium enterprises, since many years, they are asking us to give that format to them in which they can make a project like that. Suppose they are selling a water purifier, or they are selling a solar system, or they are selling any product. So we try to make that project in a social development project kind of thing, and a kind of CSR project. And not we tell them only to make. Now we have got the format, we can give them the examples, and they make, and I myself give them 4 to 5 leads who know about India Redefined and who can sponsor those projects. Only this thing is that for a social development project, it has to go into the rural area, it has to do something with the underprivileged, or it has to do something with the environment. Okay, for example, I'll just tell you what all we are doing. Suppose there is a Clean India project. So when we make a project of water sanitation or some hygiene or wash project, then the many SMEs can be the vendors of those in those areas, can do that, their technologies can be used in that. So one is that they can empanel with us. When we get a funding, we will always, their fees will come from that funding they will be our vendor. Second is that they can make themselves a project, take leads from us and try to pitch it to them. My intention is that, being a social worker, my intention is that that project should reach to masses. That should reach to masses, and they'll get that this thing. Most of our things, we are getting sponsorship somewhere or the other. So same way, suppose some air or soil pollution, we do need technologies in that. But in education sector also, suppose some primary, secondary, adult education, skill development, digital education, teachers training, these small medium enterprises are only vendors who are giving that. So now things are becoming so huge with India Redefined because of a big platform who has got 13 lakh, no, not 13 lakh, more than 13 lakh supporters all over India. 460 NGO partners, and many are pending. So many technology providers, hundreds and hundreds of who are empaneled with us. So we are telling these small medium enterprises that they make the program in such a way that their own project, their own services or product can become like they become our vendors for anything, and they can pitch it to the. We jointly pitch, means even I will pitch to the corporates. Not I'm leaving that to them also. There are many small medium enterprises who have products and services for environment, renewable energy, sustainability, biodiversity, eco farming, forestation. We already have. I can give them examples also that we made these projects with the help of these small medium enterprises only, where their technology is used. So I can give them example. Same in health sector, in telemedicine, rural health care, M-health, emergency response, training, support, other health related issues. We have got, we can give them, many projects are already ready, where instead of that particular technology, they have to just put their technology and we will pitch it to so that way they are benefited by us. One is that way. Second, how India Redefined is getting benefited. Obviously, our social sector project will go to the masses by adding more technology, makes you more stronger also. And the more we are becoming one-stop solution for CSR, for any development sector, we will become one-stop solution. And India Redefined citizen movement, that is also becoming a pressure group kind of thing, anti-corruption movement in small villages, many places. It's not becoming a mass movement, but at many places wherever we are becoming strong. So additional anything adding to that we will become more powerful, more more people, obviously things together we can be successful, but their product and services for sure this way we can reach. So any other question?
Yes, excellent. In fact, this is a very good initiative by India Redefined. I have only one question, that is with regard to the MSMEs, how they get associated with you. Is it they have to come back to you and there is a registration form, or there is an initial cap on investment? Certain basic things, if you can tell, it will be great.
India Redefined has not put any charges for.
Interesting point of what you're saying, and that's very broad, this aspect. But I would like to just share a little bit around connection, what I think is some of the pieces that are very important for connection within organizations and also just in life in general. Because really the role that we play in an organization is actually us individuals, and so therefore the connections we take with us. But let's talk about this in a second, for a moment. But the actual join together, and isn't that what we're trying to do within organizations, within teams? We're constantly talking about connectivity, as to joining together and to find the best possible ways to not only have communication, but also to create and innovate together. So the organization, plus also the individuals within the organization and the whole stakeholder chain can be very much interconnected. Up to connection. The meaning of connection is a relationship where are associated with something else. And so this is an important thing that we understand. It's another word, which is a relationship. And everything is a relationship. For example, in relationship systems, coaching is about relationships. You are never not out of relationship. So if we put those together, relationship and connection, is that they are very, very powerful terms. And this is one of the most important things, I think, that I have found. And with the work that I did with nomadic cultures and spending time in nomadic cultures in Mongolia and Kenya, and also in Morocco, as well as Namibia, I would like to share a little bit of a story about something which I believe is extremely important in this conversation, not only for organizations, but with it. So as I was with my guide and my photographer and my translator, my driver, we would be moving around in the Sahara and even in the rocky Sahara, which is the premise to the Sahara, the sandy Sahara. And we were looking for little tents, or we were looking for a little house. And we found one in the rocky Sahara, and so we zoomed off towards it, and we stopped, and then we greeted. And there was a greeting, of course, where you gave sugar, and you gave tea, and you gave other things, but you also did a little head knock to say hello and to connect. And so we went in to the little room that he had, which was beautiful, and it had all sorts of Moroccan and beautiful colored cushions and blankets, and also carpets that we were to sit on. So we sat on the floor, and he started to create and to make, the master of the house, making the Moroccan tea. And the Moroccan tea ceremony, like a British tea ceremony that you're used to in India, is that in many ways is a form of developing rapport and developing connection. And so this was very important. And so the conversation was in Arabic. So I just sat and I watched and I observed and I listened. And it was very important to see what the body languages was happening. And he would create one cup of tea and he would give it to us all, and we had a shot glass of tea. He would create another one, there'd be more conversation, and the conversation just kept going on between my guide and the master. I didn't know what they were conversing about, but they were connecting because nobody knew each other. So they were developing this rapport of how are you with another person. This was extremely interesting to me. And then after 3 cups of tea, my guide said to me, and who was speaking to him, said, "You can now ask your questions." And I thought, well, why now? What has happened in this conversation? But I found out, and let me just share with you what had happened after, was that they were conversing. They were talking about setting the land, setting the respect and the possibilities of who am I in this organization, or in this environment with them. And they had told them that I had been to these other places, Mongolia and Kenya, and spent time with nomads. And so anyway, we went along a lot of first world questions, and he gave me some answers. And then he asked me a question. And he said to me, "What makes us all similar?" Now, this was very interesting to me because in organizations, we're constantly, and even generally in life, we're looking at what is differences all the time. Differences are separations, and separations are not connecting because that doesn't join us together. We are constantly separating. And so I thought about this for a moment, and I thought, well, what does he mean by this? And what do I mean is the answer for this? And I said to him, it's your humanity. And I believe that to be strong because what the humanity and the sources and the values of the underlying what made them as human beings in different cultures and religions and foods and environments and contexts and histories was that there was this underlying sense of humanity, which is this sense of connection. And in this sense of connection, we have lost this on many terms because we are very sort of business-minded, which we don't think of it as connection, but all of it is. Let me go back to another thing, which is energy. And energy, what is that? For example, you can have a plug, all right? You can have a plug and you put it into the wall and then it gives you energy. But what is that connector? It is the source of the plug and the outlet to create this energy. This is a connection. This is a very important coming together of a source and the wall and the energy and therefore the electricity. And what is electricity? Electricity is a vibration. And electricity, it gives us light. Electricity drives our computers. It drives your organization, your technology. So all of this is connection on the very basic form. But it is the human. And what we lost so much in COVID was the interconnection, I say interconnection now, of individuals sharing their energy and understanding that all parts of an organization are completely interconnected. It is not just silo, 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 because it is more horizontal, because they all have to interconnect. Come together is what connectere is, the joining together of all the systems within an organization. So how is it important then? How important is connection? It is the life breath of an organization. You can only do so much on this screen, right? We can't touch it, we cannot embrace it, you know? But in real life, when we are in the same environment, we can connect in a different way. We feel the energies very differently. We feel the connections very differently. And this is what empowers individuals. And we talk about performance, and I would prefer to talk about value. If we're talking about connection and value, we're talking about the humans coming together, joining together in manifesting teams, which are coming together on multiple levels. So let's talk about some of those levels. So one is care. Care is so important. There are many people that will say, you know, I'm sure you've come up against this. I don't care about you, or I don't care about this philosophy, or I don't care about this organization. It comes with some pretty nasty feelings inside. Caring is what has come about in the organizations and through COVID. Because of the mental challenges that we've had of this disconnection, we have felt this loneliness, the aloneness, even in, you know, Zooms like this, of having multiple images of people, but it's not the same. It is, as they say, sama, but different, you know, and it is different. And so we need to think about care. How are you caring for the individuals, the humans that are in your organization? But I don't just mean in your organization. I'm talking about your whole stakeholder chain. And this is a food chain. If we relate it to stakeholder chains, supply chains, in nature, we have a food chain. What is being fed off another, so that you get from a small plankton all the way up to a big fish, and then ultimately ourselves. It's the same in an organization. You have a multiple food chain, and those are connections. Those are needing care. How do we treat them? How do we value them? How do we understand each other? These are the similarities. It's not about the differences. Because if you do the differences, that's what we get. We get this separation. We disconnect. So it's very interesting to understand the care. How are you caring? The important thing is that if you are in an organization and you care for another individual, or you care for your team, or you show care within the projects that you're doing, it's like a family, the community of a community of a family. Families are about connecting. Sometimes there's challenges, yes. Sometimes there's disagreements, yes. But we need to care for those individuals. And that is something that I think is very important in organizations today, is understanding how are you caring? What are you setting up in types of systems to care for people? In the HR departments, how are you caring for everyone? Are you listening to them? Are you observing individuals? Are you interaction? This comes back again to some of the work that I've done with nomadic cultures, and I realized there are 6 very important points and attributes and behaviors which help not only to care, but to connect. And those 6 are to be silent and to be still. So what does that mean? That means about finding that contexture in yourself of that stillness, so that you're able to connect with another on another level. It's about being alert to a variety of different aspects which may be coming in from different avenues within an organization. The alert of somebody saying not something very nice, or the alert that something is happening, a new action is happening, a new communication is happening, staying alert. It is about observing individuals, observing teams, observing your stakeholder chain, observing the external world that you're actually in, understanding business, observing. It's about listening. It's about listening deeply, not only to your inside voices and connecting to those, but observing and listening and connecting to the voices which are outside, within the environment, within your organization. All of these are very important. The next one is curiosity. Curiosity is a connection. It is an energy. It is a wonderful way of exploring. It's what I call go nomading and be curious, which is always lots of fun. This is what is needed in organizations, plus also listening to your intuition. Your intuition is so important. It talks to you. So for example, I am sure that you have had many times that your intuition is saying, oh, I should be doing this, or I want to do this, or I want to think about, having a new job, but I don't take that new job, or I think that, no, it's not right. But it's about, intuition is not just a feeling inside of your gut, but it's also, once it starts to vibrate throughout your whole body, the physical aspect of it, then it's a listener. That's when you should be listening to it. So these are about connecting, and connections within your organization and the way you have your teams. It's so beautiful, really, is to find these nomadic cultures and to be able to find this inner wisdom which lives within every single one of you and is the embodiment of your organization. But where has it gone? And how can you bring it back? Very, very important. So the purpose, we come to the purpose. Everyone's talking about purpose. What is the organization's purpose? The values. What are the values? What is the reason for this organization to be? These are the connections that you need to have so that there is an inner working of everyone coming together and joining together in a red line, as we call a fil rouge, which is in French, what I'm not saying very well, but it is the red line. What is the red line of your organization, which means the purpose? What are the values of that red line, which is stringing it together, and also the connective pieces, interconnective pieces of the systems, of the way you are treating each other, the way you are caring for each other, the way you are listening to each other, the way you are working together. Maybe it's hybrid, maybe it's not, but how are you putting these together? It all is connection. But this purpose and the values are extremely important because this is the driving energy of the force of an organization. I am not sure if you've seen, I have walked into many organizations, I've seen these beautiful values on a wall, and then you actually walk into the organization and nobody's actually doing them or actually uplifting them because they've seen them and they don't recognize them anymore and they just go about the work, like a very sort of treadmill. That is not connecting. That is a disconnection. Many organizations have people that are disconnected and they say, hey, they're not performing. Then you need to look at why are they not connecting? And it's not about performance, it's about the individual. Maybe their mindset for the position that they're in is not and not helping them. Maybe they're in the wrong position for what their talents and skills are. This is caring for and connecting to what they do best.
These are very relevant and very meaningful because we can all relate to all this. But let me ask you a question about something which has been talked about quite often recently, and that is called the social currency. And when we talk about social currency, it is the based on the understanding that I have, it is the sum total of your credentials in real life and sum total of your total credentials in your virtual life. And if you add these two up, it becomes your social currency. And it is nothing but connections. We are talking about connections here. So what is the relevance of social currency in today's context, especially when you're quoting these examples of your experience with Maasais in Kenya and other places and Sahara? What is the relevance of the social currency in today's world, especially for the businesses of today?
We have more buzzwords, right? Social currency. Gosh, we live in these worlds of so many different buzzwords, of where we feel that we can connect with these buzzwords, which they actually, for many people, have very different meanings. So the social currency, understanding absolutely that the social media, it depends on the way you look at it. I've had a very sort of love-hate relationship with social media. One, because I feel that it can make you extremely anxious because there is not necessarily a true connection. People often will put how fantastic they are and how fantastic they're doing and all sorts of things, which is undermining a lot of other individuals in many ways. And so this is the negative part of this that I'm speaking about, and that can disconnect people not only from themselves on the one side, but also from the disconnection with the social interaction which is going on within social media. But there's a very positive way as well. Depends on how you want to engage. So I think that what's really been important for me, and I would just share it with my situation, is that I decided to remove myself from social media, all my platforms, from Facebook, from LinkedIn, and from IG, because I wanted to disconnect, because I wanted to find out what I wanted and how I wanted to connect on social media. And I think this is an extremely important thing, is understanding truthfully how you want to engage, how you want to interconnect, how you want to connect, how you want to connectare, join in social currency and social media, as we say. But it's important that we understand ourselves, and this comes back to connecting to the self and knowing ourselves. And there are many, many people that are very formative in their lives, and they are not interconnecting themselves. They're seeing everything in the external, and the external, what others are doing. And they feel that they don't have the possibilities. Now, this can be a problem. But that is where I believe social currency and social media, we need to understand ourselves first before we move on to almost anything, whether we're in an organization or whichever. But as we interconnect and we connect on social media, what is our message? How do we want to join together with others? How do we want to respect others? How do we want to know what is in the information that is being delivered on any of the platforms? I believe that it's a great way of interconnecting and connecting, but it also cannot be. And we have to be very careful of what that is. And that is knowing what you want to say and how you want to do it from the heart and truthfully. Because there's so much fake news, as you know, Chandra, out there. And what do you believe? And this is a tough one for most people in this world, and it is a tough one for myself as well. And I'm very grateful that I've taken the time away from it, this social currency, and now wading in how I want to wade in. And not promising all sorts of things, and not spewing stuff that is not true. It is what comes from my heart. So I think that's important about this connection, is connecting wherever you are, it's from your source. If it's with your whole stakeholder chain, it is coming from the truth. And and with the social currency, I believe comes trust, if you can trust the others. Now, let me share with you something that I learned also from the Maasai. It's that everyone talks about trust, and can I trust this connection? Can I trust this individual? Can I trust this conversation? How can I trust? And trust, as we say, can be built over a long period of time. And that is what I started off with, was that tea ceremony, was building the trust, was building the rapport. That this is important, but we go to trust. But the Maasai shares with me, you have to gain respect first before you will get trust. And I said, whoa, that's very cool. That's very interesting that you link the first stage to the second stage. And I said, well, how do you then gain respect? And they said, well, it's very simple. They said it's about being consistent in the words you say. They are consistent all the time. And you don't deviate and say, I'm going to say this to this person, I'm going to say this to this person, around the same thing. And then the trust is not built because the respect is not there. So it's being consistent, it's being clear, it is being fully engaged. And that will bring you trust. It is what we call walking your talk and being truthful to walking your talk. So this is the piece of the social currency which sometimes is not there. And I think that in my personal experiences, that if we connect from the truth of what we say and our actions are there and they're consistent, and then to also apologize if they are not, because something else goes wrong, because we're human, but to be very truthful about this. And that leads to connection, strong, trustful connections, whether it's social currency or if it's not, it's just one. So that's what I have to say. It's a long story. Sorry, Chandra, but anyway, you got me on the roll.
All right, Kevin. So I think I fully agree with you of these points that you made about trust and building connections and throwing some really good examples today from your life experience. But let me again ask you a similar question. Let me be devil's advocate here in this discussion, and that is about social media. Because now more and more social currency is getting associated with social media, and you already said that you wanted to opt out of social media, but that is not possible. These social media platforms provide all sorts of compliance, like GDPR compliance, use policy, legal adherence to the users, and also anti-bully law. And in nutshell, they control the environment in such a way that you actually build trust, you speak the right thing, you have consistent approach towards your connections on social media. So don't you think there is a resemblance between the social media trying to replicate to the real world environment which you were just quoting a few minutes back? What do you feel?
I think that human nature is that what I have experienced in life, and I'm sure that you have experienced in life, that there are some not very nice people out there. And they will do whatever they need to do, whether they're crooks or whoever they are, they will bully people, or they will share, incorrect things. And you have the people that are not fact checkers. And there are certain people that are always going to be this in societies. And sadly, it is. And this has become another platform, is social media, for them. And even though there are all sorts of government regulations and also different types of rules and regulations that there are, that they still get through. And because people want to get their message through, and they'll find every single way that they can to find the loopholes. I just believe that we then need to connect only with the people that we feel are what one may call our tribe, that are thinking in the way we wish to think, and that they are open thinkers. And I believe that we need to find the people always, whether it's the connections that we have. You know how it is in real life, is that we don't always connect to certain people. And that's just the way it is. And we cannot connect to everyone because it's just too much. Social media allows you to connect to thousands of people possibly. And maybe they're on the same track as you, and maybe they're not. I think that you find your own space, and you need to find the people that you can respect and trust, and the information that they're giving, and you follow, and you engage. And that's how this is a wonderful area of social media, when you can do that. But it's about finding those niches. It's finding those communities. It's finding those people that you're able to have the conversation with. You're able to connectere, you're joined together with. So I'm not sure if that answers your question completely.
Well, it does. So what you are telling us is to make sure that we follow the social media sensibly and not believe everything which is thrown at us. But I think it's a question of knowledge also, because many people don't know how to configure their social media. So more than using the social media appropriately, I think it's the question of how do you configure your social media so that you don't get unnecessary, unwanted material thrown at you. And I think most people don't know about that. But I think let's leave it aside. Now, coming back to our current century, you're talking about connections, how they are so important, and how to leverage the power of connection now to reopen our world post-pandemic. And a lot of people are confused about what to do now, because whatever connections they had earlier are not present on social media. And that is where the gap is. I am seeing it myself, people who are taking more time to accept this reality of social media, social engine, augmented reality. They are actually having really tough time. So people migrating from their connections which they had in physical world into the social world is a big challenge, and people are not finding it very comfortable. So from your point of view, what is your advice to people, what they should do quickly so that they can create either new connections on social media, or try to see if they can bring those connections from real world to social media world? What do you think?
Well, it's that social media is one thing. Human connection in the flesh is another thing. And it doesn't take a lot of brain surgery to realize that when you are sitting in a cafe with somebody that you enjoy to be with, that it is a wonderful thing. And you're not necessarily on social media, except some people are always on their phones. And so they're not having any connection. So you may as well not be sitting with each other. You may as well be just somewhere else. However, they find that as a companionship at the same time. So there is something that's going on. I sense that there is that loneliness because we've had this time of being separated. And it's like coming out of like a turtle going into their shell and coming out of their shell, is that we are now coming out into this relationship now again of how do we step out and we feel the safety of it in organizations or within individuals because, they're spreading diseases or things like this. But it's more than that. It's about the desire to be in relation with individuals in a live form. And I think that will come back again. I mean, you see it, like For example, in Singapore, they opened up the boundaries, and everybody is out into restaurants. Everybody is out into the clubs again. It is like people are coming together. They've been desiring it so much. Yes, the social media is there, but it is not a replacement. All right, I think this is where we have got ourselves all mixed up, is that it's another tool to communicate. Fabulous. But it's about how do we use these tools, as you started to talk about. How do we engage with these tools? It's the same thing in organizations or trainings. You know, we have all these tools, but it's really the action of the engagements. So, you know, for me, I think that you just got to get out and just start living again, you know, living your life. I mean, I know we've all been through it, and I felt it myself. And sometimes I had this problem of going into real life of, oh no, do I want to sit close to anybody? Do I want to engage with anyone? How do we do that? But I believe that, remember, these things are tools that help our lives. They are not our complete life. The business is the same. It is not all about technology. It's about the human as well. Because the human is creating the technology. These are the connections. Everything is connected and interconnected. You just need to go out and know that the touch of a hug is much more delicious and wonderful than just having this. This is just a tool. This is another way forward. Yesterday, I went for a walk there's a beautiful garden where I'm staying here in Portugal, and it is a community garden. So people have their plots of land of where they're growing vegetables or their flowers or a few trees. And it's overlooking the beautiful water. The sea is down the hill. And I just went there and I sat and I communicated and connected with just the environment. And there were some other people there, and I said hello, and we connected. And this was beautiful. We can all do this. The human touch, the social media is a tool. It is not the only thing we have. So what I say, connection in organizations is extremely important. Connection in general is extremely important. It is the relationships that are linking or associating someone or something to another. That's what connection means. And that can be in all sorts of forms, as we say, the social currency, it can be in live, it can be however. But we need to own our lives and know that it comes from the heart. Care. Yeah.
So let me ask you, Kevin, another one. And since you mentioned that social media is a tool, your mobile phone is a tool, and as we progress towards more advanced societies, now most of the people, including Microsoft, Facebook, they're talking about the metaverse. That means building your own metaverse and using the augmented reality eyepieces. So you put them on, and say for example, you would have spent something like $30,000-$40,000 to reach Portugal, to settle down here. But if I had the VR headset on my eyes, and if I pay like $5, I can pretty much have the same experience that you had this morning. You went out for a walk. I can also do it sitting in my room without leaving my room, wearing a VR headset. I can talk to that gentleman on the other side also, if he's also wearing a VR headset. And I will have a virtual experience of roaming in his home garden, kitchen garden. So I think these are realities, Kevin, while we have the connections, but how do we leverage our connections is these tools, and these tools are progressing, advancing every day as we speak. I'm sure you must be aware of this game, which started off as a game by Microsoft called it's called Metaverse, but it has a name called Minecraft, and started off as a game. Now it is becoming a metaverse, and it is available on Xbox. And now this is exactly what the Facebook wants to compete with, and Apple is going to come out with their virtual reality headsets. So whole lot of change in the way we use these tools is also coming, and that is coming in 2022. So I think while the point is very clear that we have the connections, we have to leverage those connections, we have to go out there, exercise our good sense, use our brain to connect. But then I think the tools are changing, and that is a whole lot of new skill sets. Don't you think, Kevin? Your opinion on this one?
Well, again, they're all tools. Here we are, two of us, right? We're speaking on Zoom, and maybe there's other people that are also tuning in at some point. And they're all tools, but we're humans. This machine can do all sorts of augmented reality, the AR, AI, all of this can be, another world. But there's nothing better than the real world. I'm not saying that we cannot have all of these things. But the real world is where we really connect and where we see and we experience. So they're all fun play toys, and they are maybe fantastic for use in our knowledge and our skills and changing things. Absolutely, I'm all for that. However, are we going to become just a technical pieces? What about this? We may as well just disappear then. In fact, we may end up becoming extinct as it is. And then what's the use of all the technology if there's no people? But the point here, I think you're talking about, is these are all tools, and we need to balance and use them for what they're needed, but not only they are the only way of connecting in life. We need a balance of the way we connect, so that we have different tools that are used for different things. And so we have, different tools in the garden which are used for digging or for shoveling or for planting or whatever. These are all tools, but it doesn't take over the whole human connection. We have to be careful. We have to. I'm not thinking in an old way. I'm not saying that. And saying that certainly these are all fabulous technologies, and they cost money. And what are they doing for the environment is another piece of it, because people just throw them away ultimately. And so that's what's doing to the, it's like you have to have more possessions. And we could go into another connection of layers of things which disconnect you from reality. So this goes into a deeper connection, I think, and a deeper conversation, Chandra. But I think we just have to balance all of the technologies that are coming out and see what we can use and what we can't, and to know that we actually have to sit and talk to somebody face to face at some point. Face to face is also important.
Well, I think,
Let me go on that. If you do an augmented reality and virtual, if you see, this wonderful place that I'm in and you can see it, there's nothing better than to touch the leaf. You can't touch the leaf in augmented reality. Maybe you can, but it is not the same feeling. But maybe they will find it in some sort of space that they will eventually. But there's nothing better than the real. That's my view of the world.
Well, I think, Kevin, you and I are here, and we circle back every week and discuss about these things. And these are real changes which are happening to our industry. And when we talk about AR, there are modules which are going to stimulate your mind. So if you want to have a touch feeling, all you have to do is not touch physically but stimulate your mind, so that you're touching the other person maybe 5,000 kilometers away. So I think whole lot of development is happening, whole lot of companies are putting their money behind, and the environment is changing very very rapidly. So nevertheless, the point that you have told us today is utilizing the power of connection. The tool can be anything, whether physical, take a flight and meet your client or meet your principal, or basically use whatever method you want to use. I think that is the point that you have told us today. And most of the people must utilize their power of connection, because they have each person has at least 1,000 2,000 connections. Leverage those connections locally and then from there grow further. So thank you so much, Kevin, for sharing this knowledge with us today, and it was lovely talking to you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Chandra. I'm really grateful also to be with you.
So, friends, we had a wonderful conversation with Kevin Kotam, who joined us from Portugal, and he's a big promoter of nomadic mindset. So he's basically helping a lot of leaders to maintain proper mindset and also progressive mindset. So if you want to reach out to Kevin and discuss with him or take his help to improve your business in the right direction, the email is down below. You can send us an email and we will make the connection happen. So as always, thanks for watching, and I will catch you again in the next one. Hello friends, welcome to Akulmach Business channel, and in our leadership section we will be joined by a very eminent, very well-known speaker globally. His name is Kevin Cotton, and he is a Canadian. He's a big personality actually, and he is joining us from Portugal today. So without further ado, we will welcome Kevin and discuss about the power of connection to reopen the global businesses. So let's welcome him.
Hello, Chandra. It's great to be with you again.
I'm trying to patch Kevin here. Just give me a moment. Yes,
Hello,
Kevin, I
Chandra.
can see you now.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can see you now.
Hello. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, Kevin.
Okay.
Welcome
great.
to the show.
Thank you so much, Chandra. It's wonderful to be here. And I have, as I was saying to you earlier, I've just arrived in Lisbon, and I'm just very excited to be here and start a new journey in this fine country of Portugal. And it's beautiful and sunny this morning.
Good to see you after a few months, and in my pleasure to have a talk session with you last year, but I think this year, and the topic of discussion today is how do we leverage our connections or the power of our connections to reopen global business. So what is your opinion? And by the way, before you start, Kevin, I want to tell viewers that we are live right now across all social media platforms. If you have any question, you can use the chat function. It will just come in front of our eyes and read out your question, and Kevin can respond. So over to you, Kevin.
Yeah, thanks very much for that question. And let me share with you a few things that I think that has really been going on. Of course, we all know that COVID has created a lot of connections in a very different virtual world. And we've lost that human connection of the touch and the feel and to be in the energy of somebody in a live setting. And now we are coming back to that, which is absolutely wonderful. And people are really enjoying it very much. And some people are living the hybrid life. And certainly some people are still wanting to work from home. But there's this, let me share with you a story, which I think is actually important here in the understanding of the importance of connection, not just globally in an organization, but as a human factor. Is that when I was doing my research for my book, The Nomadic Mindset, Never Settle for Too Long, a leadership book, I spent time with 3 nomadic cultures. And one of the nomadic cultures I spent time with was the Berbers in southern Morocco in the Sahara. And so I went off with my guide and my photographer and my translator and driver, and we stopped off at a place in the Rocky Sahara in this man's hut with his family. And of course, he greeted us, and we went and we spent time doing the whole tea ceremony. It was quite wonderful to understand each other. And of course, I didn't speak Arabic, but there was this amazing connection was being developed through the tea ceremony, of where my guide was having a conversation with the master of the house, and he was actually sharing about me and about why am I there, why is this person there exploring, and where has he been, and he was telling him about my trip with the nomadic cultures and also leadership. And so at one point, after we had stopped having the drinks of tea, he said to me, "Now you can ask your questions." And I sort of thought, well, why can I ask my questions now? But anyway, I thought that's in a conversation for later. So I asked a variety of questions of the master and of the house. And what happened was at one point, he asked me a question, which I was quite startled by. And he asked me the question, what makes us all similar? He didn't say what makes us different. He asked us what makes us similar. And that threw me back in some sort of thinking, well, what does that mean? And considering the nomadic cultures that I had been to. And then I thought about that and extended that out further. And I realized that this is a connection we have globally as individuals, whether it be energetically, culturally. We all know some differences, but the similarities is the human connection is absolutely vital for us to be able to transmit, to communicate at a different level, to be able to do business in a different level, to be able to feel in different ways. Sure, this television that we're on now, in actual fact, is a great way, but it's not the theater. The theater is really the live connections. And that's what's really extremely important here, is the theater. And not just the broadcast. And I think that this is really important for all of us.
Kevin, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Kevin? Can you hear me, Kevin? I can't hear you. Your voice is not coming through. Kevin, can you hear me? Can you hear me, Kevin? I think we are having some difficulty in Kevin's connection. Let me try and patch him back because I could not hear him and neither he could hear what I was saying. So let me try and patch him again. Can you hear me, Kevin? Your voice is not coming to me. Can you hear me? Say, I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Some. Can you remove this mic and go back to the normal mic? I still can't hear you. You can, there is a mic option down below. You can select the right mic from there next to the camera. Okay, Kevin, I will end the stream and probably we will restart it after 10 minutes. And we will resolve the tech issues and we will restart this program. Hello friends, welcome to Akulmach Business Bunker, and in this edition of Leaders Voice, which is the program that we have where we talk to our industry leaders, and today we will be joined by a very eminent personality who has been associated with a lot of humanitarian work and a lot of charity, Miss Ranjana Kanti, and let me welcome her. And before I welcome her, I have to tell you that she is the founder of India Redefined, a very popular NGO. We will learn about her work today. And so without further ado, let's welcome Ranjana Kanti ji.
Hi, Chandrakant. It was really nice, and I'm honored to be here. And you have brought me here and given me this platform. So, Chandrakant is calling me a leader, but only adjective I can give to myself is a doer, and I'm trying to make many. So, India Redefined is registered like an NGO, but it is a common united platform, which we started in 2009 by inviting first the citizen sector, the common people. Normally, citizen sector, common people is called the fourth sector. First is the government sector, second is the corporate sector, third is the NGO sector, who all are working for the common people. But here we invited common people to work for the betterment of the country. And then we started inviting NGOs. We have around 13 lakh supporters, in which we have experts, we have technology providers, we have students, we have implementation partners, all sorts of people. And then we have 450 NGO partners in our third sector partnership program. And now we are inviting corporates for our innovative CSR projects, which we have made. Now, India Redefined is the thought which started with a desired list of, you can say, anyone who is not only Indian, but you can say who lives on this planet, who lives on this globe. The desired list was to bring the awareness, awaken India. Now we talk it awaken globe, by bringing about awareness, education, and communication. Second, it is a desired list, I'm again saying. Clean India of corruption, pollution, unhygienic conditions, dirty environment, contaminated water, anything that requires cleaning. Third is a healthy India. We all want a healthy India, which will be a result of clean and dedicating specific focus on health issues. Now on Green India comes, which is a result of Clean India and using sustainable methods of greening of India or globe. Here, every time I'm saying India, now we are coming to globe redefined. And then comes the prosperous India, which all these things can lead to prosperity. And then comes a happy India or happy globe, and result of all these initiatives, which may sound utopian, but something to strive for. So India Redefined, again, I will start with this thing that we started by bringing the common people, citizens, where we launched 35 very small campaigns, very small social work. They are not even social works, which any common person can do. And we call them that you become the doer, not the donor. Like normally NGOs ask for donation. We ask for their time, donate your time. And with small campaigns we started with. And I still keep inviting all these common people, NGOs, students, experts, technology providers, that you come on one platform. So why one platform? Because see, I believe in collaboration. The visionary of India Redefined, I'm not the visionary, I'm face of one face, you can say. So I'm the trustee, but the visionary of India Redefined, he believed to make it a collaborative approach, a common united platform where everyone's good efforts come on one platform. So we started like that in 2009 to make the doers. Then in phase 2, we started partnering with wide variety of grassroots NGOs through our third sector partnership programs, conducting numerous social activities and initiatives with them. Now, since last 6-7 years, we are in the process of making our very innovative CSR programs, not only India redefined programs, but also of our partner NGOs CSR programs, how we can make it, and we are in the process of pitching it to corporates. So these programs can broadly be stated again as a Clean India. Water programs are made for water, of sanitation, hygiene, wash programs are there, waste management programs are there, air, water, soil pollution projects are there. In each project, we have involved our expert panel, our technology providers, the NGO of that particular area, and even when we do the program, those particular beneficiaries are doers in that program. Suppose there is Adivasi area or anywhere, the people for whom the program is done, they are the part of the program. Okay, for doing it, part of the program, not only by being beneficiary. Now, as I told, that second phase is Green India. That was the wish list. So in Green India, what programs we have? We have made programs on environment, renewable energy, sustainability, biodiversity, eco farming, forestation. Our next project, in fact, we are trying to do with the medicinal plantation drive all over India. So forestation, this thing. So these are the projects. On all these things we were working on our own, but now these projects we have made for corporates to partner with us. We don't tell them that, okay, you give us the check and we will do that, but we are telling them to be a part of us in their CSR activities. Because in CSR also, just giving funds and NGOs doing this, I don't believe in. It should be collaborative approach.
All right. So I have one question. I have one question here. Sorry to interrupt, Ranjana ji. You're talking about so many activities. You know, your NGO is involved in a lot of improvement across education, across upliftment of a lot of people, and also water management. Can you tell our viewers little bit about the modus operandi? What are the activities undertaken by your group, your team, even though there are the corporates who are becoming your partner, but how do you basically take care of these project management?
Yeah. See, India Redefined, yes. See, India Redefined is not Ranjana Kanti, that I'm present all over India and doing activities. India Redefined is a platform where we have got around more than 3,000 man years of experience of experts. No, we have hundreds of technology providers. We have implemented. We were collaborating people with their strengths in different this thing. So as we do, suppose in Kashmir we are doing one sanitation program. In Kanyakumari we are doing one skill program. So what is India Redefined? Not that the India Redefined the set of the core people. So in Kashmir, the NGOs will be involved in that particular program. The experts will be involved in that particular this thing of that particular domain, technology providers. And if we don't have NGO in that particular this thing, then we have our implementation partners also. So various people will implement hundreds of things can do that. Ranjana Kanti is not India Redefined. India Redefined is full of people who are empaneled with us. So should I renew the next this thing?
I have a question here. I have a question here, and thank you so much for explaining how the India Refined functions. But let's take one subject. Let's say your team is working on renewable energy sources. So how your team identifies that project and carry out the project in terms of getting the funding, implementation, and then delivering it to people? What is the end-to-end life cycle of these kind of projects? Taking example of the renewable energy.
Yes. Suppose there is a corporate who want see the wish the people who will give the money for the project, people who will sponsor the project. It is their wish on what topic they want the project and in which geographical area they want the project. Suppose you are saying renewable energy, or we are the healthy India topic remained. Like suppose we are doing on telemedicine, M-health, or rural health care, or emergency response training, or some health related this thing, or renewable energy. So we will first make a project. Suppose first we will go to a corporate where we are invited, when we are sending them mails, and we are giving them presentations. They choose their desired area. Okay, they say that renewable energy in so and so place, they want this project to happen. They may want project to happen in 4 places. So now in our we will tell them that okay, this is the project. With you we will sit, our team will sit with you, our experts will sit with you, and you be a part of it. That how exactly it is, something like suppose you are making a ad film for a client. Then the client comes and he tells that are the things he wants, deliverables. Okay, so they will sit with the our experts, the implementing people who will implement. Suppose the project they want in which area. Suppose if they want in Gurgaon, okay, renewable energy project, suppose, or they want at X place. Okay, see, I'm not the expert, again I'm saying. Okay, in this, the whole this thing, Ranjana Kanti is not there. Ranjana Kanti team is working. Okay, I may be used to some CSR heads. 500 CSR heads are inviting us. They know me, so they may invite. So I'm not going to present to go everywhere in 500 places. Our team. So our CSR director, by chance, one of them is in Gurgaon. He'll go. He'll present. They'll say that this is the area. So now, from our list, we will find out which technology providers will be involved in that, which experts will be involved in that, who will lead the project, who are this thing, and our team will also do the survey of that particular geographical area, that how we can involve the even other companies who are working on renewable energy in that area, how they can be involved in that. So it will be a collaborative this thing. We are soon when we are getting some fund. I'm asking for people, corporates to fund our projects. They are very innovative projects. I will make that. I will even try to make a movie out of it. Chandrakant, I'm going to involve you in that, where we will make that how the movie, it should be a one this thing for other NGOs, how we are going to implement the project, everyone. So when people say that they are one expert, I know everything, I'm not saying. It has to be a collaborative effort. So all these people, experts, even we have invited the college students who can do their internship on live on those projects. As such, every month college students do our internship, and I keep inviting youth. Youth is very, so even we are inviting of that area college students to get the lesson of internship on the live this thing. Nothing, agar carpet banana सीखना हो तो blackboard पे नहीं सिखा सकते हैं. We have to teach on the live. I'm a trained animator and graphic designer. I used to teach in my husband's animation studio on actual projects how people can learn animation. So same way, CSR or social sector, it has to be a very, very professional way. People who are beneficiaries, people who want to get trained for the future. We are training students one by one every month. 4,000-5,000 students are doing our internship also. Anyway, so they will go and do it. So if you tell me now you ask me that what about the renewable energy project? I don't know. I don't know about renewable. My experts will know. The panel of experts will know. Okay, that particular NGOs will know. In that, suppose the project is in Kanyakumari, so obviously the Jammu and Kashmir NGO will not get involved. the list of experts who and the NGOs who are in that geographical area, they know the real problems. They know the things. It's very, very important that how that in particular area where we are going to benefit someone or we are going to do for the environment, like right now we are trying to do the medicinal plants drive. So medicinal plants, that particular soil, suppose in Maharashtra we are doing, so we have to choose the farmers and the experts who know about the seeds of those, who know about this thing. Even pharmaceutical companies are involved. Even the soil, the people who will see the soil, how the soil is for that medicinal plant is involved. When the production will be there, who will take care of trees? Where, and so whole lot of people are involved. When you ask that question, you thought Ranjana Kanti is India redefined. Right now I'm sitting with you here. Right now, at least on 8-9 places, different things are happening. In Tamil Nadu, we are having that plantation drive, which is happening since 5-6 years. That NGO who's in Tamil Nadu, he has involved, I wish I could have shown you the photographs. So many people are involved. Lakhs of trees they have grown. So same way, the small programs are there, like Mission Admission is a program where the IT people and the IT students, they are only doing college की website ठीक कर रहे हैं. मेरे बेटे का यहाँ से बैठे बैठे 7 अमेरिकन कॉलेज में एडमिशन हो गया, लेकिन यहाँ पे कॉलेज की वेबसाइट ही ऐसी नहीं है कि उस लायक हो कि वो वही कर रहे हैं. मिशन एडमिशन, मोटिवेटिंग द बेगर्स टू लीव बेगिंग, उसमें इन्वॉल्व है ऑल द लेबर क्लास पीपल, the माली, कचरा वाला, धोबी, दूध वाला, हाईएस्ट रिस्क ड्राइवर, उनको बेगर्स की बिग 50-60 स्टेशंस पे ये प्रोग्राम कराया था. 2011 17 December, I myself tried to organize the program in Nerul station in Navi Mumbai. I was in Navi Mumbai that time. So 17 beggar families stopped begging, and the whole societies, the shops were involved in making them start the new life. They had donated. So we don't make actually people beneficiary. If भिखारी से कुछ छुड़ाया तो उससे भी जमीन साफ करवा लेते हैं. Everyone has to be doer. So that way we are trying to do. So in 2022 now, we call it citizen corporate collective responsibility. You see that on Facebook and everywhere you will find India redefined corporate citizen collective responsibility. Most of the NGOs, they think that corporates, they think that 2% of this thing they have to spend on CSR, and this. We are not going to leave them like that. They have to be there. Suppose so many times they are that the activities they want us to do, they are cleaning their own mess also sometimes. But anyway, we want them to be.
I have a question here because one of the activity that India Redefined is focused on is in the area of education. And listen to my question very carefully because I'm asking very futuristic stuff. See, in the world today, education is undergoing tremendous changes. You're talking about downtrodden people who requires uplifting and who requires a lot of hand-holding so that they can come out of poverty and live a comfortable life. When it comes to education, how you provide education, what education to be provided, all that is changing very rapidly. Everything is moving online. There is a lot of augmented reality stuff coming in, a lot of virtual reality coming in. So my question, that is why I asked you to hear my question carefully. How in the new paradigm of education, the relevance of CSR, or what kind of corporate social responsibility your NGO or India Redefined is looking to fulfill when it comes to education sector?
See, in education, I first believe in that the skill development, the skill training is very, कोई फायदा नहीं है सबको BA MA करा के education, चाहे online classes हो या कुछ. Since last 3 years, lot of online classes are going on since the time the corona happened, because the good schools and colleges, they were having online this thing, but the slum people whom we only tell them to go and study, they were not doing anything. And the online classes became little failure also many places. I'll honestly tell you that we were trying to make the courses languages, in every language, Malayalam, in Tamil, and this thing is there. And I had made it an internship program where 2 students have to take 10 slum children and they have to make everything set up for them and do. But I still believe in skill development first. We have got a lot of innovative programs, and the companies who are doing very good skill development programs are there, which can make this unemployment better. Because see, in India, if you see the figure, the maximum unemployed are graduates, then the 10th pass, and the maximum employed people are the people who have not studied. If they know the skill, like whitewasher hai, cycle banane wala hai, carpet banane wala hai, usko theek hai, we had a bad phase and they lost their so many people were, we could not do things as to be. So skill development is one this thing we are working on. Primary education, secondary education, adult education, digital education, teachers training is another area. Teachers training is another area we are focusing on. We have got, see, right now, I suppose there is a company where there is a young lady. She is doing only science projects of India for India Redefined. So she makes sure that science project happens some place where she calls children from good families and from the municipal school and this thing, where these students do internship by teaching that particular child of that science project. So that is happening. In some of our slides, you can see some of the programs we have already done. So I cannot tell you everything, but I want. And now we are going global. We are inviting leaders from different countries already. From US, one lady has come forward from Philippines, from Sri Lanka, from Nepal, from Pakistan. There are people who are coming forward that they want to start the Globe Redefined in there. Some of them call it like Sri Lanka Redefined. This we have not structured it so well. So what happens ki structure bana ke, legal entities bana ke, usme bahut time jayega. Let the activities happen. No? Everything will take place. We'll do. India Redefined, we started activities in 2009. After 2 years, we registered it like an NGO. We wanted to see whether people are, so it's not necessary that first you gather money, you do everything, then you do. First start with the activities, everything will take place. So like that. You want to ask anything, Chandrakant, ask. I have got answer for everything.
I'm sure you have an answer for everything because you have such a versatile activity in your NGO. And I'm sure there are a lot of people who are working with you, for you. And therefore, my last question, or probably one of the last question today is, what is your expectations from the corporates, how they can help you, and what are the skills you expect them to bring to you so that the people can be benefited in whichever country, Sri Lanka, Philippines, wherever, India, Bangladesh. What is your expectation?
See, my expectation is that corporate, they become part of it. They come forward, make it a collective responsibility of corporate and citizens and NGO. With India Redefined, they should come. We should not keep running after them. Okay, give us CSR, and no. They should come forward on this platform. We will make the projects as they want. Still, you can see some of our projects, they are very, which I could have shown you. Some of the, like there was a project called Amrit Dhara. Very good project of cleaning the water purification project. Okay, we did. There was a project called My School, My Choice. We could not get funding in that project, where it is the child's choice. We had done with a corporate called in Mumbai, we were called, and we made a beautiful program, a whole cycle of things, that how there even the money is secured because we had made a coupon kind of thing. Like for suppose for the school fees, for the dress, uniform, no one they will not get money. There was India Redefined coupon we had made that was tracked by that corporate. So that this thing, My School, My Choice, is still the program very close to my heart. So there are various programs I've got which they can come. Obviously, money they have. They have the money, and it is. I'm not saying that they are doing a favor to us. We are solving that for you. You are told to put 2% of sanitation project. State Bank of India had called us. It was a beautiful project. It was ये नहीं कि खाली स्वच्छ toilet बना दिया. It was the awareness drive. So there are projects, but then that time the State Bank put the full money on Prime Minister Relief Fund, so we could not get that. That project is still there. We have got 20 projects I can show you right now, which are there. If corporates can come forward, they should come forward. We should not run after them. Be a part of it for the betterment of our country. So the question is that, do we want to make this globe a better place? Are we fed up of table talks and no action? Are we willing to do our bit for the planet? Are we confused how to do it? So here we have the solution. India redefined, extending towards the globe redefined. We see what how do I say it? Say what do you need to make this globe a happy place? All you need is that love for this planet, passion to be catalyst of change, believe in your action. I'm talking about everyone. Trust in others and yourself to become committed, and action to change yourself and others around you. So that way we can, that is this thing we want. So whoever agrees with me, whoever wants to be part of it, and I am inviting even people like you who are giving us a platform, interview, or media people to be part of it. If you call me, please don't corner me. How you're going, you give statement. I'm very scared of media sometimes. I don't give 10 years. I had not taken awards in media. This year again, some people asked, I don't want to be in a position, okay, you said Happy India, now how you're going to make the Happy India? And again, you understand the citizen movement, the citizens' participation has become like a movement. So that is also becoming anti-corruption movement at so many places. People do come together at one platform when they are against something. है ना, अन्ना जी का आजादी अगेंस्ट में किसी पे उंगली उठाने के लिए हुआ. पीपल नेवर केम टुगेदर पॉजिटिवली टू वर्क फॉर कंट्री. अलग अलग करते हैं अच्छे काम. यहाँ 13 लाख पीपल केम टुगेदर टू वर्क फॉर द कंट्री, है ना. बिहेवियरल चेंज किया उनका, है ना. नाउ with the corporate help, with the ministries, with the PSUs, they have got so much of money to spend for their CSR. Please come forward, give us a chance to be with you and improve our planet. So I believe in the collaboration. I believe in togetherness, and there you helped me.
Yes, I think Ranjana ji, it was a very, very great pleasure of mine to talk to you and understand the true feeling behind running these uplifting kind of projects. And I have one point to add here. Maybe you have a different view, but my view is that many times corporates may not be able to understand what is being offered. I think the packaging of different projects are very important. So maybe
Sorry, I interrupted you. I'm sorry. When we will approach any corporate, we will give them various options. The full-fledged project, we will give them various options, and we are ready to improve the project according to their wish. You understand? So,
yeah, my question was different. My question was that many times to get attracted, to get associated with that project, for example, water conservation or any other project that your NGO is running, they should be attracted towards investing in that and also putting heart and soul, because you're not merely looking for people who will pay money. You're looking for a partner who will actually also do some work in that area. So I think the packaging of these projects are also important, because I think I raised the issue of education. The education of yesteryears is going to change drastically. You will see that by end of 2022. Therefore, a lot of these education universities must will be part of your program to change the way we consume education. So I think the packaging is also very important. I'm sure you have somebody working on that. Maybe we can take this question in the next discussion, but if you want to add something, please go ahead.
We already have empaneled many universities with us, where right now they are only their students are doing internship, but in any education program of that area, that particular university or even schools, they will be part of that. So see, 13 years we were empaneling only, na. We were inviting people that okay, in 2022 we will go to corporates and ministries and MPs and PSUs and whoever can fund. We were going. So in these all 13 years is no less time. We were empaneling. So people believed in us. People believed in us. And one reason of believing in us was no donation. We did not take donation from any citizen. India Redefined ran with, we were not saying ki, हाँ, cancer hai, बच्चों को पैसे दे दो, or putting that money in the pocket of hospitals and doctors. We were asking to give services. Understood? We were not doing this kind of thing. कि किसी से पैसे लिए और कैंसर के बच्चे का वो करा दिया. We were asking people to do their services. You see the Fortis Hospital, so many hospitals have done our eye checkup camps and so many this thing. The photographs are there, which I can show you if you want, whenever. In our next session, we can show you. So even the programs, all we need is right now the corporates to come forward, fund those programs, be part of it. Everything will take place. In any program, they cannot even imagine how many institutes will come together.
Excellent, Ranjana ji. It was such a big pleasure of mine to talk to you today and also learn so many things that your team is doing. And in fact, I understood this message loud and clear that for you, everybody is a partner. So I'm going with that word, team. Your team is fantastic and working in multiple locations, multiple countries. Our program is also being watched at multiple locations, multiple countries. So I wish you all the best. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you. Thank you so much for inviting and come be with us. Okay. Thank you so much.
Well, viewers, you heard what Ranjana Kanti and her organization is doing for people, for upliftment of various downtrodden people, the needy ones. If you want to get associated with Ranjana and India Redefined, please drop her a message directly, or you can also send us an email. We will make the connection happen. Email will be given at the end of the video and also in the description down below. So I say goodbye for today, only to catch you with our next leader in the leader's voice next time. Until then, bye-bye. Welcome friends, this is Akulmach Business Channel, and today we will be discussing a very important subject, and it is about the competency based appraisal system and what is the right model of ensuring employee appraisal so that it results in performance improvement and also ROI. And to discuss this matter, I will be joined by a very senior learning and development professional, Miss Aditi Palit, and she is joining us from Kolkata. So let's welcome her.
Thank you, Chandrakant, and glad to be back again, and hope to contribute with my views on that important topic.
It's a pleasure, Aditi, and always, always like talking to you about something which is so pressing and everybody needs this. So today, my first question is, when we're talking about employee competencies, how the employee competencies are defined in the first place? That is, I mean, my first question before we start on more detailed discussion.
Yes, this is very important to know at the outset. Competencies are the skills which the employee brings to the workplace as a joinee, and then the core the abilities, and we'll be talking about this in detail, I'm sure, the technical side one side and the behavioral side. So what is his knowledge and what are his skills to implement this knowledge along with his behavioral skills.
Great. So I think what you are saying is that the competency have to be very well defined before we get into the competency-based appraisal system. And that brings us to the next question is, what is this competency-based performance appraisal system? I mean, if you can tell our viewers a little bit about it, how this works, it will be really helpful for our viewers.
Yes, exactly. When the HR, the portfolio is in a set, there the recruitment, right from the recruitment policies to, you can say, the exit policy, these need to be well defined. So for each organization, there are two types of competencies in general. That is what fits the organizational goals, the skills that are required. And the next one is the departmental or the job specific competency. Now, all this has to be managed. A model has to be brought into operation. Much research has to be done so that the right person, when you're onboarding, recruiting a new employee, the right person fits into the particular job profile. And it carries on the performance management so that they once they're well into the workplace, with some months and years, continuously the performance management system has to be upgraded. The appraisals have to be done. Now, how these skill sets, which have been asked of the employees, how they are fitting into the job roles, and therein comes the most important aspect: what is the requirement for further training? If any employee is not having or not polishing the competency required for his job role.
My next question would be about the competency model again, and your advice will be very valuable. And the question is how to develop a model for competency based appraisal for a company. So is there a model, or if there are multiple models which are applicable? And if there are, you can tell our viewers about it.
There are multiple models, and I think basically what is required is that the levels at which the appraisals is done, this have to be decided first, and it is very, very company and work specific. I'll give you a small example. Say it's a financial company. Now, every employee, every recruit will be tested on the technical knowledge of how far he is good with figures, how far he is analytical, how far he handles, the entire job profile. Now, come of the company, the general profiles. Now, when it comes to a specific job role within the financial, within the company, then say the role of an accountant. Therein, he needs to know how to handle the data, the financial data, we all know the profits and losses, the balance sheet. Therein, he needs to be very, very specific about his, numerical ability, about his, basic technical knowledge, which maybe someone into maybe marketing of that company does not need. So herein, the model has to be first the general, the competencies which match that company's profile, the work profile, the general work that is done, and then that is the first layer that we say is the core competencies. Then next level is the functional competencies. Then when we are going into again a particular function like leadership, their competencies, we know what leadership, the behavioral leaderships. Those competencies have to be laid out, and the performance management system has to check whether the leader is executing his competencies as desired by the company. So the model is at different levels. This has to be designed it is generally done by the HR of department, but sometimes we've seen that outside, these companies which deal with these core competencies testing, they are hired. Now the entire the employee strength, be it from new journeys to the leaders and the managers, they are made to sit for multiple tests to ascertain whether the desired competencies are there present. And again, we come to the important part, and they'll be giving advice to the CEOs or the topmost level what is desired. That is the test which will show which competency is there, which is being used, and which is lacking, what we call the skill gap.
Right. I think you have given in very brief words. You have to try to convey how you can actually create these models for different companies, and so that brings me to my next question, which is how the competency-based appraisal system improves the employee performance and thus result in better ROI. So, is there a matrix which you can share which will result in improvement in the employee performance and also the company's ROI?
Definitely. Once the competencies are laid out to the concerned employee and his performance is tracked, that, as I said, the skill gap will be very, depending on his performance, for how much he has been able to meet the desired level. It is very much in front of him. Every time the appraisal happens, he will be able to see, because his competencies have been tested when he's being recruited, and at every appraisal point he is being told how much he has met that level and what is there in terms of, again, the technical knowledge and behavioral. Now, if I want to say what all includes in the tests, in the appraisals for competency. I'm leaving aside technical, which is very industry specific, company specific. As far as behavioral ones are concerned, first of all, communication, the behavioral skills. Then is interpersonal skills. Something like, again, his innovative nature, how much he comes forward with new ideas. Then clarity of perceptions. Then next is initiative. Then we have that, whether he can be promoted to the next level as leader. So each marker, every time he is given, and there is a simple matrix, what we call, under each heading, the three options are there. whereby the manager, analyzes the performance, either it's excellent, whether it's, fair, and whether it's poor. So this is the simplest, metrics, which I think works very well. He is told. Now, what is your cumulative assessment? Where you're still lacking? Which aspect of your technical knowledge and your behavioral skills? Which part is still lacking? And then this is where he has to work on. And then maybe the ones which are excellent, which is, nothing needs to be told. Fair has to be trained in some and poor has to be told that, he may not be kept in the job if it doesn't improve drastically. So I think this is a wonderful method. I support it, competency-based. And one more thing, Chandrakant, there is no scope of biasness on the part of the manager or the leader in this kind of performance appraisal. Because figures, facts, and statistics, everything is in front of everyone.
Well, I like the way you put it. And in fact, if this kind of appraisal system, which is based on absolute number, if that can be promoted and if it can be made available, I think half the problem of any organizations will be solved. And my last question is very simple question, and that is how to first of all define these employee competencies, because you're talking about now matrix based system which will then measure the based on the ability, based on the examinations. But then you also said somewhere that for each industry, for each company, it will be different. So to set up this whole thing, do we need a specialist who will then basically interview the client, understand his business, implement the system, or there is something available off the shelf? What is your opinion on this one?
There are models, as you said, also I know there are various models. It started way back. It may be, you can say a century old. There are many models. Now, what I advise is, if there is someone who is qualified within the organization to do it, otherwise, if you hire vendors out from outside, they have a knowledge of various industries and what competencies are required for which, which industry or organization. They should be, invited before this recruitment cycle starts. Now, I'll tell you why this is every year, or it should be done, and especially we all know how the pandemic has thrown every aspect of organizational behavior and management haywire. So what is still now here, the mental strength, the resilience, which may not have been one of the competencies earlier, this has been included, is being included now into the performance management system as an aspect to measure the competency, whether that competency is there or not. So it depends on the organization if they should feel free to take outside help, if they feel by looking at the various models. And this is a vast subject. It will take another maybe 1 or 2 talks to say that there are various models, and if we get into that, it's there in front of them. If the organization is very clear about the job roles and the competencies, they can come and zero in on any of the models that's present. But an outsider has a less, again, a biased and more holistic view of the different industries, what competencies, as I said, the core competencies, the functional competencies, the leadership competencies. So they should sit with the management, the decision makers, and they should show that this is the best possible, metrics or system where, we have utilized this in a similar industry, and this is the result that they have yielded. So I would not like to pass a sweeping judgment. It is both are available. It is upon the company owners and the decision makers to take their call.
Well, I think we are just touching the tip of the iceberg here, and it's a very vast subject. We will find an opportunity, Aditi, to pick your brains again on this subject. Maybe we'll pick up one of the model and talk about it in our future program. But thank you so much for joining us today, and in advance wishing you Bengali New Year, which is coming in the next few days, and you have a great time. Thank you so much for joining us.
And this is the thank you so much. And to the viewers, a lot of New Year's around the corner. So my best wishes to everyone for that too. Thank you.
So friends, we had a very fruitful conversation with Aditi, and we discussed this important subject. And this is about the appraisal system, which is very important. And you know that this cannot be discussed in few minutes, but we will find an opportunity to discuss more in detail about specific models. But for today, I like to say goodbye, only to catch you again in the next one. Hello friends, welcome to Akulmach Live. And we are living in uncertain times. It's very difficult for any business, any leader to predict few things. If somebody says, hey, can you make a plan? The chances are that those plans will not work properly simply because we are living in uncertain time. And I think the biggest casualty is the decisions, because people are not decisive. So in such a situation, how the decision making process will take shape, will change. And to discuss this very important matter, we will be joined by a very senior learning and development professional, world acclaimed Miss Aditi Palit, who is joining us from Calcutta. So without further ado, let's welcome her.
Thank you, Chandrakant. Once again, it's the time to share my views on the topic with the audience, with the wonderful audience out there and with you.
Welcome to the show, Aditi, and let's dive into the subject, and it is about the decision-making process. And as the good old days, in the good old days, people used to say that, well, I don't have to do anything. I will have to just carry out all the, whatever my boss says and asks me to do, I will just do that. And now the situation is that the team leader is not able to decide because even the CEOs are not able to give directions. So in such a situation, my first question to you would be, what is going on, first of all, in your opinion, because you talk to so many leaders, where is the confusion and why the decision-making process is taking a hit right now?
Okay, Chandrakant, this is the pandemic has revealed what uncertain times can be, how challenging it is for business houses. Now, as you said correctly earlier, everything was set. The same style of management work, the topmost level, they decided the functions that are going to be carried out and how they were going to be carried out, and the rest down the ladder hierarchy carried it out. Now, when the pandemic suddenly hit, and there was economic crisis, and there was we all know, large scale cutting of jobs or salaries, and that was total almost chaos. Now what happened was that, as again one of my idols, Mr. Ratan Tata, said, that the ethics didn't come into play. The decision was solely made by the owners of the companies, the management, and then only thought of cutting down the expenses at any cost to keep afloat. The decision was obviously absolutely against the interests of the employees who have given their heart and soul. Most of their time, the preference was the work, their commitment to the companies. And therefore, what follows was large-scale attrition. Now, I'm sure you can understand it was a faulty decision to look at only cutting down expenses and not look at the interest of the greatest asset of a company, that is the employees. So there, the decision was wrong. What happened? The employees were not taken into consideration. Of course, the interest of the economic interest of a company, what is going to come in, leaving alone the profit. At that time, it was not profit. Even the basic meeting the expenses was a matter of greatest concern to the owners more than the employees. But that decision, if it percolated in a more empathetic way, if I say, down to the employees, if they were offered that your jobs won't be taken away, bear with us, give us 6 months, a decision will be taken where and how we can, improve your salary as we get back the foothold. So this is what happened. In uncertain times, it has to be all the stakeholders that they have to be taken, their views have to be taken into consideration before any final decision is made.
Well, in my opinion, I think there is another confusion that is brewing in the industry, and that is maybe the business rules have changed. Maybe the way we do business have changed. And that is why the leader of today may not have very clear idea of how, what steps they should take. I think that is also one of the factor, isn't it? Your opinion, because you talk to so many leaders, is it a fact that the business rules have changed and the way we do business is also changed and the current leadership does not know how to cope up with it?
Definitely, that is being discussed so much everywhere. Again, the style of functioning totally remote. Now, to get and technology, the necessary technology, the platforms that were discovered. Now, right from the leaders to their team members had to get used to these, new platforms and technologies that were introduced. Now, how does one get, when it's a global workforce, there is time, again, everything, work-life balance, etc., everything came into play. Again, I'm saying it is now a more democratic setup where everyone has, if the team leader is struggling with the kind of automation that is happening, he can take the views of his team members. If someone is very, very tech savvy, then he can be invited to lead the team. The leaders, now here, ego could not come into play. You may be a very good, motivator as a leader. You may be using traditional ways of leading your team and you face success. You have to, everyone, it was experimentation all through, isn't it? You have, you're handling technology, automation so much. You came from an HR background, you have learned, you have handled, and now come up, tops with this. So remote work, then, now when hybrid work is coming, they're all different ball games, isn't it? So the leadership has to be that let us make any decision together, which one we are going to utilize, how we are going to utilize, how I'm going to take you all along. The decision of the management conveyed to him, how it is through automation, how it is conveyed to the remote team members. If it's a global team, time constraints, the time gaps, how do you keep everyone on board? Meetings. The greatest challenge was in scheduling meetings. At the bottom, new automation. So leadership was more, if it was everything was trial and error, it was also trial and error, and you had to admit it. A very open-minded leader is the one that is needed in this crisis.
I think I agree with you there. I also like to pick your brains on one more reality which we are facing right now. And as almost entire last year, there were so many resignations. And because of that, now we are entering into the era of contract workers. So even people who are like a CFO or sales heads who used to be CMOs or CSOs, etc., even strategies, they will work on contract basis. So as per the estimate, and all the gurus have been saying that almost 55 to 60% of the staff in a company would be working on a contract. And therefore, the decision making would be required of a different kind, because you have to make a decision in terms of incorporating these freelancers or contract labor. What is your opinion on this change? How the leaders of today or tomorrow will have to incorporate these new changes which are happening in the industry?
Now, a contract, employees were there. Now, top management also on contract basis. Now, what is happening? So it will keep changing. Say the employees are maintained, the top brass, they are changing, they are becoming on contract. Now here comes are you a people's person? You have to come into a company, adopt to the culture, adapt to the ways of working, and adopt to your team. Earlier, it was a new member adopting the manager's ways and the the functioning of the company. Now here, how do you have to win you have to know your team. And one thing that I feel, have always felt, that biases of any kind do not work, have never worked in a leader and will never work. Now, if I'm open to contract work, I am doing, so many companies, one after the others, everything will be changing. Now, as I had to adopt to automation and, technology, how am I adapting to the ways and means of the team under me? This company employees, they function in a different way. I have to leave my ego behind. If they are there before me, I can pick up, I can ask for suggestions, this constant interaction. And Chandrakant, I have trained, and I still, one of my favorite topics is communication. Why did this happen? The great resignations, because of the breakdown in communication. Right from, whether it's top brass to the, vertical, horizontal, we have so many terms. The fact is that how everything, your body language, the team that you have been entrusted with, the new team in a new company, you don't know anything about them. But if I go with the ego that I am a management, guru, I'm a leader so many years in so and so company, and I'm going to start and I'm going to implement those ways in this company, doesn't work. I have to first learn from the management, the ways and means, and through clear, crisp, concise communication, through the automation that's being used in that particular company, I'm going to make myself comfortable and approachable with the team I'm handling. for the period of contract, that is my company. And most important, the loyalty should be if I was working as if I was working from before, and I'm going to continue working. If I have only that, mindset that I'm going to be here on a 2-year contract, it will not work. And it's the challenge is I have only 2 years to show my leadership qualities, which will fit into that X company, what is expected of him. So the decisions that I take, the way I take, convey the decisions of the management and how I'm going to, what decisions I'm taking will take for this, team. Are they well thought out? Are they done in a phased manner, not under time constraints, not letting again my previous biases come into play? And I'm going to be also one of the team players. Project acted according to the interest of the company, and this works here. I will try and I will do that.
Well, there is a friend of mine in UK, and he is also the best selling author. He has written a book, very interesting book, and that is called Inner CEO. And in his book, he describes, his name is Jeremy Blaine, so I can give credit to him. In his book, he describes that gone are the days where there used to be a manager, and every team member has to think like a CEO. And that book has become very popular, where he says that everybody has to bring out their inner CEO, and there is no leader, or there is no junior, senior, etc. The team has to think as a CEO. What is your opinion on this very important subject? Because I think that is concerning our discussion today also.
See, I just, my last sentences were that if the manager, gives that freedom to the team members, they are surely, I mean, most of them will take up this opportunity. There again comes, the choice of creativity, innovation. It's not that I have to fall into it. The broad guidelines of the goals, of the targets of the companies will always stay. But if I, as a leader, I have not thought of this strategy, and I tell my manager, leader, that if you try out this and we just do it this way, it's going to take lesser time. It's a, strategy is this, and we're going to get better end results, and we're going to meet our deadline, our, target, everything. So if one team member is given that chance, and by the team leader, manager, then all of them will come out. This democratic setup, I agree totally with the author of the book. You give credit to someone, that person will go out of his way to prove that he's the best employee, best team member of the entire team. Should be a collective one.
Well, there is my last question to you, and that is related to the how do I say? It's like the payment mechanisms, how people used to sell their services. Because earlier, all you could do is you can make an annual plan, then you break down those plans into quarterly plan, and then break down into monthly plan. And basically, once the plan is ready for a year, there was no need to change that plan. You can do a mid-course correction, midway course correction, but the plan is already there, and you can keep sticking to that. Right now, situation is that those plans, even if you make, won't work, and that is why most of the companies are shifting to pay as you go. Even my company, Akulmach, is using the same model where you pay as you go, and that is what even Google is doing. Even the large companies are doing that. So your last words to the managers of today, to the leaders, what they should do in order to accept these realities, because if you don't accept the reality and keep working on an annual plan basis, the thing is that you will not go far. So your last words to these people and accept the reality is what I want to hear from you.
Today, I think, Chandrakant, more than ever, you are reading my mind. I was just going to come up if you talk of solutions. I just read today that, all the company heads are thinking of it's how to stall this resignation, mass resignation, skilling, reskilling, upskilling is one of them. Now, there's one company where the manager told one, employee, that I'm thinking of, I have made this suggestion to the top brass, and that instead of salary being paid at the end of the month, I'm thinking of giving my members every week. And the response of the employee was that, I'll never think of quitting this company. So the decision that was made, that economic decision is everywhere the most important decision in every aspect of life, isn't it? So if, like, people leave a job nowadays when the higher salary is offered, if you don't mind my saying, bit of a controversy, it didn't happen before, but the kind of the systems that working, people are leaving a company after company. That is what their decision. I don't say anything about it, but the fact is, decisions, innovative decisions like this. Now, if you know, the performance appraisals are being brought down again to weekly or quarterly. Weekly or at end of a monthly. Earlier it was, the earliest that was done was quarterly. You have to take hardcore decisions which will affect positively the employee and the company. The pandemic has thrown up, and still we are facing a host of problems. Now, I want to end with this also, Chandrakant, that the decision why the employees are resisting this hybrid work is why the decision is not conveyed clearly to the employees. That the way, as Mr. Narayan Murthy, Infosys, has said that he's given in 2 words, that productive, it is of course his. There's a lot of discussion on LinkedIn in which I was a part of it, on that he is trying to impose something, but there is something which he is the father of that company. He wants the best. So to him, he thinks that people at home may not be as productive with the distractions than in the office. Now, this decision, which he is given in 2 words, this or any decision by the management and the leaders should be effectively, clearly explained to the employees how it is going to benefit them. You have to take hard decisions. The company owners had to take hard decisions. Still, the time is there. If my company is benefiting from hybrid work, if I've tried, my managers are coming regularly, my employees are coming thrice a week, and it is having an effect, good effect. Okay, now those sitting at home are not being aware of that. So you take decisions, but why the employees are not understanding and taking it to be too harsh, too hard, is because the decision is, again, the communication is faulty. Company has to impress that the employees are, interests are the main concern. They have sanitized, they have opened up the cubicles, they're giving more free time to the employees to go out and, enjoy fresh air. Anything that, there's no question of the virus there, 99, we cannot say 9, the cases have come down. We leaders are taking charge and we are responsible for your safety. If you sit down and talk to the employees, they will, listen, they will understand, they will not leave. It's my experience of having been there so many years, and I believe that communication should be why the decisions were taken.
Very well, Aditi. Thank you so much for joining us and giving your valuable advice to the managers of today and also the leadership teams. In fact, If they don't smell the coffee, it'll be too late. Especially when the augmented reality, virtual reality type of solutions are just on the horizon. In fact, yesterday I saw the Airtel has launched a virtual cricket application absolutely free, where they can you as a player can play with Kapil Dev. Those kind of things are happening, and very soon those things will percolate down into education, into medical. Yeah, so thank you so much for joining us. And I think the subject for today was the decision making, or DSS, decision support systems. The rules of engagement have changed. So if anyone wants to reach out to Aditi for any help, for any advice, they can reach out to Aditi, or they can reach out to us. The email will be mentioned at the end of this video, and we'll make the connection happen. So for today, I'd like to say goodbye. Aditi, I will catch you next week, same time. Until then, bye-bye.